Hello and welcome everyone, this is Blackadder at Blackadder's Place and I welcome you to today's stream. So, well, looks like it therefore somewhat badly, but my computer is gonna be allowing me to stream Retold, even though, no, at least it's not gonna be like completely locked off as far as some kind of technology or whatnot, but nonetheless the performance seems to be kinda not good overall, but I'm thinking that's really not a great optimization on the game's part, because I don't remember Age of Empires 3D being this bad. So nonetheless, well, just to be kind of showcasing you, of course, where we are overall, then of course we are going to be having everything turned off practically. I mean, like, the graphic card doesn't seem to be a problem, so I could probably play even on higher FPS, but it's a heavy brother than potential strain also on the CPU. So we'll see, maybe gonna be toying with that if you have time. I just kinda left it as it is, as they kinda recommended, let's say. Had to be lowering the preset on OBS from very fast to super fast, but that should be somewhat alright, hopefully. So otherwise, everything practically off. I just turned also practically everything that I could. Quite bit of a problem is that quite often, this is not even mattering too much, the graphical settings, that it's simply like how the engine itself is programmed. Seems like the CPU is gonna be the bottleneck. Graphics card really doesn't seem like to be any kind of problem. Potentially could be getting some performance if I played in window at 1080 instead of 1200. There is an opportunity possibly. That should be definitely netting some good performance increase. But we'll see how it plays, if it's gonna be playable or not. I've already done the benchmark. I've reached like some kind of 1100 points with that. Though it looked like the team games are gonna be a pain. So yeah, that is a bit sketchy in there. But nonetheless, let's go through the other options, I guess. What do we have here? Otherwise, I've basically left everything standard so that we can experience the game as usual, as they want us to experience it. And I can also right about now put on right now the task manager so that you can be seen how it is going and how the resources are being utilized. You can see GPU is quite a bit fine here. No further problems. Look, mouse to window, I'm really kind of thinking I want that rather than not, considering having two monitors. Scroll speed we'll see, everything else we'll see as well. Right click camera drag. I think I'm gonna have to get rid of that, that was pretty annoying in AoE 4. We'll see. Camera drag invert direction, repeat population limit notifications, I guess. Keyboard navigation, that's gonna be with just like the arrows, I guess. Immediately autocue villages at game start. No, again, I'm just gonna looking through all the options that we have here. Probably not toggling besides that lock to window, because that's gonna need it for me. Immediately auto-train villages in newly built town centers. Like, what's the purpose of those two? Like, why is this one off and this one on? It makes absolutely zero sense. I mean, like, you either want both or none. Like, really. Villager priority, that's the of course, like, I don't know how to call that. No, simply the useless part, for me at least. Otherwise, setting kinda normal, aggressive stance, okay. Control left click, treat it as double click. Huh. Mentally certain where that's gonna be useful, but I guess. Villager double click, alright. That's gonna be. Select all villagers performing same actions. Basically, like, that's usually what you use to select the same soldiers. Okay, so I guess kinda depends what you want to play. Text chat in multiplayer, sure. Recorded game last and replays. And auto saves. Well, I guess if you're gonna be playing single player, of course, but that's not in the stress test here. Here's the interface. Ultra HD, well, I guess probably not. HUD scale. Again, can I be playing standard, maybe toying with the settings somewhere after. Show hit points for unit damage, yes. Build status messages, kinda depends which one you're getting shown and not. Hit points while holding Alt. Hit points on mouse rollover, that probably would be annoying. Kinda like annoying, we'll see. Maybe that's a potential something, maybe. So we'll see if it's gonna be useful or not somehow. Global queue, of course, advanced tech. Now I'm hoping that's gonna be also for normal units, not only for technologies. Control Shift, sure, why not? Overlay hotkeys on icons, display attack range. Oh, that's kind of like the practically the cheating. Yeah, that you don't have to be kind of like knowing yourself through experience how far things are reaching. Yeah, there was a long time where that was considered straight cheating in Age of Empires 2. Until they just kinda decided to put it into the game and, well, nobody really complained. Very interesting, isn't it? Single unit hover. That's interesting. All units with Alt key. That kinda seems like a bit useless to be having an Alt key. Kinda thinking that might be useful on one of those two, probably. Though I'm kinda imagining it might be confusing if you have more units selected at all times, but nonetheless. Interesting options. Combined ability menu, that's what? Yeah, okay, so when you're gonna be selecting all units, you're gonna be practically seeing all the abilities there, I guess, yeah. Combined production building menu, yeah, that seems somewhat useful. World tooltips. And by the way, though, do we have somewhere therefore like an automatic casting of the abilities of the units, or is it therefore not in? I guess you're gonna be having to see, but it doesn't seem like it's an option here. No. Sound, well, I kind of tune it down a bit, but I'm slightly expecting that maybe it's gonna be still a bit too loud somewhere. The benchmark was, no, a bit of an E-rape. I guess why not? No, and hotkeys, well, just like basic ones. I'm not gonna be entirely delving too deep into them, at least for like the first game or whatnot. Maybe after the first game. Again, I haven't played for 20 years, so it's gonna be mostly mouse before I maybe get used to it, if I'm even gonna be able to play it somewhat more. Okay, so what can we actually select here? Groups are of course standard, no problem there. Command hotkeys. Line formation, box formation, ASDF. Okay, it's practically like a classic grid, right? Aggressive stance. What does that necessarily mean? Village in normal stance and stand ground stance. Yeah, oh, that's gonna be like, yeah, when you're attacked and you'll be like immediately running away. So yeah, the stand ground is gonna be the one where you keep the villager and he's gonna be getting beaten, I guess. Show economic commands, what? Huh. North villager to Berserk, hero is military. That's a bit dangerous to be having on such an easily accessible hotkey, in my opinion. That might be leading to some mistakes. No, same idea kinda here. Why would you be having hero is citizen at A and hero is military a different one? Like, that's it's gonna be the same thing. So weird. Time shift, garrison, return to work. Interesting, they're gonna be the same therefore. Should be probably allowing the conflicts, I'm imagining. General gameplay hotkeys. So we don't have apparently hotkey to cancel autocue. Okay. But in military, all military, shift backspace. Well, that's a bit over the hand, but alright. Fine selection and... oh, like, why? Why is that not like a classic space? Why would you be having that on completely other side of the keyboard? That's typically something you're gonna be wanting to do. That should be really spaced. That's a weird one. Next unit in group menu and interface. Yeah, that's not gonna be a score display F10 and game time F11. Okay, that's something you're gonna be probably needing to immediately put in. Combined ability train hotkeys. Auto. Wait, what? So this is right now gonna be there for the toggle for the automatic usage, right? Alt T, Alt, Jesus, man. That's gonna be probably on the mouse rather than hotkeys. But it seems like that therefore, yeah, automatic usage is gonna be there for in. Just in case, of course, somebody was complaining about autocue, then this is, of course, autocue as well. Find idle villager. We have nothing there. Interesting. Select all idols. Shift mouse 3 down. Thinking, I want to be kind of like at least some absolute basic ones. So like find TC. I'm gonna be trying to see if it's gonna be recognizing my mouse or not. Okay. Mouse 5, so it just seems to be recognizing my mouse. So that's how I used to be playing it 20 years ago. So let's gonna do that, if it's gonna be helpful. Idle fishing boat should be practically the same. Okay, allow conflicts then. Fishing, find idle caravan, I guess as well, probably. Idle military is gonna be alright. On the comma. And find the buildings, well, I'm usually gonna be having them most probably gonna on control groups or some such. But fortresses, sky passage towers. Where is right now? Find town center. That should be on the back. So building construction, SDF, ASDF. So it's gonna be like A is okay here. Archery range, military academy, D. No. It's not making too much of a sense because military academy is the first, or unless they just gonna reorder that, I'm gonna be having to wait to see. Because it needs to be making sense how it is in the user interface, of course. Quartz, it's gonna be to the top. Why is R not there? Weird. Temple Dock. Ah, because lumber camp is right now in R. Okay, so... No, I guess depends what kind of civilizations you're gonna be playing. Share town center hotkeys, next age, masons, architects, fortified EC, ringtown, secrets of the titans, and villager therefore on Q, I guess. Right now trying to remember what I was having on top. Thinking of in some different versions when the mouse wasn't detected, I'm thinking I was having TCs there. But I'm gonna try if the back button on the mouse is gonna be good enough. Yeah, you need to be having a hotkey for omniscience. But nonetheless, when you, of course, doing the hotkeys, you want to have it for everything. So what do you have here? Pegasus set Q. Maybe something that can be actually put off, and it can be having like the classic normal myth units on, yeah, just like from the start. That maybe doesn't seem entirely all that necessary. Of course, upgrades are gonna be having hotkeys as well, granary, husbandry and whatnot. Yeah, well, no hunting dogs. Otherwise, as you'll be expecting, classic grid. Hippicon prodromos, military hoplite, zipaspis. Yeah. Nothing too bad. But looking at the no hotkey for the Myrmidon here, seems like they therefore right now turned back only into the fortress, really. Interesting. Okay, Great Hall for the Norse, and a split of the units, so therefore right now Longhouse is gonna be having Herdman, that's the Spearman, and Throwing Axeman, and Ulfsag. It's called Berserker. And therefore Great Hall is gonna be used for Hersirs, Raiding Cavalry, and the Godi. And Jarls on top of it as well. And Hillfort is making Huskarls and Rams and Ballistae only? Really? That is an interesting simplification for the Norse, making their gameplay probably quite a bit easier. Okay, so camera navigation, rotation and zoom. Okay, so what do we have here? Camera left, zoom in, numpad plus minus. Okay, so that's fine. Rotation. Control arrow left, that's a bit... And it's actually right now on mouse wheel. Is there something on mouse wheel actually? Because otherwise I'd like that probably to be the rotation of the map. Okay, let's see if maybe that works or not. Okay, so camera rotate right, left, no, well, I guess. Right side, I want to be down, and this is probably therefore up. You can't. Well, that's unfortunate. No, well, but nonetheless, that seems like that we're gonna be probably at this point somewhat done with those. Hopefully. Well, for controller, of course, you don't need anything all that much. That's gonna be standard and accessibility. You can change the color hues here, they are the standard on the Ds. You can do that in the other games as well. Visibility friend for no. Outlines off, player text colors for the time being off, I guess. That seems maybe somewhat interesting. It's to be maybe easier differentiating who is actually doing what. I wonder if it's gonna be also having to do something with flares being colored or not. And this one also kinda curious about. Custom building placement colors, if it kinda like means that instead of just like always white, you're gonna be, for example, getting red when you can't build it. It's something I was kinda missing when I was looking at the streams. Minimap contrast, interesting. No camp, so I guess that's probably gonna be it. Let's see if we can therefore somewhat play. Kind of funny part was, or casual games, I was going to say a host in a game room. I'm not entirely certain if you're actually allowed to do so. I was kinda getting like an error that apparently it's not an admissible name, but it seems like it's with every kind of name. So I'm thinking you can probably play only rated. By the way, what is currently the number of players that we have here? 4,000 so far. Oh, that's not much. It's Friday. I'm hoping that on Saturday it's gonna be better, but if we don't reach like 10,000 players, then it's not boding too well, frankly. So I'm hoping it will be getting better. As you can see, the pings here. What are we getting for the servers? Australia 250, of course. Otherwise, South Brazil 200, okay. It's not too great. Otherwise, seems somewhat okay. Yeah, hosting doesn't seem to be working too well, so... Casual games apparently are possible. So it's not only ranked, it looks like. Game Ranger. And then some kind of known name somewhere. No, it's a lot of games at least, so it's kinda nice. I'm gonna be getting to test that reasonably well. I guess you're gonna be gifting somebody points in ranked. I was gonna almost wanting to be playing some random god, but I don't know really the build orders for the others than just Greeks, basically. That's what I used to play. I could probably figure something out, and Atlanteans are easy. And for Norse, well, maybe you can... At this point, if you don't have to be making the ox cards from the TC, then it's obviously quite a bit simplified. No, overall, the user interface is kinda... no, not nice. Original Age of Mythology ESO was much nicer. Test your might in ranked play. Once your lobby has been found, leaving the ranked lobby is not an option to prepare yourself for battle. Ranked score will refresh after each play. Okay. Standard, I guess, probably 1v1, and let's gift somebody there for points. I'm gonna be leaving the task manager here for a moment just to be showcasing how it performs my computer. Again, I'm having 11 years old computer. I'm having i5 3540, which is 3.6 GHz quad core. 8 GB RAM, DDR4 classic, and graphics card is Radeon 7900 plus. I don't know exactly what is the number in there, but 7900 line and 3 GB memory. But yeah, it's old, of course. It is old. So I'm gonna be also just like getting acquainted with the game, so it's going to be terrible as usual. No, but half a minute searching with so many people on, that's weird. So it's like nobody playing? No, there we go. It's taken a long time to load up all of it. Jesus Christ. Is that really what the servers already came to? With 3,000 people on. Or 4. Okay, so, but nonetheless, like, we don't even know who we are playing against, and we couldn't even select the color, or unless you need to be clicking on the arrow there, which is kind of hard to see. Unknown marsh. Well, from what I have seen, apparently rushes are good, so I guess let's maybe try to do some classic Athena.
Έτοιμοι. Τέκτον.
Προστάνει. Ορθός. Πάνω. Λαϊθριτών θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε.
I guess let's gonna go for some absolute bog standard build order with some kind of 6 villages maybe to start with, and we'll see what's gonna happen after.
Βούλομαι. Ορθό. Βούλομαι.
No, we can actually put on the auto queue therefore.
Λέγε. Παν. Βούλομαι. Παν. Βούλαν.
And hey Chrono, nah, I'm just gonna be... No, well, whoever's gonna be playing against me is gonna be having a good chance to get there. But holy damn, on the lowest graphics the game is absolutely horrendously ugly. Yeah, well, no. Not like people are watching my streams anyway, but at this point they're gonna be having even less of a reason to do so. Because this is atrociously ugly.
Πρόσταγμα ορθάν. Βούλομαι.
Oh, going for quite a bit of an old school build.
Έτοιμος.
So, probably slow one. We'll see how fast it's gonna be flawless mines against us. What is he even playing? Those icons are so hard to recognize. It's gonna be some Atlantean, probably therefore.
Πρόσταγμα.
I'm entirely certain which one. No, it's not only about the marsh. I'm just gonna like... Yeah, the game is just like not really looking good. And it's also very zoomed out overall. What do we have? Blue crystal shard. It's kinda nice. How is it actually changed? No, well, it's not. It's the same as it used to be always. Yeah, sure. Give me some random house here.
Λέγε.
And I guess you boys, as we used to be doing it in the olden times, it's kinda like, how the hell am I even supposed to be seeing the food here? I guess it's really so hard to see anything on this map. Areas crowned, unabridged town centers cost less and generate favor. Wood cost, Jesus Christ, that's a broken relic. Yeah, but I'm not seeing anything here. I need to be pulling out down the shades, and even that's probably not gonna help. Like really, this is as if I were playing somewhere like Diablo 4 at night. Just like absolutely nothing to be seen there. We could be already building a temple somewhere. 4 maybe the advance. This is gonna be not the quickest one at all. But whatever. Not like I care too much. Run through food here. And need it to be. And therefore, what is the civilization there for? Oh, that's hard. What? That's hard ass. Jesus Christ. It's not even recognizable that it should be him. Nice idle time on the villager. Didn't shift click him over, unfortunately. I guess let's go the Athena. Seems like that Hermes is kind of useless. Considering that we're hard ass against us. Maybe some kind of second TC possibly.
Παν βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Well, I noticed that we are close to pop limit.
Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Ναι, μάλιστα.
Relics, kind of like weird to see on the minimap as well.
Παν βούλομαι.
Okay, nice animation missing. They seem to be kind of like interesting refloat in the units.
Παν βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
What to do with you boys? We're having some chickens here, for example.
Τέκτον.
No, so I imagine, do we have... This is so unusual to be looking topwards, actually, for...
Έστω. Ναι, βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω.
Do
Βούλομαι.
that.
Βρυτό. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Έστω. Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι.
Can I actually
Έστω.
take this TC? Where is the icon for the TC? That's a house. Town center here, 350 I need for that.
Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Ναι.
Okay, bit of gold, so I guess let's build a stable then if I already begin this way, or the begin this way.
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Λέγει. Βούλομαι. Θρητόμος.
I can probably switch into piggies. By the way, we didn't really find too many piggies.
Ορθός.
I had much of a luck with that, unless it was quite a bit lowered.
Προς μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Yeah, let's get a few stables. We'll see what happens with that. Nothing too great I'm expecting, but whatever.
Προς λέγε.
But yeah, the game is really ugly, without any kind of graphics settings.
Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Έτοιμος. Ορθός.
What's the training time for the horses at this point?
Πρόσταγμα.
You see it here, or do you not? Like... Okay. Pierce armor, speed, hack damage. I mean, like, that's not even like a creation speed here. Oh, that... No, there is not. So is it like still the 20 seconds or whatnot? Because I like legit don't know.
Πάνι.
Λέστο. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Guess we need to be eating some food here.
Προς βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμη.
Έτοιμος.
No, not
Πρόσταγμα.
like I hope you wanted to farm with you already.
Έτοιμος. Βούλο. Όρο.
Okay, screw you, boy.
Λέγε. Ορθός. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Hero kinda tanky. But, since our Minotaurs actually costing some kind of decent gold at this point instead of food, I guess you can be probably getting something done with that.
Έτοιμο. Βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε.
So, 14 favor. Yeah, well, that's gonna be soon there.
Λέγε. Έστω. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
What? That's really what the farms are gonna be looking like. I'm kinda hoping not. What is husbandry doing this time? Herdables, villager at its carrying capacity. Okay, we don't need that yet.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Βρυτό. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε, βούλομαι. Τι έστω.
50 gold. No, I probably need to be switching over into gold here.
Έτοιμοι. Τέκτον.
And apparently also some houses are gonna be needed.
Τέκτον. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός.
Yeah, I guess let's have a look somewhere across the map.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα.
Radeon, you're gonna be wanting to be a bit annoying here. Let's gonna see if we can do that.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ισμάχη. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Εισβολή. Παν. Βούλομαι.
Okay, Happy can seem kinda trashy. Let's maybe see if upgrade is gonna be helping with that at least a bit. Okay.
Λέγε. Παν. Βούλομαι.
Heroic age, alright. No, apparently we're overdoing the wood here a bit.
Έτοιμοι. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Really?
Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
So how does the shift key right now work here?
Έτοιμοι.
Πρόσεχε,
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
έτοιμο, βούλομαι. Τέκτον, τέκτον, τέκτον.
Oh, I can be actually shift clicking on the TC, right? Don't have to be doing it in such an
Τεκ, τεκ, τεκ,
obtuse
τεκ,
way.
τέκτον,
Yeah.
τέκτον, τέκτον, τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Παν. Πάνι.
Really?
Πρόσταγμα. Βάνι. Λέγε. Ορθός. Καλός.
I'm
Λέγε.
gonna stay here. No, well, can we actually kite TC? That's kinda like the big question here, I guess.
Πρόσεχε,
Εισβολή.
Why is he coming out here when you have the other point to the top side? Like, what kind of stupidity is that? Why is that actually like any kind of thing?
μάλιστα.
There's tower here. Guess
Τέκτον,
around here. Favor seems healthy, and now we're just gonna need a lot of gold, I imagine. Let's probably also spread out a bit more northwards.
τέκτον. Λέγε, πρόσεχε, πρόσεχε.
I wonder if the archers are gonna be really that helpful, but I guess.
Ναι, τέκτον,
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
έτοιμος. Τεκ, 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 βούλομαι. Ναι, τέκτον, τέκτον.
What do we need? 250 wood, 20 favor. Okay, that's a bit interesting. Wait, what? Oh, right, the wood. Yeah. Kinda almost thinking I might be wanting to get a secondary temple. And, alright.
Έτοιμοι.
Some stuff
Εισβολή.
apparently here. I mean, like, going some kind of heavy minotaurs doesn't seem like that much of a terrible idea, maybe necessarily.
Βούλομαι. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Πάνι. Ορθός.
Προς. Μάλιστα.
Who do we have? Achilles here for him. Oh well, sure.
Λέγε.
Let's keep you entertained there with the red villages. At this point, red villages practically.
Ρητόμος.
Λέγε,
Προς. Ναι. Έστω. Μάλιστα.
So what do we have? Apollon or myth units? Well, let's try Hydras. I always enjoy those.
Έτοιμοι. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Βούλο. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα ποινός.
Πρόσταγμα ορθούλομαι.
Where did the horseman go? Did he just like refuse to go, or what the hell? Come on, join the fight. Nah, why not? We can do the same. We also know how to do that.
Τέκτον. Θηρευτή.
The Hydra is just like so broken, like OP, it looks to me.
Εισβολή.
Well, let's build a few of those girls. How did it not go into 3? Going to be needing a few more of those.
Τέκτον. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Okay, so I'm kinda guessing we're gonna be soon.
Λέγε
You really don't have the 75 favor just yet. That's a bit of a shame.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Έστω.
επάνω. Λέει καλώς. Προσταγισμάκι.
Προσταγέσου.
Λέγε.
Okay,
Έτοιμη.
so apparently fortress from the right is gonna be a good idea. And right, another one. Probably somewhere right here.
Τέκτον. Λέγε.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε.
And we certainly need to be moving you into probably some different resource.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέει βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Λέει βούλομαι. Ρητόμος.
Hydras, I guess. A few of those. But nonetheless, yeah, as expected. I mean, like, it was kinda actually weird somewhat. How he was kinda killing us so easily. And like the horses couldn't kill anything at all. So is that like an assumption that horses are weak? Or what is it? I mean, like statistics on them, melee resistance the same, hit points as well. Bonus against the archers is supposed to be there, but it's like we're killing them too quickly.
Λέει έστω.
No, at this point, of course, that's already the broken pop limit, of course, that's gonna be messing up with the game.
Έτοιμος.
It's kind of like the snowball mechanism, of course. Lots of things. But rather, I guess you can therefore right now remove the task manager. We've already shown enough how it works with what we have. And, well, yeah, something maybe right path now to do with the settings. I don't kind of think so. Gonna play pretty much alright, I guess. But, yeah, well, graphics are gonna be of course what they are. Let's give him the points. You can't type in chat after, you need to be typing GG before. Wait, what? And you can't click anything here, what the hell? It just like constantly kicks you back. Well, that's stupid. Oh well. That's really weird. That's kinda similar to actually Age of Empires 4, but at least you have the endgame chat kind of in the boss game. Which apparently isn't the case here. No, so apparently going for just like the straight myth units is maybe not entirely much a good idea. If I was actually faster with the Minotaurs, it might have been working. So probably with archers. So going heavy on the wood and gold and favor. So going Minotaurs and archers would be singling the heroes. That might actually work. Because gold is easy to get. Okay, now you can be actually giving good game when he's already off. No, that's great. That is great indeed. No, but so far, quite a bit of a trashy feel of the first game, as far as the quality of the game and everything. Yeah, well, that's gonna be unfortunately, of course, influenced by the fact that we are playing on the lowest graphics. Seems to be connecting, or having connected also the Xbox. So what do we have here in the statistics? Total population, sure. I live Elysia, I was having them all the time. Tons of them, he as well apparently. Civilians, somewhat similar. Military units, he was of course able to keep up quite a bit better. But again, no surprise. As I mentioned, I haven't played for 20 years, so I played a bit when Extended Edition came out and Tale of the Dragon, but it was literally just like, I don't know, 10-15 games maybe, and nothing too serious either. So we'll see if I'm gonna be even able to get into it, or even wanting to get into it. At this point though, yeah, there's not much of a point in streaming, because I mean, like, the game looks as ugly as it does on the stream, and on my settings then nobody's gonna be watching, right? Even less than today, so... well, probably no need to bother too much. All resources, of course, and you're getting then raided. Oh, kinda like blocked on resources. Maybe he was getting also some extra upgrades then. So that obviously also helped him. And what is, by the way, also the bonus for the hardest. That's also what I didn't entirely play towards. There is also something I'm gonna be having to look at. So, statistics. Something specific here. Not too much. Just army, of course. No, unit skilled weren't too bad, but that's because he was also sieging, so he's of course gonna be having higher losses than overall. 416, decent advance time, but didn't really help him too much, frankly. You go in for like a very bad 515, as in very bad execution of it. And still, that wasn't really any kind of problem. You could have had Heroic Age like 5 minutes earlier, if I paid proper attention to the resources. It's absolutely really... it's unusual to be having to look at the resources to the top side. You just kind of like don't see it too much. And it's hard to realize that you have the resources. So, that is maybe something you're gonna be having to do something about. But GG. Yeah, I was just kinda wanting to be playing it as basically they want us to play it. So wanted to be having some experience, which is really kind of alien in a lot of things. Bit of a disco. But nonetheless, what you can therefore do with the UI, if you can be putting it down, it's maybe gonna be a bit easier to get used to. So what was maybe there? Villager double click was kinda nice. Villagers performing same action was really cool. I'm not entirely certain if I want to be necessarily putting in idle. Kinda thinking I want the first one more, because it works also on, unless I'm not entirely certain if actually idle villages are like an action or not. That's something I'm gonna have to test, because I don't necessarily want to be like plug-in idle villages with what I want to be sending some specific ones away for. Oh, really? Let's not apply. Come on. Okay. Hello, villager priority. Yeah, didn't even notice that, so I guess. Auto-train villages in newly built town centers. I mean, like, if it's already an option, then... It's kind of like something that is a bit interesting, maybe with... No, at this point, not with Norse, I guess. But with them, you have to be choosing what you want to be actually putting the auto-queue upon. It's probably better to be getting used to it without it. If, yeah, I will be playing random god. And also, the tooltip delay is very annoying. I want that immediately. Many seconds. I want that immediate, probably. That was a bit clicking save instead of apply. Kinda almost wanting to test the single unit hover on the display attack range when it's already in the game. It's something that's kinda, in my opinion, not having a place in the game, but nonetheless, if they already decided to include it. Advanced tech, threshold snap to unit. What is that? No idea. The hit points on mouse rollover. Hit points were probably working fine. That didn't seem like too much of a problem. I was also thinking I'm gonna be having to figure out the zoom. What kind of zoom level I want to be playing at. It kinda felt a bit too high for me. For some proper control. HUD scale. Oh, that's something you're gonna be having to test. Enable alternative HUD layout. Next to the minimap in a more condensed manner. I guess that's that. And a HUD scale, can you make it? Let's gonna see what's gonna do. Smaller one. Hey, I clicked correctly. Apply. No. Otherwise, movement of the camera probably seemed somewhat alright in the scroll. At least that just maybe didn't bother me. That's kinda like the first step, I guess. Default zoom level, I'm kinda thinking I probably want a bit higher. No. I'm gonna be always clicking that stupid save there. Camera rotation, yes, sure. Camera shake. Didn't even notice that. That's gonna be some special occasions. Ah well. Can leave it on until it's gonna be annoying me. Edge scrolling, right click, camera drag. That's something that maybe could be annoying me, because in AoE 4 it was. Because I'm not entirely precise with my mouse, I simply don't have that precision in my hand. So sometimes I'm just gonna be clicking and then dragging, which is gonna be maybe a bit annoying, but so far I haven't noticed that. So once it's gonna be probably removing it. Just want to be seen when it's gonna be that way. Limit notifications were earlier than in original AOM, it looked like. Because I was already having 11 pop limit out of 15 and it was already screaming I'm running out of pop limit, which is... I think, isn't it like 13 on the original game? I think it's lower. Seems unnecessarily too high. I'm kinda like panicky. I guess it's gonna be probably fine here. Something else. Sound probably was alright. Hotkeys. Idles there. TC there. Ah well. It's gonna be taking years before I get used to any kind of reasonable hotkeys. Okay, so probably this. Okay, let's check therefore how many players we have right about now playing. 4,000. No, that's not good in my opinion, but it's the Friday. I'm still hoping that Saturday and Sunday is gonna be having more. Again, if you don't reach 10,000 players, it's a very bad news for the game, frankly. There are plenty of things going against that. Summer can apparently not entirely letting too many people know. Olympics also on top of it, that also doesn't help. But frankly, it doesn't seem too high, 4,000. And how many viewers do we have and streamers? 3,000 people streaming, or 3,000 people viewing rather. Number of streamers incredibly low as well. Yeah, this is not good. But again, I'm gonna be holding off because this is the Friday. That was obviously expected to be completely stupid time. Weekends should be better, but I'm still thinking they selected completely wrong. It should have been like 15 to 18 GMT because Age of Mythology has no following in Asia, which is the reason why they went for this. $9.55. Let's probably continue with the Zeus. I was hoping to be playing Random God, but let's gonna leave it for the next days probably. I just need to be at least used to the game somehow. Again, and playing a game actually. I probably would be looking at some casting though. Today still. What is the time by the way? 16:17. We're having like an hour left. So let's maybe do like 1-2 games. What is the surge though? Half a minute and there's supposed to be a decent amount of people. Like, what is this time frame? Elysium, but I have no idea what that is about. Can you change the color here or not? Seems like that you cannot, right? Wait, you can't be typing to him? That's messy. Oh, that's not in the game. What? Well, that's stupid. You can't be changing color on rank. Like, why? Why is that a thing? Oh well. Again, just like the name not loading is awesome. Wow, that's small UI.
Τέκτον.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Βουλάνι. Λέγε βουλάνι. Ορθάνι.
Okay, resources to I would be liking them to have. I want them on the left though. I want like the original AOM UI. This is gonna not helping too much in my opinion. I'm gonna be probably having to switch it over.
Λέγε.
So we have 5, let's get 6 and then the wood. Seems like quite nice gold for us to begin with.
Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Too lazy to be scouting with the boars or the piggies.
Προσβούλομαι. Πάνι.
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον.
But it's kind of like the quite quick build, 2 and 2, right? To begin with.
Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθάνι.
I'm hoping you can build storehouse next to it.
Βούλομαι.
Hoping they're not gonna be forcing me into a Brazilian storehouse on it.
Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Ορφάνι. Βούλομαι. Παν. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Wanted to B-type him last time, but just like didn't entirely have the time for it.
Τέκτον.
It's gonna be useful also for the wood line here.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
And I guess since you are already bothering me on the pop, this is like, yeah, the right side is not gonna helpful too much. I'm gonna have to switch it over. And let's do the hot skill there for the standard one.
Έτοιμος. Ορθός.
This one was a bit too small.
Λέγε μεταλλεύς.
There's the feather food. Left side.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. 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 Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι.
I think I'm gonna be testing the graphical settings when we're gonna be casting a game. During that, I should be having time to have some kind of proper look.
Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς.
Oh, the temples are actually more expensive, right? They are not 100, they are 150. Okay, then.
Πρόσταγμα.
So, that's gonna be 10 on food, and next one is gonna be on temple.
Έτοιμος.
You can theoretically advance Lordy now.
Βούλομαι.
You have to be there for starting with so many, but whatever. Where do we build the temple? Probably here. Protect our boys there.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Τέκτον.
Λέγε ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
So Rixos is rightwards. Yeah, also the minimap is a bit harder to see. Like recognize. There was something with some kind of like, I don't know, what was it? I don't know, there was a kind of setting for minimap for some contrast, but I'm not entirely certain what it was at this point anymore. What is he, by the way, playing? Zeus. Let's try the Minotaurs then, I guess. Again, it seems like maybe some kind of strat.
Λέγε, πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Let's be bold. Or stupid, you decide. Or rather, opponent is gonna be deciding for us.
Ορθούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος. Έστω. Ναι.
No relics on this map. Bit weird.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Λέγε,
Έτοιμος.
Not really enjoying you here.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθούλομαι. Ορθούλομαι. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Ποιος.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθούλομαι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα.
Okay, so let's stay around here. What is right now Heracles Costin? It's kinda cheap actually. So I'm assuming let's get him. Let's get another Minotauros. And what do we therefore need? We need a bit of wood for that, right? And especially favor. That's gonna be needing some archers for the support.
Τέκτον.
That's
Πρόσεχε.
kinda what we thought is maybe gonna be the plan.
Λέγε έστω.
You are still fine here. You can probably go somewhere a bit more forward to get ready with our nonsenses. No, and switching a bit more, I guess. Not that Faber still really need that. Not entirely doing us hot yet.
Λέγε. Βάνι. Βάνι. Μπροστά.
Let's get the upgrade because it's properly broken.
Λέγε. Ταπεινός.
I guess let's switch into a bit more wood. Pop limit. Okay, we apparently need an already housey.
Στέκτον. Ταπεινός.
Recover the Osberg wagon. Oh well, who cares?
Μάλιστα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Πρόσταγμα. Όρο. Λέει, ναι, είσαι καλός. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Can I get the villager before it's gonna be finished? No, I can't, unfortunately. But he can still help out anyway.
Λέγε. Ισμάχη. Βούλωμα. Όρο.
Okay,
Πρόσταγμα.
the house.
Τέκτον.
Ετοίμος. Έτοιμος. Εισβολή. Λέγε.
Come on. Where is, by the way, Heracles? Did he already die? I guess he probably did.
Λέγε. Ορθός. Βούλωμα. Λέγε.
Okay, gonna be having to right now take the house down first so that we can block him.
Πρόσεξε. Έτοιμος. Καλός. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλωμα. Καλός.
Πρόσεχε. Ρητό. Έτοιμος. Τέκτον.
I'm gonna be having some decent idols as well here already. Ah well, screw that, let's get those, and you steal the food here.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βούλωμα. Πρόσταγμα.
I'll be liking to be having actually the movement of the heroes into different spots. It'd be kind of nice if you could be getting that. Ah well. Screw the barrage, who cares? I'll be strong enough for the TC, by the way, already. What kind of damage do we have against buildings? None? Oh, that's a bit sad.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλωμα.
I guess you need a bit more gold.
Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Καλός. Πρόσταγμα.
Need a bit of health on our boys.
Ορθός. Ισμάχη.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Πρόσταγμα.
And I guess can be I guess in some new lumber camp. There is Mr. Heracles actually camping.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Ταπεινός. Ταπεινός.
Έτοιμη. Tecton.
No. Probably can be built in anywhere in there, it looks like.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλον. Πάνω. Ορθός. Πάνω. Καλός. Ορθός. Πάνω. Βούλον. Ορθός. Λέγε. Πάνω. Πρόσεχε. Ετοίμους. Βούλον. Της μάχη. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Εισβολή. Βούλον. Ορθός.
Where is you be gathering some resources, mister?
Λέγε.
There we go. Again. I want to type the GG there. That's so annoying me. Yeah, this guy, I'm thinking he wasn't as good as the last one. Or kind of like probably a bit newer. But nonetheless. Yeah, this seems to be fairly simple strat with the Minotaurs. Archers to cover the heroes, Minotaurs there. Yeah. Oh, of course, it's gonna be easily counted by high level players because they're just gonna be raiding you back onto the temple and everything. I wonder if it's gonna be worthwhile to go for forward build with this. Like dropping some forward temple, you know, basically like camping the enemy base. We definitely have to be advancing faster than we were. It needs to be like 4.5 at max. And we were even advancing. When was even the advance? Do we see it here? Yes, we are advancing 5 minutes plus now, 5:16 again. Yeah, we need to be going for 4:30. So therefore, that means... No, how to play that? 6 villages on food at the start. Then... No, we're gonna be needing to start already with favor early, so that's gonna be having to account for at least 1 villager. But further villages are gonna be after advance onto favor. We're gonna be needing decent amount of wood because we need archer ranges. I think you can probably play it on 1 archer range to be quick. No, I kinda wonder, probably without upgrades if you're gonna be there for 4:30. So that's gonna be saving some resources there. It's gonna be quite a bit tighter. Definitely requiring some kind of good timing on the restoration. No, that 75 favor on the bolt is probably not gonna be too useful. I was kinda thinking of maybe I'll get in a bit more bolts for the enemy heroes if he's gonna be Greek. That could be potentially useful. But that's seeming out of the scope practically when you need to be hitting the myth units. Even as Zeus, you're not gonna be quick enough on that. But really, so far what bothered me the most was I'll be liking to be having special waypoint for heroes. Something like in Age of Empires 3 you're having the waypoints for the shipments, which is of course something different than for the villages and stuff. Well, nonetheless, not like it's different in original AOM, right? You also have only one. No, civilians kinda same-ish, just like classic auto queue here. We killed a few whales at the start on that food. And then I was also floating a lot of food, sorry, because I didn't need it. So that's also something to be accounting for. So I just kinda didn't need to be having the second group of hunters at all. I could have switched them onto gold probably earlier. I would have been having some easier access to the Minotaurs. That is maybe something that could have been done. On the resources, 5, 2, 2.5, and 9, so it's gonna be 3,400 more. Oh, well, it wasn't that much of a long game, right? It was about like 10 minutes. No, 12 minutes, wasn't too much. Oh, there are relics on the sides though. Okay. They're really hard to see on the normal map, by the way. Arrows of the Alphars, so that's the same as it used to be. Scarab Pendant. all the siege weapons and myth units, yeah, because in original AOM it's kind of weirdly specific. That's alright, change. And Bridle of Pegasus, of course. That is a good addition, or good simply upgrade. Guess GG then. Oh, we didn't give him that good game emote icon, or what is it? Yeah, I kinda want to be playing this quick game because that's kinda where I'm not entirely having to do too much with my hotkeys and whatnot. So it's easier, of course, for me to do. I'm not sure if I want to be ruining anybody's games in team games. Probably not too much, frankly. I'll be thinking, let's maybe ruin it only for myself for the time being. But the UI is really a big problem, really. Just kinda like prevents me from seeing how many resources I have. I'm just like way too used in my brain to be seeing it down left, and therefore that's also something I'm used to from the casting, and that's why I also don't realize I'm having so many resources floating, because I just don't see it. And I don't have the feel for the game, obviously, as a player, as I'm only casting, and here it's also gonna be a bit different. So, how's it looking? Players? No, still the same. Viewers kinda same-ish as well. Not great. And by the way, even more worrisome in my opinion is that there are no new streamers, by the way. That, at least on the closed beta, there were kind of other players, or other streamers from like outside, and now there's nothing like that. I'm not really liking that too much, by the way, for the future of the game. Yeah, I'm saying long term, people are misunderstanding the hype that there is. It's really not as big as people think. They are misreading plenty of the numbers, unfortunately. Probably don't want to be bothering other people playing with me from the community, because, like, why? I just suck. Tunison is, for example, playing if you want. That might be interesting. Magic is on. GMZ is on as well. Interesting player. HUSKSUPPE. Of course, everybody's watching Quoth. Flame is also playing. Chemo. Beastie Cutie, by the way. From Age of Empires 4, testing his skill there. He's having like third of the viewers, the 1k in there from the 3,300. But okay, let's do another game. And what's the time? 16:38. We have like an hour. So let's do one more, and then I'm gonna be casting something, so that I can also play with the graphics. And no, well, tomorrow Sunday we're gonna be playing some more. Maybe some random god if I'm gonna be brave in it. I'd be liking if during alt up the music didn't go off. But I don't think that was in the settings anywhere. It's not. $1,001. I want to change my color. When it's already an option, it's kinda weird you can't do it, even in ranked. Of course, in the original game you can't, but nonetheless, if you have the option now here, why not do it? Mr. Micah Moosehead.
Λέγει, βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι.
And also the 4 villages you start with, of course, as opposed to 3. That's also messing up with the build orders a bit.
Πάνω. Ορθός. Πάνω.
Λέγε.
So can you therefore play with only
Ορθός.
5, I wonder?
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
At the start, because of the 4th villager. You might actually be able to do so.
Έτοιμος.
Let's see, let's go 6. Do I... Yeah, that's a wood line at the back, okay. I was kinda worried we might be having only front one.
Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Πάνω. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Yeah, that is a classic mining camp that you shouldn't be doing, but I'm not gonna be bolting right now rebuilding it.
Ορθός.
But yes, that's exactly what you shouldn't be doing. On the
Έτοιμος.
side
Πάνω.
of the forest.
Ορθός.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
How well do villages actually fit in between? So that's something that needs to be tested properly.
Βούλομαι. Βούλομαι. Ορθό. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε.
Can probably build a house here. And
Tecton
once that's
με τα
finished, you're gonna be going back there. You go for the food on the left. Oh, well, just a bit closer.
Πάνω. Βούλομαι.
So it's gonna be maybe making our advance a bit easier.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Let's maybe get like 3 villages here.
Πάνι.
And
Πρόσταγμα.
see if it's gonna
Ορθός.
be enough.
Λέγε. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσμα. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Πάνω. Βούλομαι. Ορθό. Βούλομαι.
No, nonetheless, we have also done this. We don't have the resources right now yet for the temple. I guess 1 and 1. Let's gonna maybe spread it out a bit.
Έτοιμος.
Be getting a bit
Θρητόμος.
close though.
Θρητόμος.
Λέγε. Ορθός.
Thinking I'm gonna be dropping that
Πρόσεχε.
forwardish temple a bit more.
Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
And see if it's gonna be helping out.
Πάνω. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε.
Okay, another on the wood. And I think we should be able to advance somewhat soon.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθό. Πάνω. Φάνη. Φάνη.
It's a bit lower on the score, he might be already advancing.
Πρόσταγμα.
Because otherwise he's also harder, so I'm assuming it's gonna be the case.
Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνω. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
So let's do it without the advances. We're gonna be needing that right now. Continue favor gathering. And I guess, as you're gonna be right about now, almost done here.
Λέγε.
And
Έστω.
probably will already move over into that hunting spot.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι.
You can move over to
Ταπεινός.
favor. Then we need the hero. So do we get some upgrade here? Or do we get both? Let's try to play upgrade list. What is the upgrade number? 10%. 10% both, so that's at least the
Πρόσταγμα.
same.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Λέει έτοιμος. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Let's maybe spread ourselves a bit.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμος. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω. Βούλω. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλω. Έστω. Πρόσεχε.
No, and now I guess we need a lot of gold, simply. And of course, houses.
Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Ετοίμος, μάλιστα.
Ταπεινός.
Μπροστά βούλομαι. Μα βούλομαι. Ναι, βούλομαι.
So gold seems good. Right now it's gonna be up to favor.
Λέγε βούλομαι. Θηρευτής. Έστω. Ταπεινός.
Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
What do we need right now? 20 favor for that.
Lesto.
It's kind of expensive, but the statistics increase is very nice. Oh well. Alright, Scout, you know what we are gonna be doing here? Well,
Μάλιστα.
we're gonna be trying to murder you early, that's what we're doing here.
Λέγε, μάλιστα. Τι βούλομαι.
Wait, what? Oh, sentinels.
Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Okay, so here again. And I guess it's gonna be time probably for the upgrade currently, but we need to be going a bit off right about now the danger zone.
Πρόσταγμα. Χώρο.
Can actually right now get on the villages here.
Λέγε. Χώρο.
I'm always confused by the sound of that actually a relic gathering. Almost looks like it's the same sound as advancing the age, isn't it? It's like a bit annoying.
Εισβολή.
Okay, we need a bit more favor, and especially right now a bit more houses. Minotaurs seem to be at this point doing healthily, running around the enemy base. Let's keep this guy alive if he can. Wow, the restoration is nerfed! That is so nerfed, the restoration, Jesus Christ, I didn't even notice it in the first previous game.
Λέγε έκτο. Ταπεινός.
Okay, so right click basically the same as the auto queue using for the special powers. Alright then. Okay, seems like we need a bit more gold.
Πρόσεχε.
Then even the favor.
Έκτο.
Λέγε. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα.
No
Λέγε
need, I guess, to bother with this
Πρόσταγμα.
guy.
Ορθός.
He's actually already headless, it's kind of funny detail.
Ορθός.
That's something I definitely can appreciate.
Πρόσταγμα.
Should be having heroes somewhere here, right?
Έστω.
Yes.
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ισμάχη. Πρόσταγμα. Καλός. Χώρο.
Yeah, the imprecision of the units is on the archers is
Ισμάχη. Πάνι.
a bit actually interesting.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Ναι, έστω. Έστω.
No, I think we have already weakened him fairly significantly. And that drench for the sentinel though.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
Okay. No, well, that's obviously kind of like... It's kind of farming, no? If you're gonna be simply playing some kind of quick attack like that, then obviously most people that are new are just gonna die to it, so... If I played it against like a competent player, I would just like die, of course, because you'll be outplaying me. So yeah, but nonetheless, I'm thinking that this is a valid strat. Though the imprecision of the Toxotai is definitely a problem. If it were original game, then I'm kinda thinking that you will be a whole lot better off. I have to be figuring out how the archers are working with their accuracy. No, it's kinda weird to play. I'm just gonna play in some kind of dumb build order. Big problem is that on the graphics that I'm having, unfortunately, the game looks like absolute trash. And I can't be playing anything better because optimization apparently doesn't seem to be great. It's not a problem with graphic cards, it's a problem with CPU. So it's not even like... I'm gonna be at this point casting something, so I want to be playing with the graphics, what computer allows me. So I'm gonna be trying to set up all the possible graphical things that graphical card can be handling up. So hopefully it's gonna be looking a bit better. But overall, the sounds, yeah, also kinda right, the Minotaur sounds are a bit wonky. I don't know, it's probably that I'm not used to it. But just like the original is so well done, in my opinion, I just can't help it. I don't understand so many changes for no reason practically. But yeah, Minotaurs costing gold instead of food. No, that's kinda like exactly resulting into possible abuse like this. No, but otherwise it looks like with the Centaurs the idea is going to be to practically dive the base and dive the villages and kill them as soon as possible. What I've noticed, people mention that they are weaker and therefore easier to kill. I haven't entirely looked into it yet. But yeah, and especially if there's gonna be clump of villagers, and considering that therefore the special attack for the Minotaur is for some reason area of effect. Like why? Again. Why make Giga Gigantes almost of him? Then that's probably the play with the Minotaurs. Thinking that the music also needs to be going a bit lower. The sounds are probably fine, I'm thinking. What? Oh, well, no, well, what? I probably ran out of gold mine at the end. Why? That's nonsense. I couldn't have been having 20 villages. No, maybe if the gold mine ran out. But at 6 minutes, no. Huh, no, this is wrong. This is definitely wrong. It has to be counting villages on favor as idle. Definitely. Yeah, that's gonna be villages on favor as idle, because that's not making any kind of sense this way. Oh well. And of course, and we got into his base. He wasn't ready for that yet. You can't join a casual game. No, I mean, like, it's even taking me like a minute plus to join into a normal rated game. I don't know what's going on. But if their servers are... I mean, like, yeah, it's not easy to get into a game. So, I can't host a casual game, it looks like. That's how I was having a problem with that. So, I don't know. If it's right now crashing at 4,000 players, then... I'm not entirely certain what they were expecting then. Okay, so what's the time? So we are having half an hour left. Okay, we're gonna be casting some game now, so that I can play with the graphics and maybe get in some video as well. 260 favor, yep. Works rather well. We reached actually 434, so that definitely wasn't optimal still yet. But it wasn't terrible. 434 with what we did. There is definitely, I think, an opportunity to advance in like 2 villages faster probably. Even though having the 5 on wood and 5 on gold is really useful there. I'm thinking you can remove villages on food, you don't have to have them. I can probably start with 5 on food and still be having fine resources. That can be shaving off some good seconds. Because the 4th starting village is making a lot of difference there. So I can probably do that. And then the 5-5, I'm liking it because I need a lot of wood for the archers and the gold is gonna be needed. Oh yeah, I think in the 5 is gonna be maybe fine. Just the foodies I can reduce further. And then during advance, I can of course move them over as well. I can keep like 3 food villages, 4, so that I can maintain villager production and a hero here and there. Because also the upgrade onto Minotaur is costing wood. So I just like literally need absolutely no food whatsoever with this build. Or I can also play with maybe trying to get the upgrades onto Echo. But I'm thinking that with this strategy they're gonna be having longer time to actually pay off than would be useful. So I'm thinking this is gonna be better without them. Ah well, GG. And now I can. Previously it was saying that it's invalid name or kind of like breaking code of conduct or whatever. Seems like that now we can actually do that. I was gonna be hosting it and cancelling it just to be seen if it works or not. Yeah, it seems like that it is. Okay, so what are we having the maps here? Again, I don't understand why, for example, let's tone down the blaring music. Not understanding why, for example, Anatolia has been changed into Scandinavia from AoE 2. Like, why? Why not keep it as it was? Naval maps, land maps. It's a bit kind of like... It's popular in the community, but maybe you're gonna be teaching the bad habits. Acropolis, Alfheim, Archipelago. Not sure that's gonna be popular. Arena though is a bit interesting, of course, if it's gonna be possible, because it wasn't previously possible to do in the map scripting of Age of Mythology. Air. Oh, that's like Ayer's Rock. It's kinda like, that's practically Oasis, isn't it? Also it doesn't look like it's gonna be having some high amount of food. Black Sea, arid shallows in there, Blue Lagoon, Elysium we've played already plenty times, Erebus, Ghost Lake, Classic. Very small lake though on Ghost Lake. At least kinda looks like from the preview. Giza, that's Tropical Mirage. So stealing concept and renaming. Congratulations, Forgotten Empires. Good job. Gold Rush, no, well, that's already something we play on Wobbly Balance patch, but nonetheless that's popular in other games, of course. Ironwood. That's Michi. Yeah, that's practically Michi. You're gonna be directly divided, so Michi. From AoE 2. Jotunheim Classic, Kerlaugar. That's... Okay, that's a bit funny map, actually. That reminds me that's something from AoE 3, isn't it? What was the map? Something like Amazonia, or I don't know. Something like that. In AoE 3 is actually a similar map. Land Unknown, of course, Marsh, Classic, Medit. Megalopolis is gonna be making an appearance again, nice. Midgard, hopefully with some decent fish. Mirage, yeah, that's the classic we have. So at this point they're actually gonna be keeping the name. But on Tropical Mirage, for some reason, they don't. I guess they maybe just gonna thought because of the pyramids it's gonna be better to be named that way. So I guess it's gonna be just that reason. Mirkwood. Interesting. So that's a kind of weird Black Forest probably, right? I guess. Mount Olympus. Muspelheim. No, Mount Olympus. I'm kinda having a hard time actually seeing what it's even going to be. Kinda like something surrounded by mountains, I guess. Nile Shallows. No, so that's basically Nile Delta without the water at the side. Nomad, of course. Oasis, sure. River Nile, classic. River Styx. Classicos as well. So therefore, migration but without fish. Savannah seems normal. Sea of Worms. The original one, it looks like. As far as the island, because the RTSL version doesn't have the island. But it's probably gonna be starting with the towers, so some kind of hybrid between those two versions. Team Migra. Unknown, of course. Tiny is actually included immediately. That's kinda nice. Wonder how many specific custom scenarios they're gonna be there for introducing or having in. And Water and Hove in Land Saga. Okay. Classic settings. Large Giant. Revealed. Extreme and Legendary. On the difficulty, some extras. Starting resources, alright. The game speed. Interesting. Not entirely something that we have in AOM too much, or at least don't use. Bonus. Select to enable bonuses adjusting difficulty settings for players. Oh, that's handicap. Why can't they just gonna say handicap? Is that some kind of bad word or whatnot? I mean, like you having handicaps in golf, for example. Are they changing it into bonuses? No. So, who is the stupido who has decided that handicap is a bad word? Like, really? Seriously. Why make such needless changes? Free for all, okay. Deathmatch Lightning and Conquest, King of the Hill, Regicide, Sudden Death. Right. Standard being practically Supremacy, of course. Could have been keeping it as Supremacy as well. Not like it matters too much, but nonetheless, let's leave and let's maybe therefore see if there is something for us to stream and cast. How do we get into observing though? How do you observe games? Because these are games to log into or play. No games recorded yet, and that's like how? When I'm having actually recording on. Like what the hell? You know, player game mode. Can you like not cast? Like, how do you do that? And why is the match history empty is really beyond me. By the way, do we have... Where do we have actually right now the settings? And therefore the recorded games. Well, that's gonna be somewhere well hidden. It's somewhere on users, I'm thinking on C. On your Windows, actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not creating recorded games. Oh, save. Oh, that's save game, sorry. I was not looking into the correct space and place. And if somebody knows how to observe games, please let me know, because so far it feels like that I can't. Okay, they are the recorded games, but they just do not show up for some reason in the game at all. Weird. Treasury is information, Tech 3 is of course Tech 3. Okay, I'm probably just like completely stupid, but I just don't see where to observe games. Somebody actually casting even or not? Because it almost looks like that you can't. No, but there is casting going on. But how do you do that then? Oh, there they are. Okay, so that's like here. Oh, spectated. Oh, that's a stupid system. Okay, why is it actually in one... Oh, Jesus Christ. One place. Okay, I'm gonna be probably choosing just like some kind of 1v1. Some maybe interesting players somewhere. RTS enjoyer. That's gonna be a smurf of somebody. That is something I recognize from somewhere. Don Arts. Is that going to be Don RT? 40-minute game time. Jesus. Okay, not started, but started here. Like, why I'm not entirely seeing full games, I guess. Can you order through that? Apparently you can't, right? Can you filter like 2 out of 2? No, it's gonna be filtering just the names, right? Alatier. Is it looking for names? No, it's not even looking for names, right? Yeah, that's great. So that's gonna be apparently a stupid system for the search. And it's gonna be therefore looking for just the name of the game, right? No, of course. That's superb. Okay, let's see the filters then. Doesn't matter, join up. Observable. Region any, map any, players 2. Really not too many games, surprisingly, here. Considering how many people are supposedly playing. Ah, Light Yagami. Team 01 is... No, Italian server, that's... Is that going to be the Chinese player, Team 01? From Age of Empires 2. Super Matador, Tigre. Not sure if that's gonna be our Tiger, Deimos. That might be our streamer and player from Age of Mythology community. Revolt is, of course, a player, Ryuk as well, so it's like, I think they're like friends or whatnot. What is nickname, for example, of Quoth? What is he playing under? Because people are, of course, gonna be having all kinds of different nicknames on Steam. Oh, you already switched over. Okay, so he ended. Not gonna be there for getting any kind of information there, unfortunately. Okay, let's see if there's gonna be something that catches my eye, unless you maybe have a look at Suppe and El Matador. I'm gonna be probably not entirely looking at it too much, because I need to be first testing the graphical settings, so... it's gonna be kinda halfway there. I mean, like, there's nothing going on here. But can you spectate? Enter. It's a weird system. Is he doing something? I guess it is. No, seems like that something is happening, but it's definitely looking also kind of stuck. CPU is not top-in, RAM is neither, graphical card, of course, nothing at this point. What I might try tomorrow, if I can be figuring out some kind of better graphical settings, is possibly play in window on 1080p. That should be maybe making things a bit easier on the computer. Yeah, this is still kind of like loading. This is kind of insane. Is it gonna be giving me the game or not? Can't see right now, really nothing is spiking here. And we are just like not able to load in. I'm gonna be probably letting it be until it does something. I have had one crash so far. When I was running the benchmark, then one of those times it just kinda didn't want to finish. But otherwise, it seems to have been holding fairly decently. Now the game is evidently doing something. Still doing CPU. Nothing on RAM though, it's just kinda weird. Kinda slightly running out of patience here. Yeah, this is absolutely not right. I think I'm gonna be having to kill it, because this is just kinda weird, and try to see if we can rejoin. At least what it looks like, that it may be not gonna, it's not going to be having some memory leaks. Because for example, original AOM has a bit of it. It's not entirely anything dangerous for today's computers and whatnot, but it does eat up on RAM bit by bit. This didn't entirely seem like it was anything like that. And we have apparently upgrade here. Filters reset, quite of course. Maybe it was something with the game itself. I already playing for 30 minutes. No. So it was apparently bugged somehow. Weird. Open slots, yeah, well, names loading is definitely not working as it should. But that has been a long-term problem. Loki, that's gonna be HUSKSUPPE, and El Matador is gonna be Zeus, I'm thinking. But, random guess so far, because you don't have, of course, all the information. But these load times are absolutely insane. And I'm not having like the old HDD. I'm having not like the newest SSDs, but it's the SATA3 one, so it's still pretty fast. So I'm not entirely certain what these load times are all about. Might be because of at this point lower RAM, but what do you want to be loading as much there? Like a proper 1E1. If this is already loading this way. No, not too optimistic about maybe the possibility of team games then. But again, I don't think I need to kind of worry about that too much. Nobody's gonna be wanting to watch the horrible graphics here, considering how it looks the game. So I don't think I need to be worrying about viewership or anything I will be doing. Okay, so apparently I shouldn't be saying hop before we've actually jumped over. Because it seems like it maybe the loading that was taking a long time on the previous attempt is right now gonna be just switched into different screen. Come on, not like we're having too much time. Thinking after the servers are gonna be off, you're gonna be having a look also at the Tech 3. Because that's, I'm thinking that the game should be still launchable. Thinking that people were already having it launched before. Just the servers, of course, weren't working. They're just gonna be for the 3 hours each day. No, yeah, this is just like not loading for some reason. So always seems to be having like after like a minute or two, like a moment where this like the wheel is going off. So therefore it does load something, but then it just like begins loading something completely else. That doesn't seem too optimistic on any kind of casting here. Ah, maybe. No. Wait, what? Okay, so we are kind of in, but all kinds of weird messages actually were sent. And apparently it's gonna be lagging a lot here, but... Okay, seems like that apparently... Oh. Let's see if it's gonna be right now coming down. But definitely some pretty bad drops. And it doesn't seem like it's actually from the... No, it's not. It's not from my computer here. It's not spiking. So it's apparently the observer interface being trash. And taxing the computer... It's not even taxing the computer, it's just like simply not working in the engine well. As straight as that. You can see nothing is spiking there. This is just like trash performance. Well, that's not too great for the casting then. I guess it's gonna be some kind of extra things actually counting beyond, but for some reason, oh well. By the way, can you actually get right now therefore view of both players as we do have in the original games? So what do we have? Let's therefore get rid of this. Minimap, of course, and no. So this is gonna be the same. Okay, there, map visibility. But I don't want that. Explored? Nope. I want to be seen both players as in Age of Mythology. That is such a great, actually, thing. That is missing, for some reason, from both Age of Empires to Age of Empires 4 as well. It's just like, I don't understand why. Also interesting how they switch it into... Like, why did they switch it over 90 degrees? Just like, again, change for no reason. That's the game, plenty of them, but nonetheless, at least this one is inconsequential. No, but yeah, this is definitely not good. Okay, let's see, maybe if... Can we therefore something in the graphics going up? So what is possibly not gonna be a problem? See if you're gonna be increasing the FPS. I don't think it's gonna be having anything to do with it. But for example, in Age of Empires 4, the FPS limiter is buggy. And if you're gonna be limiting it to 30, you are going to be messing up your game. Doesn't seem to be really changing anything here. Texture quality. So if we switch into high, what does it do? Nothing much with my computer. Let's gonna maybe turn it on. Plenty of the things. Texture filter, anisotropic. That probably is gonna be right now having some effect. No, shadows are always a problem, so let's keep those off. Dynamic reflections as well. Okay, let's go high. Can be right about now keeping probably this on, just to be showcasing what kind of differences it's gonna be making. Yeah, but the problem is that I can't do anything with the stutter. That is actually something that comes from the engine and that is not like tied to my computer's performance somehow. It probably will be somehow, but it's not showing that the problem. So it's more like bad programming. Why not? The dynamic lights, no, that's probably gonna be bad. Height gradient, anti-aliasing is gonna be of course a problem. That's gonna be probably right now eating performance. It usually does. So am I gonna be ending up with basically max settings and the game is still gonna be running the same? That'd be kinda funny. Which one is the best, by the way, from the anti-aliasing? Bloom is gonna be trash. I'm gonna be turning that off, but we'll see. medium is holding. Because it wasn't holding the high before for some reason. Yeah, it's like immediately going back to low for some reason. It doesn't allow me to go high. Okay, so this is practically like the maxed graphics that apparently I can get. Seems like the GPU is not minding that too much. So maybe I would just like... I mean, I was playing on the graphics that the game recommended for me. But maybe I can just gonna play the high graphics and no problem. It's just gonna... and would be weird, to be honest. Yeah, not definitely high details are off. But otherwise it seems to be holding pretty well. If I turn off the frames, because I'm streaming at 30 FPS anyway, so I don't need 60 at all. Even for my comfort, I'm used to be playing at 30 FPS. And all the games, so I don't care. Now, okay, so I guess that tomorrow I'm gonna be trying to play with these practically maxed settings. Because it seems like the computer is not entirely minding too much. But the spectated in here is definitely minding a lot. Okay, right now that's gonna be what, crash? Well, I have seen complaints about the spectated mode and crashes last time on the closed beta. So maybe there is something with that. No, but currently we're having some interesting hang. So let's see if the computer, if it's gonna be recovering or not. Or have we reached the time and therefore the game is gonna be 27? Maybe it could be that the game is already off. And therefore that's why we're not getting the extra information. Not sure. Okay, there we go. We are back apparently in the game. Okay, right now GPU is gonna be going a bit up, because of course we are having some effects going on in the battle. But otherwise it seems like that everything else is holding. And it feels like that maybe really the RAM could be like some kind of issue as far as for the observing. Otherwise I don't think there's anything else you can improve. Texture quality again. How does it keep dropping down? What are these settings here? Otherwise everything full. This one I don't know which anti-aliasing is better. Yeah, I have no idea why this doesn't hold. Do you need to be put in save instead of apply? I don't think so. No, don't know. That seems to be somewhat bugged probably. And thank you Nostalgic for the bit. But nonetheless, at this point I guess you can be there for having a look onto the game. I've already removed that. No, okay, let's remove that for Task Manager. And have a look at what the guys are right now gonna be performing here with. So apparently we need to be playing with revealed map, because otherwise it doesn't make any kind of sense. You can probably zoom out slightly more here. For the observing. No, and we do have therefore Zeus versus Loki. Loki being HUSKSUPPE, El Matador is gonna be playing with the Zeus. 7 minutes in, can say right now some early attack already has right now been performed. And are we gonna be there for some kind of good usage of Mr. INR, for example here? So far it's been microed fairly well. That's also something I haven't tested in the game and I wanted to test. Need to be definitely reducing the sounds though. And that is kind of like the auto-targeting of units, and especially of myth units. That is something I forgot to test, I wanted to do, because I haven't entirely noticed if people were looking at that somewhat properly or not. Okay, so another great haul for the horses. You can say about now so far we are Is there some kind of hotkey to switch into other player, like there is in Age of Empires 2? Fast speed, slower speed, spectate player 1, control 1, okay. Set view to selected unit player, shift enter. How about shift click? Okay, that's not possible apparently. Well, that sucks. I mean, like, why is that not included? It's actually quite a nice tool. In Age of Empires 2, if you're gonna be clicking shift, holding shift and clicking, you're gonna be switching into the point of view of the specific player. You're gonna be clicking a unit or building upon. Like, why is that not included? When you have the experience from the other games. But whatever the case, that's maybe therefore gonna be having to lift it therefore and switch in to the control groups, I guess. Wait, it's not even working. Spectate player 1, control 1. Well, that's not working for sure. Okay, so apparently hotkeys are not working for spectating. At least those that I will be liking to use here. So I guess it's gonna be also good to test. And good testing, as it looks like therefore Villagers, 55 villagers. That's, by the way, on the hit points, I wanted to look at that, that's lower by like 10 hit points if I'm not mistaken, right? And otherwise the defenses, that seems to be somewhat same-ish as the original game. But yeah, 10 villages reduction is definitely gonna be making them a bit easier to pick off. So you're gonna be apparently having some classic scouting on the left side here, already underway. But frankly, even here, even though I've turned on everything that I could, seems like it's just like the lower textures, graphics, is basically the thing making everything so ugly that even the other improvements are not entirely making everything too much better. It's at least slightly nicer, I guess. But yeah, for example, buildings are definitely looking quite a bit bland still. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to figure out how to actually keep the setting in there because it doesn't want to be saving for some reason. However, otherwise, how can we tell when the upgrades are actually applied to units? That's what I will be right now interested in. Can we tell? Or just like switching numbers? We are going to be having, of course, got powers there, sure. Resources, like some kind of comparison, but nothing too specific here. Scorch of the Skies passive switches to range attack to fight fire units, sure. And Sacred Hands, so you can be picking off, of course, the upgrades or upgrades released from the map. Yeah, I think right about now the selection, of course, or even just like I was having hover up, yeah. Selection and hover up, apparently. I'm thinking that maybe hover up is gonna be better for the spectating as far as, for example, the range of things. Kinda depends now. If there are gonna be too many of them, maybe I just gonna want to be really clicking the alt. During the gameplay, it's gonna be, of course, quite a bit different on that. Gonna be having some decent Radeon here, apparently, to the south here. From Mr. HUSKSUPPE. How is he looking on the villages? 37 currently for Matador, and we're gonna be having 45 already for Suppe. Seems like he's gonna be a bit up, but nonetheless on the overall army, seems that so far we are gonna be a bit up for Matadoros. So that's why he's gonna be having a few more units. Okay, I just need to be going, of course, left side, there they are. And there we go. Wow. Okay, that is an interesting special attack for the troll. At least before he died, he did something useful this time around. Cavalry is gonna be... That's not medium yet, right? Medium hoplite. Okay, we're gonna be keeping what inside? That's the... Okay, that's Ulfsak. It's gonna be so hard to get used to the different pictures and everything along those lines for the possible spectating. Still gonna be having some decent food around here. Even... Oh, well. Hyena's not entirely certain about that. That's a hyena, right? Yeah, that's a hyena. With Pygmalion statue actually being here and not picked up. Come on, boys. Apparently... Yeah, nothing learned from Buble, of course, nothing changed still. Ankofra, what is it? Half? Or what is it? 0.05. It's gonna be per second, probably. I'm gonna be assuming. Funny Liquid, he was asking like a half an hour ago. I was kinda having some issues at the very start as well, so I guess maybe there are some kind of slight problems regarding the custom games. Can we tell economical upgrades on the units, for example? And on the villages? There. Ah, okay, so it's gonna be the same. Applied upgrades in here. So you have to be going through here. That's... Like, why? If you're gonna be making special user interface for observing, are we imagining you want to be having that selected and kind of like shown somewhere on the user interface instead of having to click in? Like... I'm just observing at this point. Because... Seems like that apparently we're gonna be allowed to observe or to observe further. Not sure if it's basically we are having the preloaded, recorded game. I guess it's gonna be something along those lines, most probably. I did reduce, yes, 30, okay. Seems to be kind of like expecting the attack on the dwarves on the left side, but considering that we have practically the full army, as El Matador is going for the raw power, then rather actually Super should be the one going for some raise. He's gonna be having some opportunity here in the midst, as definitely lacking protection here. Some new lumber camp or lumber camp storehouse to the right would be definitely useful for him. No, and topwards, not entirely enough of an army in my opinion for some kind of direct assault. Got powers, we are still having what? Undermine apparently. But wait a second. Yeah, this doesn't show actually the usage, right? Because he did use Bolt at the very start. I remember that against the Myth unit. So this also kinda sucks in the user interface apparently. So sure, you do see what he could be getting, but you don't see if he can get it. No, well. So far the user interface here is definitely underwhelming. That's almost like level of Age of Empires 4, so complete trash. You at least having right now the comparisons, but otherwise just like the information is just like so bad here. Immediate upgrades into copper armor and copper weapons. Alright. Gonna be getting also some mountain giant. So Jotuns at this point are gonna be called, of course, in Retold. And he's gonna be at least attempting to get a TC. No, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be succeeding too well, at least all the way to the right side. We're gonna be getting a few trees. Apparently a lot more trees. They're gonna be apparently 10 instead of what we were used to before. And is he gonna be able to get some further hero? Doesn't seem to be having Q or anything else. At least currently. Undermine, of course, onto the TC. Making good sense. Maybe he could have been actually casting it to the right. I'm assuming that Undermine is gonna be working on any buildings, right? Yes. So it's the same as we have it on Google, as we changed it. Sun-Tzu, of course, is gonna be getting destroyed. No, and considering he doesn't have a second one currently, El Matador, that might be some kind of challenge for him currently. Looking at the villages, 53-47, so he's still somewhat like fine now. But that heroic could be... This may be a bit of a game changer. Because at this point he's having a problem, he can't be getting new hero, right? So this is definitely a moment for HUSKSUPPE to spam the Myth units as much as he can. HUSKSUPPE, what was that? Upgrade. I'm gonna need the messages for what is actually being upgraded so that I don't miss it. special animation that was reserved for the dwarves. Unfortunately, at this point, diluted for all the units. What was the hit points? Build status messages, that's probably what I want. Okay, and it's gonna be apparently overlapping with that. This already reminds me of extended edition user interface on Observe, which is also quite a bit of a pain as far as the overlap of the chat and the icons. Yeah, this definitely wasn't like, what the hell? This doesn't seem like any kind of thought was put into this at all. I'm hoping there's gonna be some kind of much better version for the release, because this is really disappointing. It's kind of like basic serviceable, but nothing great. Could be even saying almost that the commands we have in Age of Mythology on the original game are slightly nicer, but nonetheless at least the resources are cool. That's basically something that is an improvement on the original game. But yeah, those kind of things and the upgrades that needs to be definitely fixed for some proper understanding. And proper casting on top of it as well. Gold seems to be already running out, 1000 left. He's gonna be having a forward one. No, that's not entirely too great, because obviously it's not entirely holding that much of a control over that ground, as it looks like at the Jotun here. I'm gonna be probably calling them the original Age of Mythology way, because simply why not? And it's gonna be more natural for me for probably a long time. Not going to be able to get a victory. Probably should be putting a few villages to work on repairs, not to be leaving it open. As of course, some myth units could be very soon coming back in. No, but it looks like HUSKSUPPE wasn't able to utilize this open window when he could be abusing the myth units, and therefore he's gonna be back where we kind of were. However, Matador, I was looking at his resources, not entirely too close to get into Heroic Age. He's massively overfloating on both gold and wood. So at this point I'll be recommending building a market and buying the food for the advance. So I'm really expecting market is gonna be completely stupid idea, because it is stupid idea ruining the game in Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 4. For some reason in AoE 2, even though everybody complains about it, it's not being nerfed. I don't know why, but it's the agenda of the devs in there. But like everybody knows that it's broken. And for some reason it's not being touched. And in AoE 4, well, yeah, trading is also considered quite bit cancerous. Trading strats. So why not introduce it into Age of Mythology in such a way as well, right, I guess? What could happen? What could happen? I'm thinking especially with the Norse it's gonna be quite a bit easy. Because with the dwarves being so easy to gather gold quickly for you, it's gonna be having quite some potential there. No, what he mentioned, right? These forward gold mines are gonna be definitely not sufficient enough. So happy that he's gonna be at least right now on the right side. And if you're gonna be switching to Matador and normal, then he sees the gold, but he's not really paying attention too much. So he has blocked gold mines on the left side. Okay, he's gonna be going with everything to the right. That seems to be a bit overreaction.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Should be just gonna like send in a few archers to check that out. And if it's gonna be true, then he can just gonna send everything else and kill him if it's gonna be too many dwarves there at one place. Kinda nice economy building at this point from Suppe. 70 against 52. Are we gonna be seeing advance into the next age, by the way, in the user interface here somehow? I'm hoping we will. Apparently El Matador has already invested, no, thinking he invested into the extra TC. Now he's finally checking out the gold mine. Good tower, thank you very much. Somebody actually thinking logically. Because at this point he needs to be protecting the gold mines at all costs. He's at least right now secured the one in the middle to a degree. But he certainly needs to be spread out as well. Thinking that also red should be a bit more scout in the left one. Seems like there's at least right now one archer. Having a look what possibly could be happening here. And of course Huskaros are gonna be a bit of a problem straight into archers. No, Matador, at this point he seems to be a bit too stuck in classical already. I mean, like with 23 minutes and he's still in. At this point, he's gonna be already feeling the missing of HUSKSUPPE. Because, of course, the Huskarls are gonna be really hard to deal with normal units. And it shows only the player in the spectating on the range, and not the enemy. Another, of course, problem and imperfection in the spectating. I mean, like, just like, I look at it for a few minutes, and just gonna see how trash it is, the spectating. So if people were hoping that Capture H are gonna be doing something good here, so far they are severely disappointed. Because it's really on the level of, like, basic one for Age of Empires 4. Which really isn't good. Dearly hoping they are working on something much better for release.
Λέγε.
Because this definitely wouldn't be enough. I mean, like, sure, it's better than original, I could say, almost, or always, but I'm thinking you will be having probably some slightly different goals in mind in this game. At least that's what they are letting on. And Pygmalion statue still just kinda chilling around, 40% extra hit points on the villages. Nah, you don't need that. We don't need that in the game at all. Absolutely not, those 20 extra hit points or how many. Nobody has any need of that. But apparently gonna be switching therefore into Minotauros. Haven't entirely noticed, I mean, like, he's still in the classical, but it seems like I've noticed mentioned that apparently mythical units can scale across ages. That if you're gonna be advancing into, like, the heroic, then the Minotaurs are gonna be also getting stronger. Which is kinda like a bit of a weird mechanism in my opinion, because I don't think it's really needed. Not like people are making actually myth units from the previous ages too much, but that's because they are simply bad players and not utilizing what is at their disposal. Because, for example, in the original game, even something like Bull Minotaur is really excellent for even late game. You're just gonna need to be not locked in your mind that it's Mythical Age and therefore you are gonna be making only Mythical Age units. Which unfortunately 99% people are, experts included. There are plenty of opportunities where simply getting something that, for example, doesn't cost gold is so damn useful. But players just, like, never gonna be having the idea, because they're just gonna used to play in the wrong way and insisting that it's the correct one. So we'll see if maybe now here, and this is gonna be nudging them on using more of it. No, but of course, without the HUSKSUPPE, at least gonna be having the counter, of course, with the Minotaurs. That was a good thinking here for Matador, at least some kind of help. Because obviously that's, yeah, not entirely something that heavy Huskarls are gonna be the best against. So what do we have? Triple copper, bronze shields on top of it as well, and heavy infantry. As far as the upgrade goes, but yeah, kinda like in the advance with the towers. By the way, is there a limit to them? Or are they unlimited this time? Tough to say. Doesn't seem to be showing anything here anywhere.
Έτοιμος.
For the enemy, not gonna be probably having too many things, but he does have at least double copper upgrades already on him as well. With bronze coming up, that certainly makes sense, but I'm thinking he should have been maybe... Yeah, that was a bit weird commitment, I'm thinking. He just can, like, attack move forward into the enemy. What he should have done is taken the archers and move them slightly forward, so that when the opponent is gonna be running away, you're gonna be getting, like, maybe 2 shots extra for free. Before he's gonna be reacting properly. So that's something that could have helped. And you can see bronze really just like a half a minute. It used to be a minute and a half, which was actually what was making them great. Still Radeon here. Seems nice creations is right about now working. But this is a fairly nice side build here from Suppe. At this point I'm thinking it's quite a bit clearer that Suppe is quite a bit ahead here. 100 villages, it's gonna be somewhat similar, not too different at this point from Matador. Astrovinaksemannos. No. Minotaur having what statistics? 60 melee still, so they're gonna be probably quite decent tanks as they are, even in the original. Fortunately they didn't get to utilize this special damage. the economy, for example, where do we stand? Staff of Dionysus as a relic, then we do have baseline and second levels. Whereas for the opponent, the hidden farms here. In the okay, not palm, villageables. That's going to be there for second levels, basically. Don't have the third ones yet. No, well, guess you'll be liking to get a bit more into the next age yet. 1000, I guess better than nothing, as it looks like the Ulfis are gonna be probably getting prepared for maybe some kind of market. He can be getting it from the top. A relic is for Trojan Gate Hinge. If he's going for a few of the walls, then probably would be useful to get it. But the other Hydras are getting the heads very quickly. What is the mechanism for them now? Grows heads as it fights enemy units. Okay, so it might be probably based on damage there for this time or something. Because, isn't it in the original based on kill? I want to say that it's based on kill. Some kind of like mechanism like that. But here they're definitely getting it faster. Or maybe it's the same here still. And they just like have much higher percentage of success on that. Could be. It was blocking gold. Good. Yeah. I'm kind of wondering why Super hasn't started a trade yet. Possibly could have been also trade started right now by the bottom player. I mean, like, I've just now noticed the economy that Super has. Jesus Christ almighty. What is he doing with 6,000 food there? Talking about the caravans, right? What is the pop limit even for him? 235, he's not even top. 190 currently. Like this is something that can lose you the game. Well, and practically even should lose you the game if you're gonna be playing so suboptimally. I mean, like, once he notices that, he can just gonna get, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 gold from the market. I mean, maybe he just like, no, finally, thank you. Maybe he didn't even have the market yet. Hydranos, what do we have as the bonuses? Heck armor, crash damage 15, okay. Okay, so they have crash damage, but no bonus against buildings, alright. So, yeah, well, kinda original, of course. It seems to be fairly solid control here. So what is the combination? Medium cavalry only on the Yaros, that's not entirely enough. Heavy throwing axemen, we're gonna be having some Sigur Hart, that's gonna be the Gothis. By the way, the proper pronunciation for that is Gothi, not Godi. It's just kinda like made simpler because they have the sign of like, when you have Thor, then it's not like the TH sound, it's kinda like the weird letter in the Norse alphabet, and that's the same instead of the D. So it's not supposed to be Godi, but Gothi. And I don't know why they chose to be going for the D when you have, for example, like an example of the Thor, for example, in the game as well. But well. That's how it is currently. A bit of Idlenos, but that's fine, I guess. Protection on the right, why not? And... Nidhogg is gonna be having some flyovers, it looks like. Still the villager with the spies, by the way, on. Alright, nice side build, possibly. Nice dodge. Very nice dodge indeed. It would be kind of nice if also, for example, the trees were kind of moving in the wind. I guess it would be a bit too much of a graphic real estate. Probably can't be hiding the user interface here, right? Yeah. Doesn't seem like that. Oh, so that's what the screen shake is about, when the buildings are getting destroyed, So that's the setting in the options. That was a very underwhelming graphic of that soul going into Valhalla. Yeah, definitely much nicer in the original game, as far as the effect goes. But we don't have any kind of way to really heal here, so therefore much of a purpose right now to hide in the Hydras. Maybe he could be just gonna get in the restoration. But considering how weak and bad we have seen it actually to be, then probably nothing too major could be done about that. Should be kinda getting rid of that, Mr. Matadoro. Some kind of Helepolis or Petrobolos definitely needs to be right now taking care of that. So otherwise on the left side, gold is gonna be inconsequential and we are moving forward with Ox Caravans, yes. Maybe he was kinda looking forward to get the rest of the gold, but apparently won't be entirely allowed. No, and with the switch into so many hill forts or kind of fortresses in the middle, it's gonna be becoming harder and harder therefore for blue to make some kind of and take some kind of proper control of the gold gathering. We certainly need to be going forward also to check that out with El Matador. By the way, Super still floating as much as he can, apparently. 145 against 210 currently. And this is kind of like certainly the stage of the game where I'm really thinking that, oh, actually he does have a lot of favor currently, El Matador. He just kind of doesn't have the economy to support that as well. I was going to say that maybe could be some kind of advantage above the Norse, because once the Norse is not able to get some kind of great fights, then you would have a chance on him, for sure. Okay, some small hero raiding. Guess why not? I was kind of thinking that maybe the sounds and music can be going still a bit lower. For some kind of proper experience. However, Nidogenio, where do you stand? No, already 366 hit points. Who actually killed him? I mean, like, there wasn't any kind of hero nearby as far as I remember. But yeah, he pretty dead, yeah. Seems like maybe he's just gonna be having high attack, but yeah, the fortress is just absolutely destroying him. So building fire apparently is gonna be pretty good against him still. Which is a bit disappointing, at least maybe he's gonna be able to do some kind of more damage. And there was maybe Odysseus at least dealing with him somehow. Now at this point practically like the game ending situation is when Matador is gonna be able to of course get himself somewhere into the trade and stop it. Right now at least the favor is gonna be quite a bit useful for the extra bronze. Maybe even the restoration somewhere down the line he could be casting it upon, he's having plenty for it. 100 favor, he's gonna be needing for the next one. Yeah, that should be also showing how much favor he needs, like immediately without a rollover help. Again, the interface is so bad here. So, not thought through, not sure why. It's like, these are things that you basically see at first sight. Just have a look and you know what you need to be doing, and it's nothing too complicated either. But whatever the case, it seems like that maybe there's gonna be some side build into some Jotuns, maybe. Oh well, he's gonna be needing to get some favor, and it's of course a huge problem currently, because he's having constantly losing battles, and you can't be getting favor at this point from buildings, right? As a Norse, which is a very odd change. And I'm thinking, kind of like a bit detrimental to the gameplay, but nonetheless, GG is gonna be in, and suddenly we can actually move around quite a bit freely. So I wonder if maybe the game was lagging for the players as well. And if it was therefore lag from the spectating and lag from the players. Because now suddenly we can be moving around quite a bit freely. But that's also because plenty of things are not gonna be... Like it wasn't because of our computer. Nothing was being taxed. So it's weird. But well, nonetheless, looked like a decently started game somewhere maybe 20 minutes ago for HUSKSUPPE. But El Matador in the end did prevail. I think he hung in the Classical Age for maybe a bit too long. He kinda missed the Heroic Age time in there and complicated things for himself. And he was definitely missing those Hippaspists. But luckily the idea with the Minotaurs was exactly what was needed against the Huskarl army that HUSKSUPPE prepared for him. And that's what gave him the chance to continue playing. But again, just like not collecting relics like Pygmalion statue, just... no excuse whatsoever for that. It's such a brokenly good relic that you simply need to get it every opportunity you have. So I guess let's therefore have a look on the gatherers and some upgrades that they were having. Can say it now. Leather armor on them. That's the one. Yes. Hit points and damage. Bowsaw query. Flat control on top of it. It's a random picture. Guess some guy letting the flood in. Red villages are going to be. Oh, that's an archer. Wait, what? That was an archer somewhere in there? Wait, what? That's not a hoplite, please. Okay, that's some kind of weird artifact if you're gonna be on the enemy player and he's not having the line of sight on that, then it's gonna be thinking that the last unit that was on that place was a hoplite that he saw. And even if we are revealed, that doesn't entirely register. Oh, okay. Wow. That's also kind of brutal on spectating. It's something you need to be therefore aware of if you're gonna be trying to spectate some games. Well, that's fun. But nonetheless, Villagers are gonna be there for having what on them? Apparently, of course, the ballistics, leather armor as well, bowsaw with shaft mine. So second levels and first on farming only with husbandry. So definitely a few things missing here for some long game and later game. Then on the military. That's not a heavy throwing X-Men, of course. That's gonna start with HUSKSUPPE. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of bad actually to use. Therefore, this kind of bug, or if it is bug or whatnot. But first copper and then bronze with heavy infantry. And on El Matador, heavy Toxotai, you can say now just the copper upgrades as well. He was at least having levy, which is nice. Now the Age of Empires 2 player, right? Used to conscription from the game, so he's gonna be more likely to have it. Makes sense. Okay, so what does the ballistics do? Fortifications fire more accurately at moving enemy targets. Now that's great news, but we need to be, of course, some proper testing what it exactly does. View post game in the middle, okay. Okay, so something funny here. Total military resource value. Huh. Gonna be having to get used to what this graph actually is gonna be useful for. Because it's gonna be potentially different between civilizations. So therefore this might not be entirely that relevant. Or you kind of will be having to learn what kind of differences are relevant, rather, let's put it that way. Idle villages, we know that they are broken, at least it looks to me. Again, like no way Matadors have 50 idle villages, right? It's just like favor gatherers for some reason are idle and not considered working. That's gonna have to be fixed. Otherwise he was having a bit of a problem in here. That was exactly where it looked like that HUSKSUPPE could be therefore out-echoing him and therefore also overall defeating him. That heroic age was very late at 26 minutes. Needs to be kind of like making sure the timings are probably gonna be different from the original game. As in original game, you want to be usually hitting about like 18 minutes max for the heroic age or somewhere in that territory. And if you're gonna be over, you usually already should be worried because things are going bad for you. Or rather, you need to be aware that they might be getting way worse because opponent, of course, will be getting some technological advantage if he plays well. So yeah, this is something to look forward to. Age of Mythology is kind of game of timings. Military units. No, well, he was gonna like long-term having a lot more. And this is, by the way, there for numbers. Yeah, I was kinda hoping they're gonna be showing pop limit on that. We need a pop limit graph for this. Like, really? That's also not added in. That's really one that is completely missing in the original game. And with higher pop limits on the myth units, for example, this is just like not telling you the whole story. And it's usually not too helpful. You just usually need to be and want to be looking at the pop limit overall usage. Oh well, that's a disappointment therefore. Probably nothing else to be seen here too much. Yes, it was a bit of a critical moment. It was exactly kind of like the time where if Loki was having good opportunity, was he even favored at that point? Ah, he actually wasn't. Just kind of like was straight after the heroic age, so he wasn't having the favor to be able to build up, of course, on that, since the opponent couldn't be getting heroes. So he'll be just like sitting duck to a few myth units. Well, that's a shame. So he apparently couldn't do anything about it, just at that exact moment. No, and all resources collected. That is a fairly healthy difference here. Nah. Come on, even original Age of Mythology is gonna be showing on this point how many resources it is if you're gonna be hovering over the line on the graph. How can you be making such simple things worse than the original? Like, do you not even like look at the original game and improve on that? Or did you just kind of like discard it and start anew? Because it frankly feels a lot like that with all the changes they have made. Ah, you need to be clicking in, so thank you at least for that. So gonna be right now stopping my rant at least for the time being, but it would be nice to be having it also real time. So at least this is in. Can you kind of like move it? Yes, you can kind of grab it, I guess, and move around. So that's at least something. I'll be happier if you could be just having the life one, but nonetheless, this is something you can get used to, I guess. But again, like, no reason not to be having the hover. But you can say now the difference is quite a bit large. 17,000 difference, and it still wasn't anything good there for him. And any good. More gold. Even when he wasn't trading too much, he was kind of trading at the end. Please give me the trade number here. Why is it not there? Can we... Okay, that's just like ordering. But at this point you can't see the trade amount. It's in every single Age of game. Why is it not here? Because that's good to know. And quite a bit important to see where the economy is actually coming from. Just armies, units killed, villages killed. Sure, I guess. You don't have units lost for some reason here. And I was gonna maybe hoping for myth units possibly. Also be like an extra information, because it also can be skewing the results. Maybe can be also doing like pop kill. It might be also interesting statistic. 340 with Loki. Yeah, 4 minutes for Matador. Looks like the fast advances are. Oh, again, with the 4th villager, you can just kind of like shave off those 20 seconds quite a bit easily from the build orders immediately. So that's probably what's going to happen. No, observing interface, very disappointing. Very, very. Was expecting a lot more, so I'm hoping this is just some kind of early version. But month before release, I wouldn't be too optimistic about too many improvements to it still, but hopefully. As there are plenty of things I'll be definitely doing differently. Okay, so GG, I guess. And by the way, they downloaded as a recorded game, therefore, into my list, or did it not? Yes, it did, 1759. Okay, so it is basically like a recorded game. into the game itself. Okay. So gonna be having to keep an eye on that. I don't really just do ratings out of 10. I'm just gonna thinking it's just like worse than the original. No, that's what I can say for that. Thinking the original is just like better. Otherwise, need to be seen a lot more, and the details of the changes and what kind of effect they're going to be having. Because at this point, you just kinda don't know at all what are the what the differences are gonna be doing, because players haven't had too much time to figure it out properly and abuse it as much as possible. So, like, yeah, that's still to be seen. I'm really thinking plenty of things are just like complete stupidities to be added. Like the market in classical is just like one major stupidity. The extra TCs for villagers, major stupidity. Making plenty of the upgrades so much cheaper that it's not that much of an option, and therefore it's gonna be like almost a must. That's also removing strategical diversity, because you just will have to do it, and therefore it removes the option of going for like the performance or some kind of advantage because of it. We'll see how it's going to be playing out with those little things. No, well, and for the graphics, seems like that if you are gonna be having low textures, then nothing is gonna be helping it too much, and it just like looks straight ugly. For some reason, it doesn't let me actually have right about now the medium. I don't know why. But everything else, without any kind of effect on my computer or whatnot, seems like it maybe we can be having on the highest, which is very strange. I'm gonna be wanting to test it tomorrow, because I was playing games today on the lowest graphics, basically the game set for me, just to see how it's gonna be performing. The spectator was also very strange on the performance, looked like that maybe there's some kind of problem with that, because normal game was kind of fine, could play it normally. So we'll see tomorrow, I guess. So you can still see the games here? Oh yeah, because people are sitting on them, I guess. Yeah, it looks like people are sitting in the games, I guess. Oh, no, they aren't. Just the games haven't actually disappeared. So you can maybe even just like still cast. Done, and let's see any kind of other names that could be of interest. Does somebody know if some of those are like known players or something? Playing on different nicknames. I just gonna note Light Yagami, of course. Yukon, Mr. Bart. Let's maybe try to see if we can load that into Yagami. If it's gonna be still allowing us, or if it's gonna be kicking us out. We've just done that. Super and El Matador, we just saw it. So I wonder if it's gonna be like games maybe that somebody is watching, and therefore they're gonna be kept on the server, because that's how it works in Age of Empires 2D. I'm kind of expecting it's not gonna be letting it load it. At least if they have it coded properly. No, and how many players have we therefore reached? 4,200. That's not a good number for open beta. Again, it's a stupid day, stupid time. But I'm thinking, if it's not gonna be tomorrow over 10k, it's very disappointing and not good news for the game. And for all the hypers around. No, I don't play all the games, I'm not stupid. I'm not supporting that anti-consumer practice. Yeah, I'm having a feeling this is not gonna be loading anymore. And if not, then I guess you're gonna be looking into the tech tree on all the possible info changes. So that I can get some maybe better understanding of what's up. Yeah, this is not gonna be loading, but can we actually get out of it though? Because escape is not doing anything, which is of course also a problem. I'll be liking if you could be getting out of things like these through some normal means. Otherwise, we are gonna be streaming therefore on the next days as well. I'm gonna be having to figure it out somehow, and what we're gonna be wanting to do. If I'm gonna be playing still with the Zeus, or if I'm gonna be wanting to test the other civilizations as well, because I don't know how to play them. Or if we're just gonna be having some casting session, but well, so far the casting wasn't entirely too great. So, looking at the number of the streams, doesn't seem like too bad. But also not entirely anything like that people are believing the hype to be. I'm really cautioning people. People are very overhyped and expecting way too much. This game is not gonna be as much of a hit as everyone seems to be believing in the community. It really isn't going to be. Based on the numbers we see in the betas. No. Okay, so this is not working. Okay. We can't be getting out of it, so let's crash the thing then. And hopefully I can relaunch. But people will launch it even before, just the servers weren't working. Okay, so the game still shows us running. Can you, like, let me play it? Or... Okay, Steam seems to be at this point right now not entirely cooperating, so I'm just gonna be having to kill it. And recorded games are, Jesus Christ, what a... Wow, 6 megabytes even. Oh, that's gonna be eating a lot of space, all of that. Okay, so let's kill that, even in Steam. And it should be allowing me to launch it at least. So we're gonna be having a look on the changes, or at least I'm gonna be having a look to see what is there. This is also a very nice effect. Loving that. But okay, so we are in. Just checking the settings if it's gonna be still the same as it And as we left it. And again, not gonna be holding. Right now it does. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. It's just some kind of like auto downgrade or whatever along those lines. But let us therefore have a look onto the tech trees. So what kind of changes do we have and overall statistics for the gods and bonuses and everything along those lines. So infantry heroes, same. Starting with 10 favor. Originally it's, isn't it 20? I think it is, right? 20% faster seems to be same-ish. Myth unit on the less population. No, that's obviously not... This is considering how much population limit you have in the game. This is a bit of a weird upgrade or bonus. Because it's gonna be practically helpful only in the very early minutes. Where you're gonna be able to avoid building like maybe Albanda's house. So this is just like... very strange, useless thing, frankly. Hopefully that's moving 15% faster. That is a very interesting one. Now, as I mentioned, I'm not really liking the proliferation of the speed bonuses because speed is really quite easy thing to break the game. We all know Oranos, right? And if you're gonna be moving 15% faster, for example. No. Not like hoplites are extremely quick at the start, but it is still interesting number. What is the base? Barracks, there is the hoplite. Oh, you can't even click into him here to get some extra information. Oh, come on, what kind of tech tree is that? And on the tooltip you just get barely any kind of information. Really? So bad. But nonetheless, so therefore you're not gonna be able to check the things too properly here, I guess. Infantry bonus damage to buildings, cool. Standard, bolty therefore, and cannot be used against Son of Osiris and Nidhogg as far as I have noticed somewhere. Which is a bit disappointing. Olympian parentage. Sure, I guess. Same-ish. Same-ish, cheaper. It's 200 foot if I'm not mistaken in the original. So, restoration, no, that seems to be quite a bit trashy from what I have seen. Basically barely healed even the Minotaurs and wasn't able to even out-heal TC damage. So, restoration seems pretty much on the weak side. Minotaurs, well, the cost switch into gold is a bit of a mystery to me why. Because that's making them like seriously unthinking broken. Because it's very easy to afford them. Same as we have, for example, switched the Prometheans from gold into food. Just kind of like in the opposite direction. And now that's gonna be, of course, making things quite a bit more complicated to spam them. Because usually the food units are harder to get. So that's a random switches, just like completely random switches. There's like no reasoning behind those changes overall, all across the board. I just don't see it. Just like they randomly took all the things, meshed them together, and something came out. That's my imagination of their thought process and design process for the game. Just like, don't get it, why they were doing it such a way. Oh well, I cannot do, as I mentioned multiple times, as they let on. They think Age of Mythology is a bad game. So that's why they of course did that. No. So we do have something that is not Age of Mythology. Just kind of tries to be posing as such. Minotaur speed, that's of course an extra addition to original. The original was having... you were getting plenty hit points extra. Not sure if the speed was also there though. But the hit points were really enlarged quite a bit. In the Auric as well. Kinda sucks I can't be seeing specifics there. Aegis shield 15%. I'm thinking that's somewhat similar. And Sarisa is going to be 1.5 to melee attack maximum range. And it's potentially gonna be making them more more active, more useful in fights. Because they're gonna be having an opportunity to kind of ignore some problematic pathing potentially. No, Centaurs look like trash without that special ability. Right now the new special ability being dodgeable and everything along those lines. So yeah, that's kinda sad. Sylvan lore. Range attack maximum range. Hit points plus 35% and plus 3 to charge range attack at maximum range. So therefore they don't add the 1.5 extra speed. And they just can like increase the hit points. And no, well, they kinda need the speedo to be useful, I'm thinking. Especially when they made their special attack beat so bad. Spirity charges, speed for apparently even Centaurs, okay. And extra damage. Winged messenger, yeah, it's gonna be... Not sure if they were having the extra speed, but not like it's anything too important. Upon with Underworld, Manticore is apparently kinda busted. It looks like currently. As they probably a bit overtune this the normal like the splash attack. Oracle. Reveal enemy UI. What? Oh, what? Like unique units? No, that doesn't make sense. What is UI? That's not gonna be like user interface, right? No, what does that mean? And allows you to see what enemy buildings are. Oh, aha, this way, so it is UI. Allows you to see what enemy buildings are trained in researching when you select them. I wonder if that works even through the fog of war then. Well, like theoretically it should, right? Because if you are gonna be the Oracle, then I cannot see it kind of unnecessary to be having any kind of line of sight on it. No, that's actually somewhat... That's actually really good. That's very good. Especially since it's basically for free. 75 votes, 10 favor. No, this is gonna be great. Because of course any kind of map hack like situation in the game is obviously great for strategy games. Temple of Healing. Nearby units, sure. Classic Sunray. Projectiles fired by units with sunlight causing to inflict more damage and reveal their surroundings. Oh, wow. So you basically get in some flares from that. I wonder what's kind of like the area there for. Because otherwise you already do have, of course, the range for them. So it's gonna be giving you few squares extra, I imagine. Or squares, whatever kind of units we have here. Anastroph. Pentaconter is having some special ability. There will critical strikes which slow the target and inflict extra damage. By the way, do Pentaconters still look like the hammer ships? Because otherwise that picture therefore is not gonna be too relevant if it is that way. I'm not entirely certain how they look. Charged melee attack action. Interesting. So, bronze, well, haven't entirely seen what kind of increase on the defense it is. But of course it works also on the myth units, which is a bit interesting addition. Hydras we have seen, so we're gonna be having to clock somewhere properly how quickly they are growing the heads. Chthonic rights. Regeneration for Hydras and Skille. Okay. What is it? Hydra 2.5 to regeneration rate. Oh, what is regeneration rate? Like 2.5 hit points therefore per second. And again, is it active or passive? Is that still a distinction in the game as it is in the original? That is something very good to know. Dionysia 5%, sure. Same-ish. Half the cost though. It was 300 wood. And again, this is kind of what I'm talking about with the stupid decreases on the costs of the upgrades. Because at this point, at this kind of cost, it's practically like no choice. You're just gonna get it. Because it's good. But if you're gonna be having some higher cost, like the few hundred, like for example also Thracian horses being originally at 400 and whatnot, you have to be thinking about it a bit if you want to be adding it into your arsenal or not. Now you're just gonna don't. You're just gonna get the god, you get the upgrade, and There you go. Just removing the strategical diversity and decision making. Just making everything a lot more straightforward. I'm not entirely agreeing with that kind of direction. It reminds me, Aegis Shield, no, that's also half. That's also 300 wood. Favor seems to be... I want to say it was 20 favor in the original game, but not sure. Saricide only 100, that was also like 200. No, they seemed like to have cut the costs into half. And therefore moving the price a lot more into favor. So therefore you're just gonna motivate it to be getting favor for practically everything. From more myth units, easier to get mythical upgrades or upgrades from the gods. And potentially the god powers. So it's quite a bit of a switch of how players probably should be thinking about the game. But maybe it's gonna be definitely relevant in team games. In 1v1s, you probably, especially with Russian strategies, you are not gonna be entirely that forced into it. You're gonna be still having probably enough power otherwise. But in team games, you're probably gonna have to play a lot differently, it feels to me. Thracian horses, no, cheaper. Regenerating hit points for cavalry when they attack enemy units. Wow, come on, we're just getting into those stupid gimmicks, really? That's almost like in Diablo 4. Just like you're gonna be dealing extra damage if the opponent is like 5 meters from you and he is elite and it's a night time. That kind of like affixes. Can't say I'm a friend of that. 20% increased damage of damage from all actions towards unit regenerate hit points. And is that damage dealt? Or is that damage like basic? So therefore if armor applies or not. Because if it's gonna be after all is counted, then you might want to be actually carefully choosing what the horses are gonna be attacking for the proper regeneration effect. No interesting upgrade. Straight better hit points from the original game, therefore gone. Mr. Hephaestus. Not sure if the plant is still the same on the villages. On the original it's like 3 villages per each resource. Colossus, not sure. Can apparently still heal itself, so that's good. Hand of Talos, extra HP, and vulnerability to hack attacks minus 20%. That's gonna be making them also quite a bit stronger against the heroes, by the way. Forge of Olympus. That's very cheap. Oh wow. 60% decrease, which I think it might be the same as it is now on the balance patch, isn't it? In the original game we used to be like 75 if I'm not mistaken. But that's very cheap. The 20 favor especially is incredibly cheap, and the 5-second research time, like, why? Like, research time has been one of the things to actually really nerf it in a good way, because the problem with the Forge of Olympus originally was that you simply could be getting it way too easier and way too quick. So therefore one of the fixes to it is that you delay that power spike by making it longer to research. For example, in one of the previous patches it used to be like, I think in even minute and a half, like really long. I think it was like unnerved back a bit. But nonetheless the 5 seconds is... That is like, fast half is absolutely a strat because of that. That's, I'm thinking, I don't understand that, why it's 5 seconds. Why do you have 40 seconds for the Colossi, 50 seconds here, and this is 5? And this is 40, that has to be back. That's a 0 missing, isn't it? Don't tell me that's not a 0 missing. Yeah, that's absolutely 0 missing there. Considering the other upgrades here, if you're not gonna be seeing some 5 seconds elsewhere, then I'm refusing to believe this is not a bug. And it's not supposed to be 50 seconds. Because this is just like completely crazy. No, nonetheless. How about maybe the tooltips not going off the screen, that would be also useful. Olympian weapons. Attack of Hetero. Okay, so that's Weapons of the Titans, right? It's actually called in original game. Melee damage, Myrmidon, Hetero, Gastraphates. Oh, they're actually all... Yeah, their renames are gonna be a bit funny. I'm thinking they should be more correct the way they are here, like the Hippeus and Castrapheteros. Probably gonna have to relearn, but it's gonna be taking a long time. It's too ingrained in my head. And Heterois add extra damage into... against Myth units, Myrmidon as well. And I guess Gastraphates is gonna be the same, it's just like below the screen. No, that's gonna... That's actually combined... wow, that's gonna be combined actually Beast Slayer and a Weapon of the Titans, right? Because Beast Slayer is the one who gives the special unit bonus against Myth units. No, yeah, that's actually combined into one upgrade, okay. Lightning Storm for Hera, Medusa, sure, need to be seen how good she's going to be. Argive Patronage, so that's apparently instead of Athenian Wall. Causes your fortresses to periodically spawn Myrmidons for free. Well, that's, again... Yeah, I really don't like the free spawns. I think these are just like superbly stupid gimmicks. Kind of like typical modern mobile games. And I don't think they have any space and place really in real-time strategy games, proper ones. I don't really agree with that kind of way of things working. But you can definitely see where they are gonna be aiming with all the new gods and pantheons, right? You can just expect all kinds of stupidities coming up, as it was done in the other games. It's gonna be the same idea here. So brace yourself if you are not friend of mobile games, because you're gonna get quite a lot of it here. But yeah, Athenian Wall for some reason off. Like, that was a good upgrade actually. Face of the Gorgon. I'm kind of thinking that the Medusa should have been also renamed into Gorgon. That's something that has been posted, and it's true, because the myth is that the Gorgon is the woman, snake woman with snake hair and whatnot. Medusa is a specific Gorgon, like the first one maybe, the one cursed by Athena. So I'm thinking that this should have been maybe turned over, like having therefore Gorgon as the Medusae, and this maybe face of Medusa, or I don't know, something like that, being probably here. It would have been, in my opinion, better. When they already went for some specifications here and there. But what does it do? More range, enter enemies to stone more often. That might be similar, not entirely certain right now what the original does, but it might be something similar. Adds 5 to ranged attack maximum range. Well, that's kind of nice improvement. Yeah, recharge time minus 25%. That's alright. No, and Monstrous Rage, that's gonna be Myth units ranged. Attack rate of fire. Okay. And speed plus 15. So therefore that used to be adding hit points. So for example, Titan or hit points, was it? Maybe actually not. No, it definitely improved Titan. Probably not on hit points. The extra damage, it's gonna be the same. I think confusing it with something else. So the question is if it's gonna be working on the Titan still. If he's also still considered a myth unit or not. No, interesting things. And Hades, what do we have with you therefore? So 20% chance for the shades. That's what we have currently on the balance patch. Yeah, well, that's where it of course came from, the number, I'm guessing. Plenty of the things came from there. So you can therefore tell who already had earlier access to the game, of course, and therefore knowing why they are playing so well, so quickly. make your own ends and conclusions on that. Myth units 20% hit points, that's actually fairly huge. But maybe more for the later stages of the game, not for the rush too much. On the rush, Zeus is gonna be much better. For the Minotaurs, for example. Ranged fortifications, better range. No, that was definitely felt in some of the games I've played. Ranged soldiers and heroes +1 range. So you're gonna be practically removing the bonus for the archers and replacing it onto... Oh no, ranged soldiers into range. So removing attack in... No, but well... Oh, that's kinda meaning you actually gonna be kinda bad with the archers in classical. So you want to be practically fast heroic in with Hades. Because you want to be having the advantage of the ballistics on the archers and the extra range. That's where the synergy begins. So therefore Hades... No, I think Hades wants to be getting heroic a bit faster because of this. Because otherwise with the ballistics and the moving units, if you're gonna be microing well as an opponent, then you can probably frustrate him a lot. So I'm thinking that Hades might be wanting to really kind of jump the second age a bit. Burning Pitch instantly is also kind of bit strong, frankly. Burning Pitch is not a bad upgrade. And it used to be also kind of expensive. Where do we have Burning Pitch? His armory. It's a bow of horror. Oh, there. Kinda hard getting used to the new icons here. Like 500 wood, 300 gold. It's actually a pretty nice saving. For the Hades. No, and other gods, so therefore Ares. So, Pestilence at this point has been changed significantly, and therefore prevents firing projectiles from buildings. Yeah, that's gonna be definitely for team games. If you're gonna be playing with somebody like Norse, for example, then you're gonna be Pestilence in the enemy buildings and just destroy the base without opposition. Though, I think it's gonna be also having some reduced timer, right? Most probably. Slows unit production, not stops it completely. I'm kinda thinking that the mechanism, how it was in the original, was also interesting in its own. So, don't see any kind of reason why it should be changed. I'm really thinking that it feels to me that a lot of things at this point are that they looked at them. Maybe they got some weird feedback from some really uninspired or uninformed people. And they just kinda thought, hey, this upgrade is not played. This special bonus is not used as much. So therefore, let's completely change it. And they didn't put any kind of thought into the fact if maybe the players aren't playing the game wrong. Because they very much are, experts included. I'm saying it all the time and it is true. People are playing this game wrong for years. And typically, for example, Pestilence is not a bad god power at all. It is a great one. Just people suck ass at using it. They just don't understand how it works and how you should be using it. They, for example, can't even process in their mind that it stops the building production at 99%, so therefore you don't cast it immediately, but you are gonna be, for example, letting the docks go the 10 extra seconds, and then you cast it, not to be removing your timer. Like, even that simple thing people are not capable of doing. So, on what kind of opinion are you changing and that so massively? And that's kind of like problem with a lot of things in the game. That people are just like way too set in their specific ways. And because it's enough in that little sandbox that we have here, then they just gonna believe that is the best way it can be played. No, well, no. It's just not true. And now we just unfortunately gonna be having, instead of exploring proper gameplay with new players, then we just gonna be completely throwing it up in the air and just like, unfortunately not having the chance to see it, how it could be playing out properly. Which is a huge shame in my opinion. But, well, whatever the case. Cyclopes. Harass enemy units at other enemy units or buildings. Yeah, and you supposedly are also choosing where to throw them, right? Haven't gotten to use them. Kinda cheaper. 175 food here. Fabo Spear of Panic, that's gonna be Those actually aren't, I think, too hard to get and too expensive even in the original, those upgrades from RS. Hoplites, Militia, and Prodromoi. So, yeah, okay, so they basically, every unit that is gonna be having the specific type of weapon is gonna be getting that upgrade. I'm not really against that. That's not a bad thought. To be making it a bit more consistent. I wouldn't be saying that Prodromos needs help. That's kind of like the other part. Militia, sure, but Prodromos is fine in his role, in my opinion. But whatever, 1 damage is not gonna be really breaking anything. Because they're still only useful against cavalry, so. Will of Kronos, Cyclops at 2 to throw a damage area and 2 to melee attack damage area. Yeah, so with the original, it basically doubled crash damage. Thinking it was the only upgrade, and the only change it actually made. So therefore making the special attack a bit more useful against groups of units, I guess. That's gonna be kind of like the supposed play with them. Enyo's Bow of Horror, fly incredibly quickly and inflict more damage. This is actually really good. Based on the mechanism change of... Based on the change of the ballistics and how it works. So basically you can dodge it if you're gonna be moving around, as opposed to the original, which was having practically randomized hits on the precision. First was like usually, it wasn't always the same for all units, but usually was first like 50% hit percentage, second hit on the same target 75, and third one plus was 100%. So this is completely out the window, it seems like. But this is actually making Enyo's Bow of Horror really good, because it's practically like pre-ballistics upgrade. So if you want to be fighting Classical Age with archers with Hades, you probably want to be getting there for RS. Just because of this thing. Because you're not gonna be able to dodge it too well, probably. And range attack damage type also extra on top of it. This is really nice. It's gonna be losing its power, I'm thinking, with ballistics a lot. No, but does it change recharge time, for example, for the unit as well? Probably not, right? It's just gonna be hitting quickly, but then the reload time is gonna be the same, I guess. If it was changing also reload time, no, yeah, that would be busted, so yeah, that's not gonna be doing that. And Deimos Sword of Horror. Hypaspis, no, and Hypaspis enabled in Classical Age. Usually if you're gonna be having in other Age of games, unit allowed age sooner, it is a nightmare to balance. Be it Age of Empires 2, be it Age of Empires 4, it's usually not a great idea. So, considering the upgrade is also pretty cheap, the 40-second improved time is something that's gonna be moving it at least a bit more forward in time towards the heroic, but it is something that's gonna be enabling you to stay in the Classical Age. So definitely, if you want to be classical fighting with Hades, it's actually making him very viable. Because practically lethal ballistics, then you get Hypaspis, which is one of the more important parts for Greek in the heroic age. Yeah, this is actually making him pretty playable, I'm thinking, Hades in classical. That looks like some variant. Aphrodite. Can be getting the bigger picture, so maybe I can click on that and get the art properly shown. But piggies on the curse. Bidonci and Dali. Several. Like, what is the purpose of actually being so vague here? I mean, like, I kind of thought we moved past that. Why just not say the range of the units? If it's like, again, what is it, 4 to 9 in the original, based on hit points? Why not just gonna provide that information? I'm just gonna leave it this way. Not like casuals are gonna be minding at all. They're just not gonna be reading it anyway. Whatever is gonna be there. Nemean Lion. So, yeah, the stun is... Again, why is it not saying that there is a stun from the roar? And it's now saying it's only damage to enemies. That stun is something that has the potential to be kind of busted, same as with Shockwave, of course. Golden apples, produce favor from temples faster. Basically putting you into Zeus territory, if you're gonna be wanting for the late game, which is something that could be useful. Divine Blood. Villager speed plus 20%, that's of course quite nice. Carry capacity extra. Work rate for... Huh. Why does it have actually 2 work rates for town center and building? So that therefore that suggests there's a different... There's a different therefore build rate between town centers and buildings for the villages. Or maybe even some different units, or whatever. Different units, maybe citizens or whatnot. Yeah, it seems to be signaling there's some kind of difference. Roar of Ortus, Nemean Rexes have a greater effect. Yeah. At least that's somewhat expensive, 300 food. That's not like an insta effort. Otherwise 250 gold cost seems to be slightly, not cheap, slightly cheaper. Are they 300 gold in original? Not sure. And Argonauts. Powerful heroic ship. Basically moved over from Poseidon into the minor god. Interesting choice. Not entirely certain why, but... I'm kinda actually more curious about the proliferation of the myth units, that you get them with any kind of minor god. Why this isn't actually a general ability for the Greeks? I mean, like, they're having their own myth units, so I guess maybe that's gonna be logic there. But this kind of move is just like so random. From Posse. Whatever. Hephaestus we saw. Artemis is going to be having Earthquake. Haven't entirely seen it, how powerful it is. Chimera. Tough to say, haven't seen her work yet. Damage over time. Have more attack, special ability attack, and deal damage over time. Unfortunately, we don't see all the information here. Ah, there we go. Charge range attack damage 40%, and that's gonna be some kind of poison damage, therefore, I guess, from the Cobra, or what is it? Something like Scorpion Man, probably, I would be assuming. Then, Shafts of Plague. Artemis sends you ranged soldiers, Shafts of Plague, blah blah blah, causing them to poison enemies. So it's not gonna be just like a straight increased damage, but actually an effect. Divine damage, so therefore, yeah, that's the one they introduced that doesn't get reduced by anything. 0.25 for 6 seconds. So you want to be telling me that they're gonna be doing that for what? Times, that's gonna be there for 4, like 1.5 damage then? And that's supposed to be superb. Call me not necessarily all that convinced that's gonna be enough. It's an interesting extra damage in the numbers. On the higher pop limits probably, but feels maybe a bit undertuned. No, and Beast Slayer. Actually, Beast Slayer is there for so Beast Slayer is moved away from Hephaestus, and it's gonna be moved into right now Artemis. Oh, heroes again, and it's actually heroes against myth units. So yeah, so that's like a bit of a different variant. So still, Olympian weapons are combination of original Beast Slayer and Weapon of the Titans. And right now Beast Slayer is gonna be also just giving extra damage to heroes. No, I'm kinda having a bit of a feeling that maybe this is something that's gonna be needed for all the Greek actually heroes, or all the Greek players, not just if you have Artemis. Sentinels, you're getting like 4 of them, right? Didn't entirely see it properly. Vaults of Erebus, steady endless income of gold. Not sure if it's the same or not, don't entirely remember. No, and for the Posse, so what do we have there for? Militia spawn, sure. Caravans, speed, extra. No, so therefore you're going to be having caravans are... how much? Okay, we actually can't hear. They are like 4 speed maybe. Coinage is gonna be 20%, right? Yeah. So that's basically like 10% increased speed. So that's almost like half of coinage, and therefore half of channels or empowerment. So that's almost like an empowered trade, therefore for Poseidon. Probably in team games you're gonna be wanting to go for classical trade, therefore with Posse. Myth units increased speed 0.4. It's actually fairly good. 0.4 for plenty of myth units is gonna be fairly important, because decent amount of them are not entirely as quick. Like typically, for example, Hydras are gonna be nice. Cavalry in there. So we are doing away with the discount on the stables and the horsemen. So basically I'm completely changing that. Again, I'm not really happy about the speed increases, because they are usually the hardest to balance and are creating the biggest problems in the game. So I'm not really happy that they have embraced them so much. Free Hippocampus, sure. Oh, me like hippies with... Actually 0.4 is fairly decent for them as well as an addition on the speed. It's kind of making them really decent markets. And that's gonna be bringing them on the level of like raiders, right? Because hippie is having, what, 5 speed? No, 5.5. 5.5 is having as a speed. And raiders are 6. Oh, I'm not gonna be seeing it here, so... So that's gonna be 5.5, so it's gonna be 5.9 unless they were changed. So practically the same as raiders and being quite a bit stronger. Again, bit of a reason to stay in the classical and focus on that. It's kind of like a bit of a theme, it feels like, for the Greeks. That they play into them staying in the classical. They already are doing it naturally in the original game, and now they're kind of more playing into that. Not sure what to feel about it. Markets and stables cheaper, at least the stables are cheaper, therefore, not the cavalry itself. And market exchange rates improved by 50. Yeah, this is... With the classical, I'm thinking this is gonna be broken, this combination. I'm thinking this is gonna be leading into some nonsensical strats with the market. Again, just gonna look at AoE2, what's going on there with classical markets. Just like, it's an easy fix to, not even like broken economy, but simply out of nowhere to go into the next age very quickly. You're just gonna get plenty villages on gold, have a short burst, and you can just like immediately get heroic age, for example. That's something that's definitely gonna happen here as well. With the classic market. I'm thinking it's one of the bigger mistakes they have made with their bigger changes. I'm thinking it's waiting to rear its head, and when players realize what bonus it actually is for them. Otherwise, lure, target location works as a... Thinking... It spawns chickens, So it's not going to be idle if you're going to be having low hunt map. Summons more food in later ages and eventually crumbles afterwards. So you therefore cast it in the archaic age. You get the maximum there. And then you get more in classical, heroic and mythic like extra. That's how it's gonna be working. And after that it's gonna be dying. And you can drop off food there, which is kinda nice, I guess. Gonna be probably therefore want to cast it on something like... on chickens and berries, probably. You're gonna be wanting to cast it to avoid having to cast one. This would have been actually really great, therefore, bonus if we were having maps that were having low hunt. Because so far it seems like that probably hunt is gonna be a bit higher on maps. Okay, like easy accessible, resources are closer to you, at least the starting ones. But I would be very much about maps, and I want maps that, for example, have no hunt at all. Because that would be completely changing the gameplay, and players would be having to adapt. And for example, lure would be really nice on that. Lore of the horses, that will be LOS and regeneration rate. I mean, like the LOS is already fairly decent. It's kind of like maybe laughed at a lot, but again, line of sight is very important in real-time strategies with Fog of War. And considering how cheap it is, it's a good investment. And therefore regeneration rate. Now, if it's gonna be half per second, and again, if it's gonna be even, for example, during fights, Kinda nice. How much is it during minute? Therefore, 30 hit points per minute. That's very good. That is very good, because you have to be imagining how you use the cavalry. This is something like the Georgians in Age of Empires 2, with the regeneration of the cavalry, which is still not entirely fully embraced by the players there, but they are getting to it. And you usually gonna be with the horses raiding a lot. And therefore, during that raid, if it's gonna be still healing half to regeneration, then what's gonna happen is that you're gonna be healing practically in between the raids. And well, with how kind of large the maps are and whatnot, you're gonna be usually spending like a bit of raiding, 5 seconds raiding, and then you're gonna be running 20 seconds around. So you're gonna be actually healing a lot. This might seem small, but this might be really good. That regeneration rate, if it is working as I'm thinking it might be. Egyptian? Oh, come on, you're really not gonna be showing me the details in there? Okay. No Egyptians then, so we can see that elsewhere, I'm assuming. Your villages get it the fastest, so I guess that's gonna be similar effect. I wonder if maybe it's still having the hidden wood bonus as the original rain. Or if they've not introduced that. Skin of the Rhino, oh well, classic. Classic you could upgrade. No, looking at all the actually upgrades, the Forge of Olympus has to be a mistake at that 5 seconds there. There has to be a 0 missing. Okay, so Bastet. Improving abilities of your myth units and increasing the rate at which your monuments generate favor. So same-ish. Sand Vortex. Well, nothing entirely too new here either. Sacred Katos. Okay. Farms, huntable, herdable. It's actually for all of them. Isn't it in the original only farms? At this point I'm not 100%. I almost want to be saying that yeah, but not sure. Well, that's definitely making this upgrade fairly a must very soon. So therefore you're gonna be having to play very quickly into Monument. You have to be getting Archaic Monument for sure to be able to afford cats. Because at this point that's practically like hunting dogs for Egyptian. Also, Webfavet, 10%, 5 to chop attack damage bonus against 3. Okay, so you can just kind of chop them faster. That's like an upgrade in Age of Empires 4. What is it? Forestry, I think it's called. That allows you to cut down forest faster, which seems small, but in the long term it actually does add up the seconds. And Cryosphinxos, hit points and some extra damage. Same as right now for the Herako one. Thinking that's how it usually, or how it approximately is. Mr. Ptach, shifting sands. Target your own or allied units and then target the location where you wish to teleport them. Thinking it doesn't work on enemy villages, right? As well. As it is on the balance patch. I'm not entirely certain about the details on that. But there is some kind of limitation. Or is it just like not working at enemy units at all? Based on the wording, actually it's not working on them at all. I guess that's a bit of a shame. Removing some tactical option in the early defense, possibly. Magical Cobra. Scalloped Axe. Melee attack damage plus 15%. Like all types. Are they like having more types of damage? Axeman. Probably not gonna be again able to see it here, right? Only good against other infantry. Now in the original game that's not necessarily true too much. Because the high melee resistance is actually making them somewhat solid, even against, for example, cavalry. At least they don't die quickly at all. So they can kind of stand their ground at least a bit. A leather frame shield. Also, if you look at all the images here, I'm not really a fan of that. It was already in the first showcase of the user interface and the choosing of the gods. I'm not really liking the mobile icons too much. Like, there's not much of a purpose in it. It's like flashy for no reason. And just kinda really giving it just like way too cheap and mobile look for. Again, not much of a gain at all. So Spearman, sure, Electrum Bullets, Classic, Shadow is gonna be gold cost minus 50% of build time. Yeah, not much of a change here. For Mr. Sobek, that has apparently sidelined Hathor then. Getting her Locust Swarm. Villages, farms, fishing ships and livestock. Livestock? That used to be immune. Right? I think in the original. No, it's usually gonna cast when the livestock is already eaten, so I'm not entirely certain. But almost would be wanted to say that. Rock, well, transport, cannot attack. But of course, at this point they have the landing animation, which was already something they wanted to do originally, but they just couldn't make it work with the technology back then. Pet Suchos into Crocodilepolis and into Pet Sobek, so it is that way. Pet Suchos originally, Pet Sobek is gonna be the upgrade instead of Pet Suchosra. It's just kind of uninspired name, let's be frank about it. And still not entirely certain about the damage for him, because those numbers in the previous the releases were all kinds of weird, so I'm still kind of looking forward if it's performing decently or not. Sun-Dried Mudbreak. Minus 15% gold cost, huh. The build time as well. Wait, what? It's adding 25% to building of Titan Gate and towers? That's supposed to be... Wait, what? Oh, that's gonna be kind of like nullifying the effect of the previous... Yeah, so basically they just did it. All build time is gonna be lower, but it's not working on towers and Titan Gates. That's how it's... That's what it's supposed to be meaning. Oh, well... Only logical, especially Titan Gates are not gonna be faster. For the towers... yeah. Later game Egyptian tower spam is a bit annoying, so I guess. Dark Water. Really? Does that mean that camel caravans are also getting regeneration there for then? Not like it matters too much for them, but still. Regeneration. I'm still having the huge question if there is an active and passive healing. I don't know if that has been already explored or not, because that's making a major difference in all these numbers. Plus 10 hit points. Caravan. Oh yeah, Caravan is gonna be also regenerating apparently. Also getting extra HP. Oh, making the Caravans slightly harder to raid. Interesting again. Sea Snake near enemy ships that your cabinets are attacking. Huh. Sets ability recharge time to 500. Wait, what? That's not gonna be 500 seconds, right? That would be way too stupid. And recharge time to damage. Okay, I don't understand that. That's gonna be some kind of way to implement the just like periodical spawning of it, I guess. But it's a charge spawn action. Oh well. If it will be there for 500 seconds, that would be kind of not entirely useful. Unless, of course, the snakes would be really good. Not sure if somebody has already used that. Nuan Sekhmet, our lion goddess. So, Citadel, that's supposedly giving a bit more hit points, right? Or is it? No, Fortified TC is giving like 5 extra hit points, or hit points, population space. Whereas for Sekhmetos, I'm hoping Citadel is gonna be also a bit more powerful. 10 hit points, or hit points. Population slots are not entirely something to break your back about. Bone bow plus 4 range. That's either similar Or maybe it was 2 in the original, not sure. Maybe it's 4 still. But yeah, if you're gonna be definitely needing ballistics with that, because otherwise you're just gonna be making your Chariot archers probably really bad at hitting absolutely anything. Because it's already a bit of a problem in the original game with how the precision works there. Even in that system. Shooting at the highest ranges of the game. Slings of the Sun. Ranged attack damage bonus against infantry. Sure. Crimson Linen. Myth units, 20% extra damage from all action towards unit regenerate. What? 20% of damage from all actions towards unit regenerates hit points. Okay, so regeneration for the myth units. Huh. No. I can already smell some combinations with Avengers, for example, on that. Because they will be healing a lot, because it's all actions. So imagine the special attack from the Avenger, if it's still the Whirlwind, I think it is, right? So he's just gonna be like instantly healing from that. If he's gonna be doing it, for example, in between arches or villages. That seems kinda busted. 60% of damage from all actions towards unit regenerate hit points. No, well, Scrap is gonna be having some, actually even a higher resistance or a harder resistance recharge. But I'm thinking for the Scrap it's gonna be kind of useless. But for the other myth units it might not be at all. Even maybe Sphinxes actually are gonna be kind of useful from that. No, and otherwise Red Linen was of course for improving the range of catapults, wasn't it? Right, now we are getting just the force of the West Wind. Catapult enabled. No, that's not entirely something I'm liking too much. Having Catapult H earlier for the Aegis, that is having some cancerous potential there. In specific situations. At the same time, at least Egyptians are usually a civilization that does tend to be getting fairly comfortable into Mythic, so it might not be as much of a problem. But it might be helping them from some kind of tough moments if they get stuck in Heroic a bit too long. You can say no siege weapons, and myth units even getting extra crash damage as well. No, and for Mr. Osiris, the six-fingered one. Yeah, well, Son of Osiris, Mummy, Undead Pharaohs that can curse enemy units, converting them into minions if they fall. Okay, so it's not an insta-killer anymore. Well, I guess I understand why they did it, but in the end it's a bit of a shame, I guess, as those insta-kills were quite a nice showing of skill, if you would be able to control that properly. But currently when you can turn them off, I guess maybe it would be a bit too powerful. And it will be of course counterplay in the myth unit galore that they want to be having as a design of the game, so somewhat makes sense. Desert Wind, Camels, hit point, speed, melee damage. Okay. New Kingdom. You're gonna be getting 2 pharaohs instead of 1. But kinda like considering we are having the multiple Son of Osiris's, you're gonna be getting... I wonder if you're gonna be getting actually recharges. New pharaohs even without this. Now you have to be. Because otherwise you'll be still limited to only 2 Sons of Osiris. So you probably have to be getting like automatic 2. Maybe with this you're gonna be always having 1 extra, not sure. If it's like not entirely sufficiently worded. Atef Crown and Mummy hit points, range attack damage and lifespan. It's interesting, like term lifespan instead of hit points. Oh, that's actually for the minion, sorry. Okay. So that making much better sense. No, and Mr. Horus with his tornado behind him. Not sure how much it has been changed yet. Multiple enemies at once and good against human soldiers. Okay, so that probably therefore means you're gonna be having area of effect even just like a basic one. So therefore that's even making them better. Unless they have lowered like their attacks, then they already are. No, and combined with the regeneration, this might be actually a fairly stupid combo between those two. But of course you do have a bit of a problem with the favor gathering with Egyptians. But you, I guess, in general gonna be motivated to make monuments a bit faster than otherwise. Axe of Vengeance. Due to melee damage against buildings. For every 1% HP missing, modify damage by 0.5%. So it's practically the same as Ulfsaks, or the Berserks here. That's also kind of like very strange mechanism to be having in the game. It's gonna be thrown into air, possibly some appreciations of the fights. Because you're gonna be kind of thinking that you are winning a fight against the Ulfsaks, for example. No, and suddenly you're gonna be getting murdered because they're gonna be, of course, getting increased attack at the end. Speed of Horus, that's gonna be melee damage, and bonus versus cavalry extra. And something else, I guess. Because we don't entirely see all of it, unfortunately. And greatest of the 50, that's gonna be infantry hit points and infantry speed. No, especially this, I mean, like 30% hit points is no mean thing. It's actually fairly useful. So, still gonna be a good upgrade, I guess. And therefore, let's have a look on Isis. As she's gonna be having Flood of Denial, 1 foot trickle, Classicos, and for the other gods, therefore for Anubis. So, we're gonna be having Plague of Serpents. Rise from the ground, see, protect the area from your enemies. I think you are getting a bit more of them, right, this time around. I'm entirely certain what are their maluses again. We would have to be seeing it used. As far as, for example, against the villages. Because on the original game they have like minus 90% damage against wills. They don't do anything there at all. Anubite, not sure what is the recharge for his special jump. Feet of the Jackal. 40% HP, nice. Melee attack damage, that's gonna be also on the special therefore. 3 to jump attack maximum range. Ahem, depends what the basic one is. And jump attack work rate, so you're gonna be even getting... So, wait, what? So you're getting actually better melee damage overall. And on top of it, you're gonna be getting the special attack bonus. Huh. Or what is like the work rate here? Yeah, I'm not sure what the work rate actually means here. If it's gonna be meaning you're gonna be lowering the recharge. Probably. Yeah, that has to be the recharge, probably. It's gonna be faster. Kind of weird how it's actually different, apparently against different types of units. It's gonna have to do, I'm imagining, with some different upgrades that need a specialization. Serpent Spear. Okay, so again, poison damage. 0.13 over 6 seconds. So that's gonna be there for... At those 6 seconds, you are just doing some... What is it? 0.78. So you're just doing 1 extra damage. Really? That again seems kind of underwhelming a bit. Unless I'm not entirely understanding how the divine damage works. But it just should be damage that ignores all the armor. So it's like a straight damage. Like a magic damage from other games. Yeah, that kind of seems not entirely as much important, frankly. But that has to be something else there. Because otherwise, you just literally increase in damage of the spearman by 1. So there has to be something different. If it's maybe like the 0.13 isn't per second, that's maybe what I could be imagining being the case. Maybe. Necropolis. So, altogether work rate for favor plus 25%. Okay, so faster favor there. Nephthys. Okay, Anses, but I'm thinking they are having different timing, aren't they? I'm not entirely certain how much. Poison, sure. Funeral rites. Resources return on death. Okay, so with warriors, actually all warriors. So at this point it's not an upgrade for the priest, but rather for all units, and once they die, they're gonna be actually given 5 gold. And priests are gonna be not the same. So practically like something that you want to be, that wants to be maybe motivating you to play barracks units a lot more. And at that point you might be actually getting some decent order increase on the gold. 5 per death. What are you having? In normal game, if you're gonna be going barracks units, you are having like 200 units dead in 20-minute game. Of that, maybe 20-30 villages, like 170. So you're gonna be getting some 900 maybe gold from the units. Ace is gonna be also in the heroic age, so provided you would have to be skipping kind of the classical age. So maybe gonna be looking at 500, 600 gold from that actually in a normal game. Is that a lot or not? You pay 100 here. 14 games, definitely nice. 1v1s, somewhat situational probably. Spirit of Maat, heal work rate for 100% and gold cost 30, sure. Nepti. Increases priest and pharaoh damage against myth units. 1 to all actions, okay, for priest, pharaoh the same. And pharaoh from New Kingdom is gonna be also the same idea. And hey, arrow shiny. No, I'm kind of thinking they need to do that, because if I'm not mistaken, that's kind of like the base units have been quite a bit nerfed as far as the damage against myth units. They were, when we were doing the comparisons some weeks back, then definitely were low numbers. Not sure if that was changed since then. And funeral barge, that will be there for spawn 1 Leviathan upon death with 10% chance. Oof. Yeah, that's not that great. As in for the opponent, this is actually something that might be not too neat. No. Getting a random Leviathan. I mean, like, if you're gonna be having some bigger fights in team games, that's like 20 boats you have in the fight. And you're usually gonna be losing like 70 is gonna be like the population limit on them. You would, of course, have to be getting into heroic. That's a bit of a problem there. You have to fast heroic probably into it. And your teammates would have to cover, so the usefulness is somewhat sketchy, I'm thinking. Probably not entirely as good as maybe it seems at first. But overall, not entirely liking those free spawning mechanisms too much, to be honest. No, I missed the Thoth. So meteors, strong against buildings, moderately effective against units. Guess the same. Phoenix. Can only be attacked by ranged units. Can rehatch from an egg if killed. Sure. But would be liking to see, of course, the statistics, and therefore, if they are still the interest in building destroyers as in the original. Valley of the Kings. Okay, so at this point that's gonna be instead of faster production from Migdol, you just get in the free spawns again. Or what is it? Thoth teaches secrets that causes barracks and Migdol strongholds to spawn additional units when empowered. Okay. Rate for double train chance to 1. So you're getting double the units. That kind of mechanism they actually add in here. Who is having... Yeah, that's Ra, right? Who's having the monuments extra. And therefore increasing the empowerment, so it's kind of logical that it's not gonna be with him, because that would be definitely broken. Oh, I mean, like getting extra elephants for free, that seems kind of good. 500 gold, at least it's kind of costly. No, but for the late game it's actually something that might be really powerful, because you're gonna be able to save a lot of villages. This one has a potential. Book of Thought. That's gonna be still gather 8, no, for everything. Yeah, that's gonna be standard. Tusks of Apedemak. That will be also classic. Cheaper. And also right about now higher damage for the Elephantinos. No, and for Satash, he's just gonna be having the special ability, of course, Clairvoyance, which is a new one. Makes additional charges of the Vision God power be cast with no favor cost and be granted more quickly. Okay. 50% decrease. So I guess you're gonna be getting vision every... What is it? 2 minutes maybe? Minute and a half. I'm not entirely certain was the recharge for the first one. It's kinda quick. I guess that's gonna be... It's definitely useful, but it doesn't feel like it should be broken. Yeah, probably not. It's probably gonna be alright. By the way, what are there for the bonuses for the Egyptians? Is Wikipedia or Wikipedia already having that? So that at least I'm gonna be having some overall view here of that as well. Since unfortunately they're not showing it to us. No, but it doesn't seem like that we have actually the updated numbers here yet on Wikipedia. So that's not too helpful. Not entirely certain where to therefore get it, that information. Good bonuses, good bonuses. Can I find it somewhere? Major bonuses from Retold beta. Right, that's good. Not this, but rather this. So that we can be having it actually all information in one place. So for the otherwise we're gonna be having Skin of the Rhino, we know, increases hack and pierce armor flavors, sure. Priest can empower 75%, that's the same. 54 other aspects. That seems to be... That's... I can actually be wondering if the 50% for all other aspects is also the same. Maybe. But otherwise, plus 20% Camel Rider, Chariot Arch and Wall Elephant damage. That is actually a fairly nice increase, of course, still. And Monuments cost minus 25% and have 20% more hit points, considering that's of course tied to the extra empowerment in there. Making sense for the combo. It's gonna be really powerful though. You need to be of course having the Pharaoh. And therefore, that also practically means that for the late game, you always have to be going for Son of Osiris, or rather for Osiris, because you're gonna be wanting to be having the second Pharaoh doing the same, right? And twice. Thinking that's gonna be probably almost like assuring one path. The Horus might not be entirely all that popular with Ra because of that. Monuments empower nearby buildings. 20 range is kinda like not high though. For example, 20 range, that's something like a what? Arcus range, for example. So it's not entirely too huge. It's like half the screen, approximately. No, but if you're gonna be careful with your base building, that can do a lot. I'm thinking it's gonna be really interesting for... Oh, well, for any kind of military buildings if you build them well. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling quite a potential for very much nonsense with towers. You're just gonna be building the classic 10 towers on some kind of battlefield. You're gonna be building monument into the middle and empower with Pharaoh. And suddenly you are gonna be having 100% extra damage. So instead of 10 towers, you're gonna be basically dealing with 20. That's something I'm very much afraid of. That probably will be very broken. So I'm maybe expecting that might have to be somewhat tempered. For the Isis, we are therefore going to be Monument shield against God powers, 20 range, 40 when empowered. Yeah, this is also quite a bit reduced. Because in the original game, it's practically the 40. In original game, you are having bigger than a screen. And 20 against like half the screen. So basically empowered is bringing it to original shape. Which, at this point, since you are Isis, you're gonna be only one Pharaoh. No priest, of course, to help with. I'm thinking it's actually making the monuments fairly useless, that ability. You know, it's gonna be like a Dryad tree. It's not really too good at all. I'm thinking this is a bit over-nerfed, but at the same time I can understand why they're doing it, because in a game where you want to be promoting multi-god powers, you don't want to be having somebody blocking them. So that's why, unfortunately, that fell prey to it, or victim to it. Empowered monuments heal nearby units, 20 range. And generate favor 100% faster. Again, since you're having only one Pharaoh, again, 100% depends if you have active and passive healing rate or not. If it's gonna be only one healing rate, it might be really broken in kind of like pushing forward with Pharaoh and Monument. Might be somewhat interesting that way. Cheaper upgrades, that's kinda good. Cheaper obelisks and provides 0.33% hit points extra to human soldiers. That's a bit random. Oh, but upgrades now. Does that mean like every single upgrade that, for example, if you get hand axe, it's gonna be there for improving soldier hit points? Or is it like only human soldier hit points? Or kind of like upgrades? Not sure if this is right now properly posted here, but I'm gonna be believing that it is. I was posting it. T-, thank you for that. No, and of course we are losing the extra population limit that Isis was originally having. For Setash, we are going to be having there for the clairvoyance we have seen. Decreasing the cost of vision. Pharaohs can summon animals offset. So that's staying the same apparently. Maybe some changes, I'm not sure. But priests can convert wild animals, but converted animals lose 25% food, so it is still the same. Speed plus 5%. Again, not happy about the speed increases too much. Hopefully it's not gonna be too busted. 5% is kind of like on the threshold there. Barracks, siege works, and migdols cost minus 25% gold. Okay. Normosh, I guess, and monuments reduce the cost of units in nearby barracks and migdol strongholds by 5%. Yeah, so that's kind of like the red mist that we were kind of guessing what it is, so we were kind of correct. It's gonna be also tied to the monuments. And we don't have the range here. I guess it's gonna be again 20, because that's for all the other things as well. Barracks and migdol, so therefore no temple. Yeah, it seems to be fitting. And no siege workshop as well, or rather either. That's something that's gonna be adding up over time. No, and these are gonna be there for the Egyptian changes. So at this point, time to go back to right now the Norse and see their changes and what they have done with those as far as the upgrades. So Mr. Thor, dwarves instead of gatherers, standard, costing minus 10 gold, sure. And gather food wood faster, yeah, that's also kind of normal. Dwarven armory can be built and research upgrades in an age. Yeah, well, that's what we have currently in balance patch. And receiving a free dwarf for each dwarven armory upgrade research. Yeah, I'm kind of still somewhat skeptical about this upgrade. About this, because like the biggest use of that would be very early in the game. But in 1v1 you probably don't want to be getting them too early. As in like in the first 6-7 minutes or whatever. Because the expenditure is gonna be high on the upgrades. You're rather gonna be maybe wanting the units there. probably want to be raiding a bit more than like sitting in your base. You theoretically can be playing some defensive Thor. Probably in team games it might be viable. In 1v1s I'm not entirely convinced yet that it's gonna be that helpful. Because once you start getting the 3 dwarfs somewhere at 10 minutes plus, it just like really doesn't matter. It's not gonna be making enough of a difference at that point. Because not like you're gonna be getting all 9 of them suddenly. Can research 3 extra dwarven armory upgrades. Yeah, that's the classic 3. No, and what do we have there for? Gold mine, of course. Gathered fast, refused in later ages. I'm really thinking at this point you're just gonna have to be casting it at the start. It's like no reason at this point not to be doing it, since you're gonna be having multicasts. There have been some players who were playing without the standard build order with the dwarves at the beginning on the starting gold mine from the Thor. But now I don't think there's any kind of reason to do it. Hammer of Thunder. Here's melee damage. And more favor by 100%. Huh. Interesting again. Forcing Thor into Heresers. No, at the same time you're gonna be forced into them anyway. Oh, I mean like, are you? Because this is only Heresers, so this is not taking into consideration the Gothy. No, but in classical you're probably gonna want that, because if you're gonna be classical fighting, myth units will be there a bit. Not sure. Thinking this is a bit weird upgrade, maybe slightly. So, Mistress Freya, Forest Fire, probably gonna be somewhat similar still, even though it looked like that it's a lot more powerful in some of the commentaries that I have seen. Valkyrie, sure. Disablot. So I guess maybe different name for Aurora Borealis, therefore. Heal work rate and melee attack damage. Yeah, that seems to be fitting. Thundering Hoofs. Sure. Classic. And Sesrumnir. What is that? Hit points for the heroes. That's good. It's actually very good. Considering it's also pretty cheap. That is a nice upgrade. And Mr. Forseti, he's gonna be having the healing spring, create the spring, blah blah blah. Cannot be destroyed, but can be taken over by enemy forces. Classic. No, and we have seen a troll. He's gonna be at this point having the different special ability. Instead of the healing per damage, he's gonna be getting that stone throw apparently. Hall of Thanes, 5% speed on true heroes, and infantry is gonna be actually benefiting from that also. Interesting again. 10% increased speed, no. And considering it's also half cost, by the way. 150 wood instead of 300, and also the favor is pretty cheap. Yeah, this is gonna be definitely a must upgrade. And no, that's making Forseti actually very interesting just because of that. Because again, Oranos is good just because he's having such a good speed increase in the original. So this is something that might be very similar in effect. Dwarven breastplate. That looks like an elven breastplate actually. From somewhere like Lord of the Rings. Making them more resistant to hack attacks such as swords, herdman, vulnerability 20%. It's kinda nice upgrade. Not too expensive. And cave troll instead of hammer troll. Stronger special attack, plus 100% damage and also area of damage. Okay, Skadi is looking a bit weird, like a... almost like a... how's it called? White Walker from Game of Thrones. Thinking probably some shorter timing, right? For the Frost is there. Frost Giant. Okay, guess classic, rhyme into Therm Frost Giants. Why is actually right about now still this Frost Giant, and why the Mountain Giants are turned to Jotuns? Aren't they supposed to be all Jotuns therefore? Because Jotun is a giant. Not like a specific version of it. So why is this not like Frost Jotun, or I don't know, they're gonna be having some specific word probably for it. For like the Frost ones. Strange. Hit points, melee attack damage, ability recharge time, sure. Hunter's Axe. 1 range and always hitting. Wow, track rate into 99, really? No, that's basically like a ballistics there. But maybe even better actually, because I'm not sure if ballistics are like 100% damage. For the buildings I think they are, but not sure if normal archers as well. But I'm gonna hope that yes, because otherwise this would be making throwing X-Men really busted. Winter Harvest, yeah, classic Arctic winds. Apparently moved from Heimdall into Skadi. Thematically, I guess. But nonetheless, it was an upgrade that was barely gotten in Classical Age, so not sure what are the chances in Heroic Age of that. Otherwise, the cost seems to be practically the same. But it's gonna be a bit different. And it's gonna be therefore on Drakars, so that means hammer ships. Slow down enemy and even freeze enemies. No, that's gonna be actually making it probably interesting to only spam the Drakars. I mean, like, it's already a strategy, of course, in the game. Because you are just gonna making them so quick that they can overpower even the arrow ships in certain conditions. So this is gonna be making it even more viable, frankly. Mr. Bragi. Flaming weapons, all human soldiers and ships to burst into flames. So again, still no. That's a bit curious, because bronze is right now done on myth units, but flame weapons still not. Seems a bit of a weird inconsistency when you already do that. Battle Piggy, classic. Aha, fast moving construct that goes berserk and bugs all units around. Yeah, so it's probably not gonna be the berserk as the other one. So therefore increasing damage with your actual lower hit points, but rather different use of the word here. Call of Valhalla, making Ulf Sax therefore stronger, sure. Huh. And you get an actual favor on death. Well, it seems to be too low, I think, in one to be making too much of a difference. Because again, you need to be doing the math right. In normal game, you're just gonna be, then I don't know, with Norse 150 units in a classic game, 18 to 20 minutes. And if you're gonna be having of that, if you will be just maining Ulf Sax all the time, which is probably not gonna be possible, you'll be getting like 100 favor back from that. I'm thinking that's not entirely that much of a difference maker. However, Thurisas rune. Myth unit speed, yes, and the regeneration on them, 0.25. I'm still gonna be having to figure out what the regeneration rate means. Because it feels like this might not be hit points per second. This might be maybe something different. Then Swine Array is gonna be there for next in order. Huh, and it's gonna be switching from Ulf Sax into Herdman. And bonus against Cavalry, practically. No, and Long Serpent, that's going to be longbows, causing them to become bigger, stronger, and to fire more arrows. Oh well, as they damage enemy units. Well, they're kind of like trying to push into the Heroic Age fights, but they really do not happen too much in AOM. And now, when they have also introduced and included the further units, even in the Classical Age, I'm thinking that's even less of a reason to be fighting in the Heroic Age for the water. It's gonna be even just like more entrenched in the Classical. Thinking this is gonna be still not really solving too many things, like for example when you have some water upgrades in the Mythical Age from some of the gods. Balder, Ragi. Okay, I guess the same. Not sure if the heroes are weaker or what is done with them. Same right now with the Fire Giant, Sons of Sleipnir. So better damage for the cavalry and melee attack damage versus ranged soldier. So actually adding against archers some extra damage. And again, just like Dirt cheap upgrade, like why? 150 and 20 favor, you're just like always gonna get that if you are on cavalry. There's just like no choice. Could have just like given it for free practically. Dwarven Ogre, yeah, kinda classic situation as well here. No, and Mr. Tyr with his wolves. So Fimbulwinter, of course, classic. Not sure how powerful it is. Again, will be needing to see that. And stronger they get. Yeah, not entirely certain what's gonna be the limit on the pack. It's gonna be somewhat similar as in the original, but seems like the cost is sufficiently low that you're gonna be able to create the packs quite fine. Berserker Gang will be meaning that for Ulfsag's 35% increase damage. Oh, wait, what? Yeah. No, that's actually damage is gonna be regenerating you. 35% is actually really high. And again, like complete no cost practically. Maybe the favor could be under certain situations a problem. But yeah, that's a bit interesting now. That's actually gonna be probably making the Ulfsags really good. And by the way, don't the Ulfsags have already that as a basic? So this is gonna be like additionally on top of it or increasing it. Because they might be actually having kind of crazy regeneration in the end. Who knows? No, and Bravery, that's gonna be there for Huskarls, of course, the bonus. And we do have melee attack damage bonus against buildings. And just simply increased damage as well. So for Odin, Great Hall units, so that means the one for Cavalry, Jarls, and the Herdmen. With the Gothi, I think, in as well, maybe. Great Hall, okay. So Hersirs, Raiden Cavalry, then Gothi, and Jarls. Actually, the Herdmen are from the normal barracks, from the Longhouse, okay, so not those. %10 hit points and generate 10% favor extra in battle. That is an interesting bonus. No, you could therefore probably gonna be wanting to go Great Hall with Odin almost exclusively, probably. Gatherers and Dwarves get 10% faster from natural food sources. Sure, classic. Raven Scout spawns, sure. And human units and heroes regenerate 0.7 hit points per second, increasing with 0.1 hit points per age advanced. So that's somewhat similar. And again, you are having 0.7 hit points here. And otherwise, you're just talking about rate, just like also quite a bit of inconsistency in the information. Great Hunt, multiply the numbers, and if there are none, it's gonna be also summoning a small amount. Yeah, well, that's kind of, I think, a nice addition to the God Power. Though I'm thinking you're gonna be hard pressed not to be using it on any kind of animals and casting it late game when you're gonna be already farming. Not thinking so too much. That's probably not gonna be a thing. Unless, of course, in the Mythical Age you'll be getting like, I don't know, 10 animals, for example. At that stage it might be somewhat useful. Hamask. Berserkers, 1 HP missing. They get speed and they get extra damage. No, I mean like Odin Ulfsags with Tyr might be actually something. That might be doing some little thingos there. But Heimdall. Undermine against buildings, all of them, so same as we have in the balance patch therefore. And walls and towers instantaneously. Aineri instead of Ainear. But that's the same. Gjallarhorn instead of Eldhrimnir Kettle. That's gonna be there for Giant Killer Ainear in there. And increasing, of course, damage, hit points, and boost effect duration. That's very nice. That's actually a really good upgrade therefore, to boost effect extra. Safeguard Classic, extra hit points for the towers, walls, and buildings actually being cheaper. So that's a bit of a roundabout way how to actually make towers cheaper, I guess. You're gonna be needing a lot of wood there still, though. Just maybe somewhat a bit annoying. And Rikstula is gonna be doing training and research work rate 20% for all the buildings. That's interesting. Yeah, it's very good actually, considering it's already in the second age. That might be actually good. Because if you're gonna be considering the Ulfsaks already producing at 9 seconds, and you'll be reducing the 20% actually from that, you're gonna be making them in like 7 seconds. That's having some potential, also with right now the Hamask. That might actually be quite a bit something, maybe something to test tomorrow, if I would be brave in the north. So, Enfol, yeah, actually that was going to be, of course... Oh, nothing here, just the Njord. Not in the mythical, that will be only for Loki. Walk in the woods, we have seen a lot more of them spawning than in the original game. Not entirely against that. I think that God Power could be using some boost. Sure, and the Ring Giver. So extra hit points for Yaros, and also bonus damage versus Myth units, so fairly good. Like normal. Vikings is going to be 10 gold to Raiding Cavalry bounty earning reward. Now that's kind of something that we, for example, have in Keshiks in Age of Empires 2, and it really doesn't entirely do as much. But it kind of like depends what and how the kind of return actually works and how quick it is. Because still, in somewhere in the early stages, it might be some early stages in the Heroic Age, so not entirely as much. But it's kind of weird, because if you're gonna be therefore maybe forced motivated to start with the Ulfsaks, then obviously you're not gonna be making the switch, so I guess maybe Njord is gonna be kind of dead guy. I'm gonna be having to make some informed choices there. No, and Jotuns here, classic. Enables punt action. Could have been just leaving it as a bit of an Easter egg for the dwarves. But Wrath of the Deep, that's gonna be better Krakens. Nothing entirely specific. No, and therefore for Loki. So Myth units as a focus. Damaging units can spawn Myth units. At this point it's gonna be with all the soldiers, not only Hersirs. We'll see how that's gonna be playing out in the end. But does that therefore mean you can spawn them also from the normal human units, or is it still only from Hersirs? That is the important question to ask. Because if it could be spawning therefore from any kind of unit in any kind of fight, well, to look out for. Soldiers inflict 25% bonus damage. So therefore, better at countering, of course. Buildings constructed 25% faster, and transforming gatherers, it's gonna be costing a bit less. And Ox cards are cheaper, so... well, the important parts being here at the top, kind of. And Ice in the Forest is gonna be units of Mother Nature, such as trees and animals, to temporarily grant you vision. It's kind of like nicely thematic, I guess, but how is it gonna be working? You're just gonna be randomly getting vision on the map? Nearby units of Mother Nature. Okay, so you're gonna be running around the forest, and that's gonna be therefore leaving some kind of trail of revealed fog of war, probably. Huh. Interesting mechanism. And Spy, of course, classic. No, and we have in Hell with Nidhogero we have seen. No, still kinda seemed kind of squishy. Special attack may be nice, but of course kinda slow, so very easy to dodge. That might be a bit of a problem in there. Phalantos, Frost, of course those. Rampage is gonna be same as in the original as far as the effect. And Granite Blood, it's gonna be of course adding plenty of hit points. Mountain Giant only 20. Oh well, they already do swim in hit points anyway. 600 wood. What a cost. Compare that to actually some other, or plenty of the other upgrades. How actually damn expensive that is. It's a great upgrade as well, but nonetheless. I'm kind of thinking those costs are out of whack. Quite a bit random actually. In plenty of places. But let's switch therefore into Atlanteans, the last gods. And last Pantheon for the time being. You can say now the 5th one already prepared here for the Chinese. And then, well, the next ones. So, can time shift buildings to new locations? That's of course the same. Towers, palaces cost 50% of their price to shift. Others are free. Oh, well, in the original, the other buildings are practically free as well. But I'm thinking that the towers and the palaces are more expensive than this. Maybe this is... No, this is maybe gonna be bringing back what we used to be playing 20 years ago. And I mentioned constantly that we were doing forward bases in team games. And Kronos will be shifting forward towers with it. So that's probably gonna be quite a bit useful in team games. Buildings constructed faster per nearby manor. That's completely random thing. I mean, like, you're not gonna be wanting to... Oh... What you're gonna be theoretically doing is if you want some kind of forward base, no, but like why? You won't be doing that actually. I was just kinda thinking you can time shift manor forward, and then you're gonna be building things faster, but like why? You can just kinda time shift the other buildings as well, right? So it just like doesn't make any kind of sense. That's a like useless upgrade really. Unless it will be stacking. It's kind of like per nearby manor. So you could be sending forward like 4 manors. And you're gonna be getting something like an insta build. Or what is the 25% faster exactly? Or still you would have to be getting a villager there. Instead of just time shifting your buildings. I don't know, those two just gonna go against each other. That's like, I think, in overlapping. We'll see if maybe somebody thinks of a way how to use this. Receive to 3 myth units. Now that's a bit weird. Shouldn't be probably that game breaking, but it's theoretically with Prometheans and the early jump, or the jump in deletion, and therefore scouting with the small ones, this might be having something there. And of course, since you are getting the resources back somewhere from the myth units, I'm not entirely certain who it is. Here, lost siege and myth units return 20% of their resource cost. So if you're gonna be at the start just deleting those 2 Prometheans, you're just gonna be getting there for 20% there. So like what? 25. You're gonna be getting 50 food from that. Practically almost like 1 for free if you won't be to get in a new one. Weird one. Weird one. And hey, well, kinda normal. I'm having it limited anyway at 30 FPS because I'm having stream at 30 FPS, so there's no need to be having anything more. But the FPS didn't seem like that they were entirely that much of a problem. It seems like that the game is unoptimized and the engine is having some serious problems actually. Because otherwise I'm having old computer and I can get settings fairly high, but it's still not entirely all that fluid as I would be expecting. And it's not stressing my PC on full. So I don't know what's going on with that. Simply some optimization lacking, it looks to me. And definitely looking especially more to get in some other games on spectating. If the game today was just like because of the players lagging, or if it was just like the spectating mode being really terrible. Because that was definitely disappointing. The construction, sure. Temporal chaos. Add 2 to maximum concurrent time shifts. Interesting, so you can be having multiple ones, because I think you can have only 1, right, in the original. Minus 50% time shift cost. Okay, so it's gonna be costing like a quarter, therefore. Into the buildings. Making it even easier. I mean, like, I really don't have any kind of good computer, right? So I may be not like the absolute correct person to ask, but still, again, I'm gonna be playing also tomorrow with some increased settings and whatnot, because it seems like that it's not a problem there. It seems like rather the problem is going to be somehow with how the engine is working, maybe, with my computer, or I don't know what. Because other people seem to be running somewhat alright. I'm not entirely certain what is their feeling of it. But yeah, it didn't seem like I was having any kind of FPS issues, really. As far as when I was playing. In the spectating, yeah, there definitely was some kind of issue there. But that one I have to be testing a bit more. 2080, yeah, that should be. I think that the bigger problem is CPU here than the graphics card. So maybe, I mean, like if you're having 2080, you probably don't have any kind of weak CPU anyway. So not sure what could be maybe a specific issue in there. Valor target one of your human units to convert into a hero. Really? And heal it. Huh. Okay, so no 3 units plus villager anymore. I mean, like the heal is really nice though. That's something I can actually feel could be useful. And I think that also Cairo Ballista can be turned into heroes this time, right? So that's where maybe it could be having some good use. Divides into 2, sure. Alluvial clay, that's gonna be extra hit points, classic. Oh well, you're gonna be getting extra actually Promethean little one. Interesting again. And of course there's the change into the food from the gold. I'm kind of disappointed in that because I think it was an interesting gimmick for the Atlanteans that they couldn't do anything without gold. It wasn't used nearly as much as it should have been. Basically nobody was tower rushing the Atlanteans and whatnot if they would be having forward gold mine, for example. But yeah, as I said, I mean, like, current expert players are not playing the game to topest ability at all. There's plenty room for improvement, so unfortunately if some kind of things were done based on them, then we are doing changes for nothing. Because they simply don't know how to play the game fully properly. As they are too locked in their specific ways and tunnel vision, as it tends to be with expert players, because if you play thousands of games, then you cannot consider things kind of like immovable practically. And automatic. Heart of the Titans, there is quite a bit of a cheaper research. No, and Theft of Fire. Alright. Really? Oh, that's Citizen Hero. Okay. Okay. I was for a moment thinking if this is for normal villager, that would be weird. But for Hero Citizens, yeah, okay, that's, I guess, why not? By the way, Hero Citizens are taking the same pop limit, right? At this point, I'm thinking. And they have been also significantly reworked into like only 2 pop and different gather rates and everything. Probably can't be seen it here, right? Nope. Just that you have the build limit of 50, you can see they are cheaper. 85 food, 15 wood, 2 pop limit, 25 build time. So yeah, there has been quite a bit of an overhaul for the Atlanteans. Depends how expensive it's going to be to turn the heroes into, or the villages into heroes. Alright, wonder if that's gonna be still the trick working, that you can build over the traps and you're gonna be destroying them. Wonder if that's still a thing. Automaton, classic, can repair and rebuild each other. Looking forward to maybe testing that out as far as the fight and repair from behind. That also, again, nobody is actually interested in, even though it's a quite a bit clearly broken mechanism. Hephaestus Revenge into warrior ones, better HP and regeneration rate again. Volcanic Forge, that's gonna be just the pierced vulnerability, so therefore what we have in the balance patch on Wooble. Moved here as well, I guess. And perception. Oracles and hero oracles increase in the line of sight. So plus 10% LOS and plus 10% full capacity bonus for auto gather rate. I'm still not entirely certain how it works with the oracles, because it's at this point based on their vision and how much they see, right? So therefore this is gonna be like a double whammy bonus, isn't it? You both get plus favor generation because you see more, and then you're also gonna be getting plus extra on that, or is it just like combination of those two, meaning the same thing? That otherwise the capacity bonus is at the normal LOS, and that's why they have to be just like speculating, specifying the other line. Might be. It's like therefore just like a singular upgrade, but needing 2 rows here. No, I'm definitely kind of looking forward how it's gonna be working out, because I can kind of see it going both ways. It's kind of nice to be having oracles useful, that is for sure, but nonetheless, you're gonna be having to have them spread out, because if you're gonna be overlapping the point of view, then it's not gonna be increasing the gathering rate for the favorites. You need to be having them spread out, and at that point, it's gonna be also just like a goal of any enemy player to be trying to rate for them instantly, or constantly rather. So what I can see here is, first, probably if, that's a big if you're gonna be gathering favor from even outside of the map, then the best way would be to position them on the side of the map, because it's gonna be hardest to find them there. And you're gonna be having just like the easiest time to hide them, somewhere next to a tree or whatever. No, and then the other part is that this might be potential to be really annoying for the enemy player, because if you're gonna be constantly having to chase them somewhere, that's gonna get old really quick. So this has a potential to be frustrating practically for both sides, this mechanism. I guess we'll see. This one is definitely pretty big unknown how it's gonna be working. And hey Steve, no, well, impression is millions of absolutely useless changes, and I can definitely detect some really misinformed ones, and I'm thinking maybe even just listening to the wrong people ones that are here, and just like complete practically overhaul and overshuffle of the game for no reason. That's kind of what I can say here. It absolutely wasn't necessary. I have no idea why they did it this way. Not sure. Otherwise, well, the gameplay, kinda tough to say. I've just had few games and I haven't played competitively in 20 years, so I was just gonna have in some random games what kinda seems at first sight somewhat OP, and yeah, well, brought some victories. So of course a lot more exploring needs to be done. And from the feel of the gameplay, again, I just don't think I have enough to be kind of like saying how it feels, but overall, with all the changes and details and everything, I think the original is simply better game. Because it's already a good game on its own. That's kind of like the big thing. There are definitely some things that need changing, and I'm very happy for them, like for example the Titans and whatnot. But others, I'm just like not entirely certain why they're doing it. Why they are reshuffling the major god bonuses, I have no idea why. That's so completely random and makes no sense. These are just like, I'm just like annoyed when people do things that are needless and don't respect the original they are working on, which they obviously don't. That's kind of something that annoys me the most. That is really something that doesn't ring too right with me. But well, it is playable. So I guess people are, of course, entitled to be enjoying what they want. So if they want to be playing it, no problem. Just I'm thinking it's a bit of a shame that this means that original Age of Mythology is going to be completely forgotten and lost to time because of this. This should have been Age of Mythology 2, in my opinion, and going even further on the mechanisms. And it could have been a great new game. Now we have a replacement, which I'm thinking is a shame. But nonetheless, therefore, Hyperion. Target group temporarily. I'm not entirely certain, like, why temporarily? Why is it not, like, constant? Unless they massively increase the amount of units. If it's gonna be more than, like, the 4 units, then maybe I can understand it. But it also depends what the temporarily means. Because usually the unit's gonna die in half a minute. So if the temporary is gonna be like 40 seconds, 50 seconds, it's probably not gonna be that much influential. And it also depends if it's gonna be working on myth units. That's a big if. Right there as well. Satyr's classic. Nothing changing there. Gemini. Gemini instead of Gemino. Oh, Gemini, I guess, rather. Charge, strength, attack, damage. In the original, doesn't that add splash damage? I have a feeling it might be adding splash damage in original. But nonetheless, maybe it's actually gonna be the original, kind of like the normal damage from the Satyr. Basically similar to Manticore. I mean, like, they are very similar, Manticore and Satyr. Heroic renewal. Okay, adding 1.5 regeneration rate to heroes. Okay, I guess it's very cheap, so insta get easily. Sons of the Sun, that's gonna be Oracle's hero. Oh wow. You actually can't be getting Oracle heroes in the in the early stages of the game. So therefore you are basically not gonna be ready. Wait, why? Like, when was it any kind of problem that the initial Oracles were heroes? Especially since Valor is at this point going to be only on 1 unit. So that whole gameplay is out the window just because of the Valor being only 1 unit. Why do you need to be locking heroes beyond an upgrade on Oracles? And it's gonna be costing no favor. I mean, like, it's making sense considering they are supposed to be making favor. Wait, what? Oh, this is actually enabling them into hero. I'm actually not reading it full. Ah. Wow, okay. Okay, that's at least making some kind of sense, so good. Outrage reversed. You're gonna be able to get heroes earlier, so good. This was... should be probably reading it all. Because it's gonna be weird, because usually the top text is gonna be just like rehashing what's below. But right now apparently needed that bit of extra explanation. So once you're gonna be getting that, all the oracles are gonna be turned into heroes, and the forward ones as well. Huh. Interesting again. By the way, they cost in there for favor. Originally. That's weird. No, they don't. Okay, that's a bit confusing, therefore what is it even saying? So that's gonna saying that basically oracles are costing only favor to improve into heroes. If it's set in only favor cost to 0, weird. Maybe. Could be. Yeah, it's something like that. But, well, strange. Pioneer of the Skies. Siege Birame enables range attack action and flame attack action. Shoot fireballs that inflict area damage. Aren't you already having fire ships? Why do you need to duplicate this? That's such a random upgrade. Yeah, that's so random. Again, I'm still not convinced that Heroic Age upgrades are gonna be any worth. Because it feels like that maybe Classical Age Water Fight is gonna be still where it's at. No, well, I'm just gonna play with Hippicons a bit, so I didn't entirely see them too much. And not on any kind of high details. So can't entirely say that properly. Mistress Rhea. What are you gonna be having? Traitor, Classic, 1 unit, Behemoth, regenerating. That's a nice little addition, I guess. Behemoths could be using a bit of a small help. Kinda high cost still, 300 food. Horns of Consecration, so that's gonna be auto-generate. What? Causes your town centers to generate a slow, steady favor income. Okay, so Horns of Consecration are gonna be returning back what was taken away. Town Center, Citadel Town Center. By the way, does that mean also both? Like even the one without settlement? That's both town centers, right? But isn't it called something different once you build it without settlement? Not sure. Because obviously that could be making the favor gathering quite a bit interesting for some later stages of the game. Mail of Orichalcos, so Orichalcum, that's gonna be of course Arcus Tolerability to hack and Turma to pierce. Interesting combination. But well, it's gonna be of course useful for both. Not sure if the Turmei, as Turmei of course they are not entirely seen too much of a play after Classical Age. Rhea's Gift. Removes the favor cost of all mythological improvements and returns any favor that you have Yeah, that's a bit interesting actually addition that the second half. Because otherwise this upgrade is kind of slightly underwhelming. Because it's obviously with how late it comes into the gameplay. Secrets of the Titans are gonna be already up there with favor cost as well. Yeah, well, that's kind of like the classic outweighing that, so that the Titan Gate is actually gonna be still costing the normal favor that it does. So they need to be apparently specifying it that way. Dactyloid is going to be Docs, enabling area heal action. Again, Heroic Age, I'll believe it when I see it. That Heroic Age actually fights are gonna be a thing. Instead of kind of like bit rarer ones. Maybe, what do you have? 1 in 5 maybe? Is gonna be Heroic Age fight on water. Especially now with all types of units being in classical. I don't know. Might be still the similar fate to the Mythical Age upgrades. Vortex Classic, Kentimanus apparently instead of Heka Gigantes. It kinda seems really weird here on the picture. Just like some... It really looks kinda thin. No, that's kind of what I was having as a complaint when the original screenshots were released. But in-game he looks slightly better than this. Mirror Tower, 5 of them. Hopefully they're gonna be improved. I mean, like, they're pretty cheap in the first place. Just gonna cost in the favor there. But hopefully they're gonna be having some better stats than in the original. Halo of the Sun, that will be there for Fire Siphons, sure. Extra range for them, I guess, alright. Petrification, that's gonna be siege weapons. And BRMS are gonna be there for getting less vulnerable to hack attacks and getting special bonus petrification, really. Causing them to gain additional hack armor while standing still. Petrifies the wood of your siege weapon. Wait, what? Huh. So does it mean they're gonna be working like Medusae then? That's an interesting take here. Kinda like almost as if you will be having some kind of help against myth units in the late stages. If you're gonna be having some problem actually mastering heroes, huh? I can maybe kind of understand it slightly, but that being locked beyond only one hero is maybe not entirely ideal. We'll see what the others have. Titanomachy, that's gonna be of course Skentimanus or Heka Gigantes, getting simply much bigger at damage. 50%, sorry. Implosion for Atlas, that seems like nearby units and buildings. More powerful when cast near a large number of enemy units, and of course. We'll see if maybe the damage against buildings is gonna be somewhat increased. Or what's gonna be up with that? Argus. Blob of acid that instantly kills most opponents. Most interesting, so it's gonna be limited on damage. Guardian of Io. Ability recharge and LOS, sure. And Devotees of Atlas. Okay, injured fanatics into frenzy. So basically, yeah, they just like spread this mechanism everywhere. When they've already implemented it, I guess they wanted to be really using it everywhere. So the classic berserker mechanism. And yeah. Speed and rate of fire. It seems like it's gonna be at this point right now from that. And again, dirt cheap upgrade. Like, why would you be getting that? This is like a... Really, I don't understand the costs at all. Just like makes no sense. There's like absolutely no strategical choice in that. You just get it. Because it's in Mythical Age no cost at all. 50 food, 100 gold, 5 favor. Why do you bother me with that? Just gonna leave there the time research and it's the same. Again, just gonna show in they really do not have any kind of like good plan and idea behind what they were doing. Just gonna like randomly roll the wheel and where it landed, that's how I did it. Titan shield for the destroyers, vulnerability to pierce attacks, sure, and yeah, well, that's the same for the heroes as well. So that was there for Chronosero with Mr. Oranos. So what do you have? Sky Passage each age, that's a bit interesting. That is limited actually, so 1 in each. So basically in Classical Age you're gonna be able to get only 2. It's very strange because in the original game sky passages are criminally underused. Only some people are sometimes using them. Like really underused. Big time. And they're just gonna be right now limiting them even more. Unless they just gonna make them really cheaper or whatnot. They probably did. They had to be. Where do I see Sky Passage? Somewhere here. What is the picture for Sky Passage? Probably can't even see it here. It's gonna be here, there. Empyrean Speed. Shockwave. By the way, Crenellations, what are they doing? Special damage against cavalry, to range, and basically all the buildings, not only towers. Oh, wait a second, what? Increases the range of towers and causes ranged buildings to deal... Yes. So bonus damage to all ranged buildings. And Sentry Tower is going to be getting maximum range. Okay, so this is quite a significant difference. Because it was only bonus damage against cavalry for towers in the original. I guess I'm not entirely against that. Just depends if it's not gonna be overtuned. As of course it might be making Radeon on the TC harder. Yeah, I'm just like not seeing the Sky Passage anywhere. That should be of course already from Archaic therefore. Yeah, I have no idea. It's probably not here. Unless I'm just blind, which is possible as well. So, can't tell. I'm hoping it's gonna be cheaper if they are imposing such a limit on them. Units can enter Sky Passage to instantly travel between them. No, well, that's Sky Passage therefore. Units have +5 line of sight. That's very interesting. And that should be therefore theoretically improving favor gathering from oracles. That depends. Because there was that upgrade, right? Here. And they specifically say they need to be increasing the capacity bonus for the auto gather rate. So you might be getting extra LOS, but not the extra gathering rate as Oranos. That depends. But you might be maybe getting like the basis is gonna be instantly higher. Maybe that's how it's gonna work. Maybe that will be somewhat relevant. Then all units have... Okay, damage units remain visible for 25 seconds. Yeah, this is actually fairly high, 25 seconds, frankly, having the vision on them. It's quite a bit of a diversion, of course, from the classic. No speed bonus for Oranos, so at this point I guess he's gonna be... Oh, well, maybe quickly going into trash tier because of that, because that was what was making him really powerful. And of course the weaker Valor and stuff. So he's gonna have to be played probably quite a bit differently, if at all. So far looks like that Kronos is quite a bit of a favorite. Seems to be having some active bonuses for the classical immediately. No, and the damaged units. 25 seconds is a long time. So what you're gonna be theoretically wanting to do is maybe run around with Tourmai and get in some random hits and therefore then get in vision from that in such a way, if you can. Might be some maybe way to play it, but it's just like weird combination of bonuses, frankly. Not sure. Doesn't have anything too specific here. What are the specific abilities? Shockwave, of course. Depends how many fews, how many seconds is few. If it's the 2 or 4 or in between. And Empyrean Speed, Oranos increases the speed of infantry units. Infantry is gonna be getting 10 and it's actually locked beyond upgrade. So therefore, you're gonna be getting still fast Murmilos. Catapult as potentially, but well, who cares? Murmilos are gonna be the important part. So that's still the same, but you have to be paying for that. Which is gonna be delaying your Prometheans because of the favor cost. No. It is a nerf for sure. Depends how it's gonna be playing out. Still, the faster Murmillo still could be nice. Because they're gonna be able to quite nicely keep pace with the Turmei actually in the end. It's gonna be somewhat similar speed between them. So it might not be entirely making that much of a big difference. Maybe in some kind of specific situations, not sure. No, and Oceanus, what kind of things you have? Carnivora Classic, ships and humans, of course. Caladria, I think she's having some change. Yeah, heals allied units and slows down enemy units, so she's not gonna be only about the healing. Has no attack, but can only be attached by ranged units. I mean, like, slowing down enemy units could be actually fairly nice addition, though I will be still using Caladria way more for healing. Yeah, like, that's something that also isn't entirely used too much, not because not too many people are gonna be going Oceanus to play her in the first place, specifically. And then, of course, there's the problem of the active and passive healing rate. That's really just, at this point, a huge question for plenty of those regeneration numbers. Servant can heal allied units, especially ships. Oh, well. Oh, wait. No. Does that mean he's only on water or not? Because it doesn't say here, but I'm gonna be assuming so. And therefore, they probably left out the special ability. And that was... It was not working in the original, but on death kill, or kind of kill blow, he should have been getting increased stats, but that's not working in the original either, so I guess they're just gonna... They've done away with it. Bite of the Shark, quite a bit cheap. Again, made way cheaper. Of course, increased damage. Only 5% though. Okay. Because they also get in divine damage. Extra. So therefore, indefensible damage. That's gonna be 0.25 per 3 seconds. It really kinda depends if this is a tick per second, the 0.25. So therefore, it's gonna be like a 1 extra damage practically. Over the time. Or not. Hard to say, until we're gonna be seeing. Weightless mace, that's gonna be of course still for the catapulters, classic. Increased speed though is kinda nice. But I'm thinking, isn't that also something that we have introduced in the balance patch on Wooble? I'm thinking it might be. The speed. And again, just like 50-50, basically the cost is only the favor. I mean, like, the favor costs are actually fairly high here, considering. So it feels like that they are thinking that the Oracle favor gathering is gonna be really effective. And hard to stop. I mean, like, how much does Oracle cost? You get in the 3 at the start, of course, for free. It's costing 40-60, that's a lot of gold, kind of. And even the food is gonna be interesting cost. No. No, that's something that might be needing some attention in tuning, possibly. And then frontline heroics, that's gonna be Oceans, reduces the cost of promoted infantry units, only infantry apparently. Food and gold cost, that's quite a nice discount. Again, not too expensive upgrade. Probably might be popular. No, I mean, like, considering that Valor is basically trash at this point. Kinda, no, well, yeah. That really all depends on how much favor you're gonna be getting from the oracles. If the oracle trickle is gonna be good, then repeated valor could be a good god power. But it really depends on that. I'm really thinking you're gonna have to focus the oracles a lot on the Atlanteans. It's gonna be some annoying gameplay probably. But otherwise it almost looks like that actually Oceanus is gonna be fairly neat option. Oh well, that was kind of something that we have known on Wooble or in the competitive community for years, right? The reason where Prometheus is strong is because of the Valor. Oh, they just kind of like completely nerfed it to Oblivion. So of course at this point, there's a good reason why to be picking Oceanus as well. It was always the problem. Same as right now, the speed bonus for Oranos. That always was why he was the strongest of the Atlanteans. The only reason ever. Okay, so we have seen Hyperion and we're gonna be seeing Mistress Thea. 3 that heals at this point friendly myth units and can trade right. Okay, so 3 is gonna be at this point healing myths. Interesting. that might be curious. So therefore just like more important to be cycling units back. Especially in team games, it's gonna be probably quite a bit important. Stymphalian Bird, sure. Classic, I guess. Dryad is gonna be the same. Prophetic Sight. So Oracle's altogether favorite increasing. And revealed what other players' buildings are training or researching. Right. Yeah, that's this. By the way, wasn't that a relic? Somewhere in the game that was doing something similar. Either that or I have seen this somewhere already. I'm having a bit of a déjà vu with this one. But nonetheless, 10% full capacity bonus. No, yeah, that's the same idea as. So basically like... no, yeah. No, you can see this, right? Susaki design, of course. So you want to be having an ability to improve right now the bonus and kind of like the increase the favor gathering. And you haven't actually basically duplicated here. You have it one for Leto. And since Oranos doesn't have Leto, then he's getting it in the Heroic Age from Thea, which is gonna be somewhat of a standard path. He's probably gonna be taken quite often. So at that point, why not just gonna make it some kind of overall upgrade for all the gods? Because you're just like already wanting them to do it. Just, yeah. No. But nonetheless, the bonus on actually revealing what the enemy is doing is fairly good actually. Even though it's in the Heroic Age, so it's gonna be maybe less important because I'm thinking the kind of like the combination of units are a lot more standardized. It's a lot more useful in the Feudal Age or in the Classical. That is actually really nice. Oh, that was Oracle. I remember where it was. That was Hades and Oracle with Apollon here. Yeah. Revealing the enemy UI. Also in the Heroic Age. So that's where it's where I remember it from. Duplicating bonus here. Again. Running out of ideas so soon. And you are trying to get so many new civilizations. So what are you gonna be doing? Same things all the time, I guess. But yeah, pretty good. Poseidon Secret, that's gonna be of course increases on the Contarias Classic. What is the wood cost decrease on the cavalry? Have Contari changed, or is something else considered cavalry? Is something else cavalry here, or... Like Cairo Ballista, probably siege weapon still, right? Oh, the Tourmay. Ah, for Tourmay actually it's going to be... Oh, well... I mean, like, one time, I mean, Heroic Age Turma just, like, doesn't exist anymore. So that's for Tourmay. Interesting, but why not? Lance of Stone, Contarius is gonna be getting range extra. Interesting, besides the damage. Maximum range on the hero as well. And you're not getting bonus against buildings, so basically Contarius Radeon is dead. I mean, like, that was an interesting variant strategy overall. Not entirely certain why that needed to be removed. Thinking, because that wasn't any kind of like easy thing to play. Because once you were a Contarius Raiden, you just kind of weren't taking part in any kind of other fights. And therefore in team games your teammates usually suffered pretty badly because they were doubled. So it wasn't any kind of insta-winner at all. If you kind of knew how to defend against that at least a bit. And definitely thinking this didn't need to be removed from the game. And Daughters of the Sea for the narrates. The different colors on them. Speed plus 30 and ability recharge time. Oh well, not too optimistic again about Heroic Age Myth unit. And then we do have right now Hecate. This is not entirely looking like the Tartarian spawn that we are used to. It's kind of like a beefed guy. This one seems a bit weaker. Almost like scrawny. But otherwise it seems like it's gonna be similar. Lampades are going to be invoking chaos on units at range. I guess that's gonna be still the same idea therefore. And I think the upgrade is actually improving them into insta-kills, right? Yeah, they turn into chickens. Enemy human units. So therefore no myth units. So it's not insta-kill of myth units. No, that's making it a lot less important and interesting then. Huh. Enables transfiguration attack action. So is it gonna be 2 attack actions? So she's gonna be chaos and this parallel, or is it going to be like replacing each other? Not sure. Mythic rejuvenation, sure. The green hand is kinda random. But classic and celerity. Yeah, that's gonna be myth units getting some extra speed. So probably also Titan, I'm gonna be assuming. Most probably so. No, and let us therefore go into Gaia, the last one. Yeah, why they just like... She's not portrayed like this in any kind of myths or depictions. Like really. Don't understand why they needed to be doing Marvel. Needlessly. But started with hero citizens and promoted citizens is costing minus 25%. It's actually a fairly nice bonus. Because that's gonna be... instantaneously some... what? Maybe like 3rd extra economy from the very get-go. That actually seems fairly strong. Economic guilds upgrades costing being cheaper and early, sure. Economical buildings are only growing lush and not the military ones. Again, very much feeling this is an unnecessary change. I don't really consider lush was problem anytime. Rather actually, again, significantly underused feature of Gaia, even when she was played by players who play her a bit more. Like really, so few times you're gonna be seeing somebody purposefully blocking TC with lush, for example. Like really. I don't think there was a need for nerf. But well, it's gonna be right now the lush healing friendly units and buildings, 1 HP per second. I think it's the same as it is now. But not the units, is it? It's only buildings, isn't it? I'm thinking. Not sure about the units, if it is in the current game as well. Gaia Forest, Classic, and channels movement speed by 15% on lush only. So therefore, units traversing, so basically all of them. So you're gonna be wanting to create practically like an economic guild path for trade caravans. So that you can be getting extra coinage as it is now. Currently it's 20% increase as well, by the way. Yeah, so that's what you're gonna have to do. Definitely for the economy, we're just gonna be having really economical, no, just economical guilds everywhere across the base, I guess. And for the attacks, not sure if that's gonna be that useful. That would depend how far the lush could be going from there. But that seems not entirely too useful to be keeping the villages on the front lines from that. No, and for the gods, there is nothing gonna be special. We've already been through those on the other combinations. No, so I guess that's gonna be all of it. Right now there's of course the leather armor. The villages are gonna be getting, can see more hit points. That's basically like loom that but moved forward into the 3rd age. So that they can be raided maybe a bit more effectively in the 2nd. 25% extra hit points, melee damage and range damage. Oh, especially the hit points of course are the important part here. Bit weird to be having leather armor and it's increasing armor or the hit points instead of armor. That's maybe a bit on the strange side as far as the logic of it. 45 DC 10 pop cap instead of the 5. 2 to ranged attack maximum range, increases range as well, interesting. And attack damage plus 50%. By the way, masons, are they still the same? Vulnerability to crash attacks and hack attacks for towns and raids, kinda similar still. Otherwise, yeah, unfortunately can't be seen too many other details here as far as the hit points, because it simply isn't clickable through. Definitely hope that this Tech 3 is gonna be still improved into like the specific information. As for example, you can do it in the game. Wait, what? There is a market only in the Heroic Age for the Atlanteans. So is that therefore different for Atis? Yeah, it is. Atlanteans actually have been market only in the Heroic Age, unless that's a mistake here. Huh. Random. Ah, and Norse as well here. Okay, so it's basically bonus only for the Norse, for the Greeks and Egyptians. They are gonna be having therefore markets early. Huh. No, still cannot be worried about the Poseidon bonuses there. And Norse and Atlanteans are gonna be both having it in the Heroic Age. Huh. That is so... like random. Why? Considering they have kind of like samified the civilizations with plenty of things. Like adding some further heroes, for example, and units to the Norse, giving them the ability to build houses with villages. This is just like so contrary to that idea again. Yeah, just like really seems like they don't have any kind of like general idea what they really wanted to do, and just like this is an amalgamation of random ideas and reshuffling. No, I really can't respect that kind of approach to design. But nonetheless, we'll see what's gonna be shaken out of it. I'm definitely feeling there are some potential significant troublemakers, and some just kind of design decisions are completely without any kind of other things stupid, simply without other word. Like, I think in the market move is stupid. The extra TCs for the villages are stupid, because it removes like the absolute basic idea below and behind the gameplay. The Oracles, I'm kind of curious how it's gonna be playing out. I mean, like, not like the generation of favor per TCs was anything supremely inspired, but that reminds me. Therefore, Town Center is gonna be here. Can you therefore build Town Center with all civilizations originally in the first age or not at this point? I'm gonna be probably still same for Atlanteans, right? Unfortunately, can't see it here from the Tech 3 properly. So I don't know if they're gonna be still holding that, but maybe somebody already played that. Maybe gonna be playing it tomorrow or on Sunday. Not sure. But yeah, I guess we have probably gone through all of these. No, and you just can't be getting any more information from the upgrades, unluckily. Titan Gate 3, 1350 seconds. But you get in the Titan Gate after you research secrets of the Titans. Okay, so you need to be getting that, which is the same cost. 60 seconds, and then you have to be building it. So that's a bit of a convoluted way, I guess, they have to be doing in the system. Villages or Norse infantry task to the Titan Gate will dig out the Titan. So it seems like a Titan Gate is only for Norse soldiers. So why the hell do you have Norse villages building houses? Again, where is the consistency in that? I mean, like, Norse are having generally a huge problem getting Titans, and usually it's gonna be made only when you are having Ragnarok, in like, what, 99 out of 100 cases almost. Loki is very rare to get Titan, because of that reason. So, like, what? Again, just like, half an idea and half an implementation. And Wonder massively increased in cost. 5,000, basically HUSKSUPPE in today's game almost could be affording that with what he was floating against El Matador. But nonetheless, yeah, this is gonna be kinda rare. Actually, 5,000 floating is for special games, that's not entirely too often. 1,000 was definitely affordable for normal games, but 5,000, that is a tall order. So I'm not sure if you're gonna be seeing it. Probably not in high-level team games. Some kind of mid to low level could be happening. At that point, players are gonna be floating a lot more. But for high-level games, I'm not sure if you're ever gonna be getting there. Is there something maybe new here that I didn't notice? Omniscience Classic, 100 per villager, or what is it? Per enemy unit, so 100 per unit. No, it's gonna be actually becoming quite a lot more expensive with the higher pop limit, coincidentally. Okay, but Myrmidons are changed, right? Because they are dealing divine damage at this point, ignoring all the armor. And they do not have bonus against non-Greek units, so they have basically changed them as well. Oh, well, at this point they're gonna be somewhat playable, and they are a bit cheaper. I think they are 80 food in the original. Maybe even 60 gold. They are pretty expensive in the original. But nonetheless, maybe a bit more therefore interesting against... No, well, anybody who isn't just Norse and Atlanteans. Then we're gonna be having Hetairoi, that will be area damage. Oh wow, they didn't actually area of damage. And it seems like they probably therefore gonna be losing the damage against buildings. Why they can like changing that? Like what? Why? That was an interesting kind of identity for Hetairoi. And for the Myrmidons for that matter as well. No. So they made basically cataphracts from them with Logistica from AoE 2. And hey, cat over the keyboard. I was kinda waiting if you're gonna be saying something else maybe, but nonetheless, hi. If you are still around. Castrafetes, that will be good against infantry and buildings. So they're gonna be maintaining the bonus against buildings as the only ones. Maybe they just didn't want to be replicating the bonus, not sure. But somewhat needless change. Alright, so for the Egyptianos, mercenaries, build limit 12, that seems to be fairly similar to normal, and 8 as well. Not sure what's gonna be the last time for them, how they're gonna be long living. Upgrades 10, 15 and 20. That's also maybe somewhat interesting to look at. If there are gonna be some differences. 15, 20. And for the farms, you're gonna be having there for 10, 10 and 10. And for the Egyptians, they're actually the same. So are the villages having the same gather rates therefore? Because if they're having lower ones, then that means that Egyptians are gonna suck at farming. That was the reason why it was actually increased for the plow. So that it's... Because after plow you are practically getting on the same level of other civilizations. With the farmers. Might be having some deeper effects. If that is not somewhat tackled, but really not sure what is the gathering rate difference between the villages themselves. But I'm thinking that the Egyptian ones are still weaker. But not sure if maybe they haven't buffed them a bit. Gonna have to see first. Otherwise nothing specific here. Interesting how the... Oh, that's the upgrade Dark Water, it's not the camels. So you can upgrade it in both Market apparently and the Migdol. Huh. Well, don't have to be there for blocking your Migdol with that, so maybe good to know. Okay, so at this point also you're gonna be getting caravans only in the Heroic Age, so the market is gonna be literally just for the resource abuse. Like, why would you do that? It is an absolutely cancerous play in AoE 2 and AoE 4. Especially AoE 2 currently. And you just cannot think that you need to be ruining Age of Mythology with that as well? Like, why? What's the idea behind it? At least you can't be starting the trade here, that's good. It's gonna be probably left for the Chinese, I guess, maybe. But, oh, whatever. Whatever. What is right about now? The fish gift, for example. It's gonna be probably still, yeah, pretty powerful. That seems to be same as on the original somewhat. Purusane and Saltam Forum, certainly if you are fishing, never forget. Considering how massive increases they are. No, and we're gonna be having to figure out the ballistics and how the precision works to be able to control the archers properly. Units set track rating at 99, so it's both units and buildings, therefore, like 100 accuracy. You're probably gonna be still able to somewhat dodge. I wonder if you're gonna be therefore introducing the same as in AoE 2, and that is kinda like the dance of units in front of the enemy. So you're just gonna be selecting one unit in front, and you're gonna be running back and forth, left and right. And because that's making the enemy archer units miss. Because the computer cannot be properly... With how the ballistics work, they try to predict where the unit is gonna be moving. So if you are constantly changing that, then no, simply the computation is not gonna be working out as often, and you're gonna be missing with that. So would be definitely recommending players with sufficient clicking capacity to test it out, if that's gonna be improving your situation. I'm having a feeling in Classical Age it should be already doing that. So yeah, I wonder how long it's gonna be taking for players to realize that and implement that as well. So Hillfort is gonna be there for Berserks, and then I'm gonna be having Portable Ram. No, basically like only, literally. And where is the Huskarl? That's supposed to be Huskarl. Or is he even made from some other building? Oh, he's actually even from the Longhouse. Aha. So he's not even from the castle. Okay, I actually thought he's from the Hillfort as the only unit, and it's apparently only Ulfi's. So it's kind of like they've also samified again the game, with Hillfort being the same as fortified fortress. But at the same time, you are still having, of course, the Hillfort Migdol, sorry. Like, why? Again, completely random change for limited reason, really. It's gonna be, of course, at this point making it quite a bit easier, therefore, to spam the Huskarls, which I'm not entirely certain is a good idea, to be honest. Huskarls are kind of a toxic unit, because they are pretty good, and they are costing no food, which is where the toxicity comes from in the gameplay. So hopefully they are at least made sufficiently weaker, because if not, then... Huh. You have seen a lot more from what HUSKSUPPE was trying to do with the Huskarls today, in the game that we have seen. But yeah, I guess that's gonna be probably it, therefore. For today. So I was just gonna try to look through all the details here, if there's gonna be something more. No, we have played a few games. We're gonna be having to test graphics tomorrow a bit more during the game. For some reason this is like oddly lagging, but in the game it wasn't that bad. So I have no idea what's going on here. No idea whatsoever. Right now the GPU is apparently getting higher, so... that actually kind of jumped out, up, somewhere randomly later. Basically after the spectating. When the spectating ended, then the graphics card usage really went like 50% up for some reason. So I have no idea what that's about. I'm gonna be having to test it tomorrow a bit more, I guess. And yeah, the fact I can't be changing this, for some reason it's always going back to low. Some kind of automatism probably. I was playing on absolutely everything turned off, the normal rated game, and the game looks just absolutely horrifyingly ugly. And now, well, during the spectating, when I turned everything up, it basically didn't change anything, so maybe it's gonna be case... what was the other game that was the same? I think it might have been like Age of Empires 4 almost. I also could be turning everything up and it just like didn't matter too much. For whatever reason, so there's like different problems that are maybe causing some performance issues in the engine probably. So tomorrow I'm probably gonna try to play with it a bit. Also, I'm not sure which one anti-aliasing is actually better. So maybe if somebody is gonna be having some tips. No, and I guess you're gonna be gifting a bit more points tomorrow. So far we have in 3 games. First one, of course, was lost. Then the 2 others we have won. With a bit of a cheesy strat with the Minotaurs. Of course, not any kind of great execution or whatever. But it was still a victory, I guess. Then we're doing some kind of like half casting almost. Details about this game. Okay, that's apparently not finished yet. Code of conduct we have seen, or if you have launched it. And credits apparently are going to be rolling here around. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be there for it for the time being. So, whoever maybe decided to be spending a bit of time here, thank you very much for that. And well, tomorrow and on Sunday, again, somewhere after like those 12:30 GMT, depends when I get back from my run. I guess tomorrow I'm just gonna die there at like 35 degrees or whatever. So it's gonna be great condition probably to play hard game on your brain. Well, I guess more than brain, it's actually kind of hard on my mechanics because I'm not used to it since I haven't really played competitively in 20 years. I've played a lot back then, and also some Age of Empires 3. After that, quite a bit with clanmates and others. But since then, I haven't really played too much. Just when Extended Edition and Tale of Dragon came out, I was literally just testing games, wasn't playing anything serious. So I played maybe, I don't know, 15 games total during that, maybe 20 max. And otherwise, I'm just casting. So definitely hoping that that lag in the casting today was just some kind of oddity. Because if not, then no, there's just not gonna be too much of a point in doing any kind of casts at all. Because who would be wanting to watch that? But yeah, we'll see about it, I guess. So thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the bit nostalgic. Thank you, Cat on the keyboard, QVE, and so on, for stopping by. Thunderbolt Steve as well. Then also we are having in her jar. oh, this is actually in her jar. Oh, this way, like a wordplay in there. Nice. Arrow Shiny and Funny Liquid, Ariel, Sniper, Nostradamusa, Nostalgic, and Ragnaroks with Chrono JJ and Sharon. And anybody else who was potential around, or if maybe you're gonna be interested in some highlight. And I'm gonna be also posting this on YouTube, of course. So thank you for stopping by. No, and let us therefore thinking, have a look what kind of the Age of Mythology streams are maybe currently still on with some original game. Seems like that everybody is still playing, or are they just casting or what? So they just like didn't turn it off? Currently 2,500 people in. Now the peak today was very sad. But that was of course to be expected if they're gonna be choosing such a time. Should I legit playing or looking at recorded games? So it's a bit weird that I can't be even looking at recorded games. Somehow, or at least I don't know how. Profile, nothing here. Oh well, sign into Xbox Live for Clan, or is it? If so, that's a sad story because Xbox Live is quite often causing problems. As for example, logging into the player. Out of sync error right there. Nice. It almost seems like it's still running, or what? What are the other guys doing? Yeah, just like they're normally playing, so it seems like that it's still on, apparently. I guess you can maybe trying to lose one more game then. And test, of course, the graphical settings then. If it's still there for working. But yeah, really, also the interest from the streamers and whatnot. Really, sorry to disappoint who is hyped, but this seems like almost dead on arrival. As far as the interest from the outside world. I'm thinking that really people are really overestimating a lot what we are gonna be getting here. Okay, I'm gonna be getting myself a drink and then I guess seeing if therefore we are gonna be able to join. I mean, like, we've already done that, so why annoying me? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that at this point it's not gonna be even reaching that. I guess it's gonna be because we toyed with the graphical settings in there. So I'm thinking that with all of these things on, I'm fairly certain we're not gonna be passing it. So I'm gonna be then reducing it, and we should be probably fine after. Maybe it's gonna be even crashing the game, at least I can go for the drink. No, but the bigger problem is going to be that I actually have my headset out of battery, so I'm not gonna be able to hear. It's hard to play a game with. Casting, sure, playing, no, that's a hard end of the story, unfortunately. How did that pass? No, but apparently it did. So, I guess that's gonna be somewhat of a good news. Even on those graphical settings. I'm kinda starting to think that the graphical settings are somewhat not entirely representative. No, but maybe I'm just gonna be casting or trying to cast the game because at this point, well, without the sound, it's really just like completely stupid to be playing a game. I'm not gonna be hearing anything. Suddenly plenty people here. Adribird. That is a known name. Narvi. El Leche. No. It might be Age of Empires 2 player, but not sure. Solar Escape. Another from Age of Empires 2. Avli Chemo. Maybe we could have a look at that. Oh, it's a long game already. No, but again, if it's gonna be loading half an hour into each game, then that's not gonna be too feasible. No, this is definitely odd. Or maybe does that mean that you can be casting? And you can only play? That also could be like the other side of what this could be meaning. Because there are not entirely that many other people even casting, it looked like. Even though they otherwise could be. Okay, so technical stress test is extended until 27th July 2. Okay, so they're gonna be extending it for, so they've just extended right now, reading that. If you got Steam, you're welcome to sign up and test Metal in multiplayer. No, well, they realized they didn't entirely get the numbers they were looking for. Frankly, they can look maybe, no, well, can they? Because at this point they wasted the first day, unfortunately, so plenty of people are not gonna be wanting to go back. Especially when there's supposed to be decent weather, for example, tomorrow. Right now seen it incorrectly named as profanity. Yeah, classic. Yeah, this is not gonna be doing anything. And you can't go out of it, so this is gonna have to be killed. Yeah, for some reason spectating is not entirely in my favor. But yeah, the number of players is really low. Incredibly low for what this was supposed to be. And maybe people believed it that it's going to be. I now seen HUSKSUPPE posting, people can't stream in highest setting even with super PC. Yeah, so apparently it's not gonna be my problem, apparently. Again, it seems like it's not a graphical issue. It really seems like the issue is in the engine and some basically bad optimization. As far as the... Okay, sorry for that, but... Yeah. Hopefully you're not epileptic. Well, this 1 month before launch, no? Yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to what they're gonna be able to get in. No, I'm not entirely... I can't say I'm disappointed. I mean, like, I'm expecting, of course, this quality from them. But I'm thinking that way too many people are overhyped because they are simply feeling they're gonna be having a chance at some kind of millions of dollars they're gonna be winning and getting somewhere. I don't think that's gonna materialize. Because simply the game is not gonna be as popular. There are not gonna be as many tournaments. And, well, who knows if the balance is gonna be worthwhile and anything else as well. I'm really not... I'm long-term not optimistic, but that's because I know these devs. So unless somebody's gonna be wanting to throw away money like EGC is doing it Age of Empires 4, I don't see any kind of bright future here. Like, probably brighter than on Woobley, but probably nothing entirely too major. Yeah, again, I'm thinking they really chose completely wrong times for this. And again, the 4,000 is really a disappointing number. I definitely agree with you. I'm gonna be giving them a chance tomorrow because it's gonna be a weekend, of course, after all. But I don't know. If that's what people are expecting the hype to be, I kind of have to disagree. Now, I'm like the spectating just like, I don't know. But... Again, why do you want me to run the benchmark again, Jesus Christ? We just kinda did it. Oh well, fry my computer some more then. Last time we passed, so let's see if we pass this time as well. And also another big problem is that basically nobody is interested in the game from the outside. Basically most of the streams were from community people and some kind of low streams from basically like some casuals and whatnot. But practically no interest from outside from big streamers, like at all. Absolutely at all. Just absolutely confusing to me. In my opinion, the game is in a sufficient enough state that they should be advertising it to practically everybody they can. But either they are and nobody cares to stream it, or they just don't and they don't care. But whatever the case, both is the same bad result. So I'm thinking that really that combined, I'm hoping it's gonna be waking people up. After the first beta, everybody was thinking that it was great result. No, it wasn't. It was actually really bad numbers. Because you just kinda needed to be looking what it was. It was basically 3 streamers making up 9,000 of the 10,000 viewers, and the rest was Age of Mythology people, so... It really isn't looking that great. Sorry to say. I'm really thinking most people will be playing campaign and nosedive into a few thousand players. Because Age of Mythology is not like a multiplayer game for most people. It's kind of a campaign game, and that's what people are underestimating. We actually get a bit more than last time. Good on us, I guess. Okay, so since we can apparently spectate, can I at least play here? No. Hopefully we are gonna be getting enough juice for the headset, though I'm kinda doubting that. Why do you not want to connect? There we go. Let's play some Atlanteans for the fun of it. I've never played them, so just as good time as any to possibly try them out. Build order is somewhat simple, right? Some 2 on food, 1 on wood, 1 on gold. Nonsense like that. And by the way, you can't be playing random gods, right? Like random Atis or whatnot. Or was there a selection like that? Also, these kinds of like times, we were having that this time even when there was the most people. So, like, what's this kind of like matchmaking? I'm supposed to be launching immediately. At least I would be hoping so, unless like nobody's playing here and everybody's playing with friends. Which also could be the case. No lightning ladder, what a shame. You don't even have that actually here. Oh, there we go. I want random Atlanteans, random all, custom, custom selection, and you can, you have this, alright. On Savannah, apparently. Nice name. Nice name. No idea therefore who it's going to be. And we get in Oranoso against Zeus. Huh. Probably some kind of early attack, I guess, therefore.
Osto. Yuji. Yuji. Omak.
Are they actually like immediately thrown into certain distances? Oh, distances. A little too much. Okay, so you can already now switch over into some kind of wood. And we have gold at the back of the base, which is gonna be definitely helpful. It's actually gradual. So you're not gonna be losing it all when you're gonna be moving. Huh, that's curious. Not entirely against that line of thought, to be honest. Because it's kind of brutal when you're gonna be moving immediately. And of course at this point when it's gonna be a mechanism to get you the favor, then it probably cannot be entirely that punishing. It is definitely quite a lot faster though, right? That definitely feels a lot slower in the normal game, in the original.
Herr Joe's. Okay.
Supports 20 population, so that's apparently manors are gonna be the same. Gungnir, not Grugnir. Seems like plenty of the names are given wrong. Now what do we get now? Probably food, right?
Herr Joe. Erschlossen. Erschlossen. Yuji. Herr Joe's. Erschlossen. Erschlossen.
Alright, so I'm guessing you're gonna be getting ready for our templos, probably with you.
Okay.
And you probably could be already switching into normal animal as well. By the way, where's the further hunt? Rightwards. Yeah, there was also some kind of setting for minimap. I cannot probably hide you for the favor and cannot test if it's gonna be still giving some favor. I mean, it's not gonna be a proper test, but at least I guess I'm gonna be seeing something small. By the way, where are the goats? You gonna get any?
Erschlossen. Yumak.
Seems like I get actually stuck without the goats at this point. 300. No, we probably should be already trying to go through at this point. It's not working optimally, so let's do it this way. Yeah, so we apparently at this time need to be a bit more focusing on the food, since of course the villages are a bit weaker. I'm gonna have to survive on this until the next age. There seems to be kinda need to be covering where the opponent could be going. From which direction is gonna be already advancing, of course, at this point. Prometheus, Oceanus, I have no idea. Let's go with the Oceanus, for example, for the fun of it.
Herr Joe's. Schwest.
Skopos. Eke. Schwest.
Let's switch over. You should be probably, I think, in switching over on gold here, just for the fun of it. I'm thinking.
Herr Joe's.
I do wonder if he's getting all the favor from even just like the darkness here or not. Something that's gonna have to be tested, of course. And by the way, you could probably get some kind of economical guild, I'm assuming.
Okay.
I need to be turning on the lights. Annoying me to be playing it in the dark. But otherwise the performance seems to be fine on all the things. Just like the textures are of course trash, no? Well, that's unfortunately how it is.
Yuji. Eke.
Classic combo, maybe. Not sure what I want to be necessarily playing.
Herr Joe's. Mak. Erschlossen.
Yuge.
Yusto.
Lion? Oh, he's having actually golden lions. Ah.
Schloss.
Well, that's kinda stupid, because at this point I don't have any kind of way to deal with it. So I guess goodbye, Oracle.
Oster.
39 favor. It's actually a fairly high amount, to be honest. But we have only Caladria, so... It's not gonna be entirely that much of a help.
Σκοπός Λουζί.
Mm-hmm. Minotaurus, alright, so that's gonna be fun stuff. Apparently coming up. How does the Horizon work? 40-25 and favor.
Σκοπός.
Okay, we are having food, alright.
Skobomak. Eket. Eket. Yuji. Burek. Skomak. Most intim.
Let's go for the berries. I'm gonna be apparently needing some food. Oh, the wood really soon here, it feels to me.
Kerburek Schwest. Kerburek Yuji. Schwest.
Λουζί. Schloss.
Skomak.
Why did you not finish? Jesus Christ.
Burma. Schloss. Λουζί.
Skopos.
Λουζί. Schmack. Lumak.
Okay, this guy, no, well, he's playing the strat practically that we did. It seems like it's really broken. That's also where we got the victories. Okay.
Buma. Vian.
Yuji.
Σκοπός.
Skopos. Eschlos.
We're already probably moving away.
Λουζί. Λουζί.
Kerjos. Yuji.
And we can't be building a new tower at this point yet. That's a bit of a sad story.
Λουζί. Schloss.
Okay, let's gonna abandon this. You're gonna be going for the food somewhere far away.
Vian.
Σκοπός.
And we're just gonna be camping for a bit.
Kerjos. Yuji. Eschlost. Eket.
Food carrying capacity, herdables, yeah, that's not entirely anything that's gonna be helping us too much. Probably should be building a new oracle somewhere on the left side for a bit of scouting. And we're gonna be actually even popped already again.
Eket. Burek. Eket.
Burek. Schloss. Λουζί. Σκοπός. Λουζί.
And it's not immediate right now, right? Turning the heroes. That's a bit weird. I don't entirely understand why that shouldn't be actually automatic. But that's a lot of dudes there already. So increasing speed, gold is fine for us. Favor, I guess, as well. So that's not a problem currently.
Herjos.
Yuji. Vian. Burek. Eket.
Yuji. Eket.
Herjos. Skopos. Eket.
Yeah, the shift click am just not having entirely the grip for that yet, apparently.
Burma. Λουζί. Schmack. Σκοπός. Λουζί.
Skopos.
And you can probably drop another tower
Eket.
here,
Eket.
Λουζί.
just in case.
Yuji. Eket.
So what do we have? Bite of the Shark here, which is kind of cheap, and you can get that there for. And Oceans reduces infantry to heroes. Yeah, that's probably also something that we need currently. Oh, you can actually upgrade that at the same time. That's a bit weird. Some upgrades you can actually upgrade at the same time and some not. Huh.
Σκοπός. Λουζί. Λουζί.
Erdo.
Yuji. Most intim.
Skopos. Yuji. Eket.
Kerjos. Most intim.
Herjos.
Gonna be having problem with gold. Cause we don't have anything here to the right. That's kinda sad.
Yuji.
Hmm.
Herjos.
It's gonna be really just in the middle. If so, that's
Σκοπός.
no, not really great at all.
Μπούρε. Σκοπός. Μπούρε. Μα. Ιουζί.
Skopos. Also.
So it's gonna take you. And no, well, you. At this point feels like it maybe I need to be actually just like reaching heroic and seeing if there's gonna be some salvation.
Herr Joes.
Σκοπός. Μα. Ιουζί. Ιουζί.
The Turmei are just kinda looking like normal horses practically. No, but currently the okay. So he's having TC right now done.
Boere. Diot.
Yeah, okay, so let's
Skopos.
be right about now, switch into a few farms with you.
Aked. Aked.
Really? That's how you're gonna be automatically been. You really can't be fit in two farms here.
Eke.
Yeah, you really can't actually.
Yuji. Eke.
Not like it matters too much, and I'm gonna be of course building them.
Aked. 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 Skop. Aked.
Skopos.
Wow. Okay, so they were actually right now. Wait, what?
Burek.
Seems like that they were idling the villages in there for some reason.
Μα.
I don't understand why they would be doing that, but whatever.
Ιουζί. Ιουζί. Μα. Ιουζί.
So let's have a look maybe outside of the base for a bit.
Erjos.
Herr Joes.
It's gonna be that.
Μα.
Can pin the gold there. Okay, so that means I can right now go downwards. With all I have here practically, and I'm just gonna be sending everybody there because I'm gonna be needing a lot of it. And really quickly. Okay, it's gonna be still camping. Practically, and waiting for the heroic cage, of course.
Burek. Eke.
Σκόπος. Ιουζί.
Boere. Aked.
Skopos.
Already advanced through. Okay, so it's gonna be heavy underworld passage. Especially the manticores are gonna be of course quite a bit problematic.
Yuji.
That seems to be maybe like the biggest issue that's gonna be coming up. And can't think that maybe even
Aked.
some further military buildings could be serving as well.
Aked.
Which ones? Let's try to go the bit kind of like maybe suboptimal path. Possibly. We're gonna have a look.
Μπούρε. Μα. Ιουζί.
Currently I'm just kinda like waiting for him if he's gonna be deciding to come in. That's maybe some kind of little... Okay, there we go.
Ιουζί.
We're almost ready here.
Ιουζί. Εκφόρο βράς. Μα. Ιουζί. Μπούρε. Μα. Ιουζί. Μα. Σκόπος. Μα.
They are just like going from 2 million kilometers away into the fight. Like, why would they do that?
Skeptos. Rost. Yuji. Eke.
You can possibly get the Masons right after. Now, at this point, like, though, what kind of army? I think I'm just kind of waiting for the Archie at this point, practically.
Σκόπος.
That's maybe something that's gonna be at least partially helpful.
Μα. Μα.
Okay, so we need to be getting gold upgrade for sure, as soon as possible.
Schlost.
Skopos. Eke. Yuji. Eke. Burek.
Skobos. Mos inter.
Yeah, that's actually right now the automatic right now casting of there. Alright.
Yeşil Mal.
Kerjo. Yuji. Skobos. Kerjo. Okay.
Kinda wonder if still the Turmei are gonna be somewhat useful currently. I'm almost thinking that probably not too much.
Bur. Ma.
Burek. Lo. Mal. Mal.
Skobos.
Yeah, okay. No need to be prolonging this, but again, we need to be keeping GG as before. Yeah, okay, so that was the first Atlantean play I've probably ever done. No surprise. And yeah, he was playing, that's apparently gonna be busted strat with the Minotaurs. We have one with that as well. So that's gonna be something that will... Because, I mean, like, you don't need the food for this, really. For this kind of powerful army. I'm thinking it's a complete stupidity to remove the Minotaur cost of food and moving them into gold. But, yeah, well, that's apparently what you're gonna be there for having to live with. It looks like. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, I was advancing quite a bit late, right? Technologies. Oh, 435, it wasn't entirely that terrible. But I was kind of slow on the transition because I cannot just didn't entirely have any kind of feeling for the economy. And when I should be getting the units and which ones. It's gonna be kind of hard because the Minotaurs are gonna be really powerful. And just like getting heroes here, just like expensive. And which ones? Turmei? I guess it's gonna probably have to be only Turmei. Because I'm gonna be countering the archers. And at the same time also gonna be doing some damage maybe to the Minotaurs at least. So I imagine that could be the idea. Because resources weren't really that much of a problem. The usage of them, that was a lot more serious one. I also kind of was thinking that plenty of the times I maybe could have been actually removing the auto queue from the release for a moment. Has to be stabilizing the army a bit. Yeah, I can say it's not the largest army, of course. As I started pretty late. I need to be kind of trying to get some Turmei maybe for the Radeon and avoiding the Minotaurs as long as possible. But the problem is that the Minotaurs are actually really kind of powerful and hard to ignore once they get into your base. No, but we'll see. We know it's a strong strat. But resources collected same as the Greek. It's a bit interesting if they really just kind of tuned it in a way that the economy is gonna be the same for the Atlantean and the others. Because obviously Atlanteans otherwise are having quite a bit of a increased feudal age usually, or classical age. So, favor. Trickle wasn't entirely that terrible. Seemed like actually fairly brisk, to be honest, with the three guys. So I guess GG. Watering hole. Guess you're gonna be probably keeping the Atis. And seeing how it works, maybe for the second time. So we need to be getting a bit more on food at the start. The 2 aren't going to be enough. Ah, the broken god Odin. Alright.
Herr Joe West.
Er Schloss. Ostro. Mure. Er Schloss. Oh, Yuji. Er Schmack. Ostro. Mark.
Okay, so let's get some scouting done. Nice and early. So let's try 3 villages here. Next on a wood. There is some kind of wood line. Here at the back, there's gonna be also the gold. Okay.
Yuji.
Burek. Skopos Schwest. Burek.
And the next village is gonna be building a house because that's going on to gold. That is pretty ugly water on these levels of graphics.
Skopos. Eked. Herjos. Eked. Diat. Skopos.
Alright, so I think you can be going outside for at least the next hunt. And in the corner we can get a bit more information still from our Oraclinos.
Oh, Mark.
So I'm thinking further on food and right about now 1 and 1 on wood and gold, I guess.
Yuji. Herjos.
How's it with the temple? It's costing there for 150. Maybe should have been going rather for the gold as the next villager here instead of the wood. So what do you have as a relic? Kernel of Hippolyta. Ranged soldiers plus 10% hit points. Huh. I mean, like, I'm not sure if you're gonna be going into many tourmay, considering we are against the Norse here. Okay, 2 on the wood probably is going to be enough. Next one should be kind of like the last one. So getting ready already for the temple here.
Eked. Yumak. Yuji. Hermak. Erschlost. Erschlost. Ostro. Yuji. Herjos. Yuji. Skopos.
Ah well, could have been alright now waiting with this. Well, 313. It's gonna be kind of classic 430 or somewhat of a classic one. Definitely not in my kind of way of playing. But let's therefore go for that. Or could have been going maybe for the automatons. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to really show what I want with the automatons yet. With how slow and lame I am. It's gonna be actually a rhino here to the left side available as well. No, and considering the Prometheans are gonna be at this point therefore costing a bit more food rather than gold, we are gonna be probably needing a bit more food then. Right after advance, and we probably should be therefore also getting ourselves the economical guild. It's gonna be probably having forest fire, right? I'm imagining, so shouldn't be dropping it too close.
Skopos. Aked. Bure.
I guess I can be taking even you.
Aked. Aked. Herjo. Aked. Diot.
Bure.
Osto.
Valkyrie already right now coming up on us. No, well, yeah, you dead guy. We can just gonna leave you here, of course. Let's cancel maybe the upgrade. How do you actually cancel the upgrades? You can... Okay, you can't be canceling it from there. You can be just gonna cancel it from the building. Well, that's a bit annoying.
Uji Diot. Bure. Uji.
It's gonna be a very long trip. Not liking that at all. Maybe could have been staying actually here on the Rhinos. Oh well, whatever. It doesn't entirely matter as much.
Uji mat. Uji schloss.
Uji.
Ma Uji. Ma schloss. Burek. E poro fast.
Uji.
Uji ma schloss. Dilis mokay.
He's just gonna be right about now leaving it for a fight one-on-one, so I'm gonna be doing the same. But nonetheless, that's gonna be there for right now. The Promethean's done, so I guess he can be having a look maybe forward. Not really good. Q, before I get used to the hotkeys, that's gonna be a long time. And also, if I'm gonna be right about now getting some proper manors.
Herjos. Aked.
By the way, what is there for the population limit for the manors to hide in? Is it reduced or not? Yeah, it is. Only 2 instead of 5. So there is quite a bit of a change there.
Uji schloss. Uji.
Skopos. Schwest.
Rea's crown reduces the cost of town and village town centers and makes them generate favor. Okay, that's actually kinda nice.
Skopos. Schwest. Schwest.
Herjos. Schwest.
Uji. Schwest.
No, and since you're gonna be situated into piggies, then I guess husbandry is gonna be also in proper order.
Burek. E poro fast.
That was a female Loopsark,
Uji. Uji schloss.
based on the sounds that was making.
Burek. Ma Uji. 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 Schloss. Ma Uji. Schloss.
Uji. Osto. Ujmak. Osto. Osto.
Okay, so you make a few catapults here just for the good measure.
Ma Uji schloss. Burek. Ma. Uji schloss. Burek. Dilis mokay. Uji. Ma. Uji. Uji ma. Uji schloss. Kopos. Ma.
Let's maybe also get right now that. I guess maybe a few more myth units could possibly do us a bit of good. And I guess you're gonna be having to switch already into some gold
Uji.
elsewhere.
Herjos. Aked. Diot.
Burek. E poro fast. Bure. Skopos, Eshmak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Bur Yuji Shlo. Yuji. Tilis Moke.
Really? Tower is what you're gonna be wanting to make here. Not sure about that one. But you can try it, I guess. I think you're gonna be kinda ready for, you know, the attempt on... No, definitely this. But much more importantly, I already want to be sending forward maybe some kind of the actual military barracks. But we need to be getting a bit more wood. Where did the villages actually go that I was having here a bit ago? Okay, there they are. Some piece of food, and you need to be getting onto the wood. I mean, like, there was three woodies, and it's just like completely... They probably got killed by the horsemen. They had to be returning because I have absolutely no accounting for them. There's a lot of Prometheans, by the way. That's the small dudes, right? I'm thinking mostly. I'm kind of thinking so. There's some kind of like hunt somewhere, maybe. Yeah, getting a bit too many boys here. There has to be some kind of economy somewhere. Or is there really not? No, I mean, like, he's having really low scores, so probably there actually isn't any kind of extra economy. He actually is going to be that dead guy. Yeah, there's like literally nothing else there. Okay. So he has just like everything in one spot. Interesting. No, but you can be right now going back to food there, and I guess you can get back to wood. Huh. No, we have plenty of gold here at this point, so I guess you can definitely go for the elephants. It's gonna be running out of gold very soon. So that means one turma is gonna be sent southwards. And, oh, farming. It's gonna be used for somewhat soon. But much more importantly, we should be right now getting ready for the next age. Let's maybe send another turma to sea, because there should be probably some kind of extra gold mine upwards. At this point he's trying to kind of practically camp in the base, which is some kind of idea, I guess. Just gonna be getting some free kills here. And let's head back. No, and this time I guess Rhea, or are we gonna be getting that? I don't know. Let's get maybe Rhea. Maybe it's gonna be somewhat helpful on the behemoths, possibly. Yeah, they are really not building. If you're gonna be failing on the last one, they're just gonna be cancelling the actions in the queue. That is a stupid behavior. Unless there's some kind of like other reason why they are stopping that, but can't entirely figure out which one it could be. Okay, hero citizens, who cares about that? But you could be therefore getting maybe some upgrades here. And much more importantly, I can just gonna build
Okay.
Double those, and we're gonna be probably switching into R key. We can already now time shift. Don't think I need too many turmei at this point. I think you're gonna be fine once you're gonna be in the next age.
Herr Joes. Okay. Most intel.
Ma, Yuji, Yuji. E poro class.
Let's get some catapultas, and I could have been even getting potentially a traitor, but I guess that's not gonna be entirely all that necessary. Or, let's take her. So, they did therefore switch downwards here onto red gold. I guess he was gonna check in that out with his army, so he probably should be as well. I wonder if after time shift it's gonna be still basically the same. Yeah, the double actually dudes from the bonus that we have here is kind of insane. But yeah, it's gonna be a GG of course. Yeah, this is really annoying me to no end that we can't be GG after. It's kind of having this automatism here. No, I played terribly, but luckily opponent was a bit campy as well. No, the double Prometheans or Prometheans. The double Behemoth is definitely quite a bit of a problem there. That's a strong bonus indeed. Yeah, it's really kind of like a hard one to imagine how that's not gonna be busted in specific situations. And imagine just like after advance getting the couple maybe. Yeah, not liking that too much. And of course quite a bit easier curve considering that civilians, no, he was of course a bit high, he was still making new ones on the auto queue, but he just kind of like didn't have any kind of great resources, and of course without gold can't be doing too much at that point. Look at that. Bit too unrated. He tried like once, but that was pretty much it. $409, $424. Yeah, you really are supposed to be advancing at about those 4 minutes. It really seems like what the game is heading for, with the extra will at the start practically for everybody. So that's what you need to be reaching, like a villager faster here for the Atlantean. Favorite myth unit, 21 Promethean offspring we were getting. 2 Valkyries for the opponent. Of course, gonna be getting the Hersirs in there. And we're just getting like 1 Catapulta Heroes, Catapulta 0, and I think in 1 Murmillo we also turned. Something along those lines. GG, I guess. No, nonetheless, so that was a bit of a look at the Atlanteans, at least a moment. And I'll be still kind of like liking to cast the game, but I'm not sure if we are gonna be able to. I'm gonna be checking out some other streams, if they are casting something or not. Or if just like, for some reason the game is not allowing me to do that. Oh. Gonna be getting right about now after playing Atlanteans apparently new background. But again, like, why is this lagging? While in the game it wasn't really that bad, and we are even passing the benchmark with the graphic settings that we have. So that's really absolutely something horribly wrong with the game and optimization. It really didn't seem that way otherwise. And in the previous beta when I was watching the streams, but this is just like absolutely trash how it works. Like really. And if even somebody like HUSKSUPPE is gonna be mentioning the same, then it really is bad. Strange. Very strange indeed. So I'll be liking to maybe like cast one game, and if he can't, I guess it's gonna be enough for today. Already 7 hours already at it. Joins observable. Daniel AOM. Sebi. Is that the Age of Mythology player who is stopping by the stream here and there? Maybe. Doesn't seem like there's really anything straight interesting. Okay, so is then somebody using the observer? Matreus is apparently playing. By the way, Matreus is having what nickname? Matreus or something else? Yeah, Matreus, Quoth, and they're just kind of therefore hidden from spectating, or why is it not showing up at all? What the hell? I'm liking all the assholes just like straight lying and trying to fool people into following them. Illuminati, Iron Maiden. That was John Arbiter, same. Those people should be just banned straight. That's really nothing cool about that at all, or funny even. No, not necessarily seen anybody that to be spectating actually. So maybe it is somewhat busted, or just like everybody playing and trying the game. That also could be the case. Let's see if he can therefore get something, and if not, then it's gonna be it. I wonder if this is also showing all the games or not, because it might be showing just like a subset. And otherwise you have to be looking for specific names. So let's gonna see if it's gonna be finding something on Matreus directly. Okay, so I set filters, and let's see. 7SS, right? As well on Steam. Oh, they just finished, so yeah, that's gonna have to wait. Okay, so Matt is getting into new games, so let's see if maybe he's gonna be there for starting and he could join. Okay, so they can be right now getting ready for a game. Again, Matreus versus Quoth, apparently. And it's not showing up here. So I have no idea how it works. How we are supposed to be maybe like finding the games? No idea whatsoever. Because this, in my opinion, doesn't search the players. In my opinion, this searches only the name of the game. So, yeah, I have no idea how to find anything else. Maybe I'm just gonna not understanding something here. Could be. Okay, let's see if maybe this is gonna be something helping. Nope. Nothing with that helping out. So, I don't know. Can you be selecting some kind of random game therefore? If it's gonna be at least somewhat loading, that's kind of what I want to be seeing. Supercap. Well, it's kind of like some kind of name that's gonna be maybe piquing my interest. Let's see, maybe there is something that is not deathmatch actually. Or maybe we can just gonna look at deathmatch if it's gonna be loading for us. If. It is a big if, because so far it hasn't entirely agreed with us too much. Okay, unavailable, interesting. I wonder if it's maybe not like properly searching even anymore. Just like that's... I mean, like if they are keeping the servers on though, I don't know. Nakamura with Revolt. Not interested in that. Don't have words for him. But nonetheless, this is interesting. Sun-Tzu. Is that going to be the Age of Mythology player? At this point we're getting completely different list of games, if you can see that. Yeah, this is gonna be just like a subset, somehow. Again, it works similarly in AoE too. But it seems like it's even actually worse implemented now. Let's see if maybe this works. Well, that's maybe nicer. Now look at that, we have actually loaded into some spectating. Between Sun-Tzu and Deceive. So gonna be, for whatever reason, we get an actual Egyptian music when we're gonna be playing with double audience. But nonetheless, that's probably not gonna be entirely too important with some Sleepy Hippo. And we'll just already start in there, sure. No, and we probably need to be there for getting into Revealed, just to be getting some general idea as we play on Giza, so therefore Tropical Mirage. If you know the map from the previous version of Age of Mythology. No, and we are, I guess we're gonna be just gonna see in the clash of the same strats. So I'm expecting some kind of maybe even sub 4 advances here for each of them. Great Hunt right now for blue. He's gonna be casting it on, thinking he cast it probably on the goats, right? And one extra hippo that he has gotten out of it. But otherwise it doesn't seem like there should be really anything else here going on. We're gonna be having a decent amount of food overall on the map. That's usually not entirely kind of issue. Of course, DCs are gonna be at this point slightly different in a way that in the original Tropical Mirage you're gonna be having giraffes, a fairly decent herd right next to each DC. And practically in each of those territories. At this point seems to be a bit different, and the food is gonna be a bit more exposed most of the time. You can say now it's gonna be only practically one rhino. And you can't even kinda see how much food it is on it. Oh well, not like it's anything important of course here for the casting, but that's an interesting difference from the original game. So at this point it's gonna be available at least in the POV. Now that's kinda like the problem here, that if you don't have the proper POV of the player, then the information that is gonna be the user interface giving you is just like not perfect, and sometimes even straight wrong if it's gonna be talking about other units. It's kinda like don't have the information in any kind of way, which is a bit weird. So that's what's gonna be making, of course, all of this quite a bit annoying. I mean, like, if you don't have vision here, you can't even check out what the villages are, you need to be switching the POV. That's just like such a downgrade to what we have in even the other games. I mean, like AoE 2, it's somewhat similar as far as the Fog of War, but at least if you're gonna be clicking on the units, you're just gonna be seeing the statistics. I just kinda don't understand how they are making something that is like straight worse than everything else they have done otherwise. A bit confusing how that is actually a thing. Okay, so there we go. Gonna be advancing or no? Can you actually see the advance somewhere? No, you can just gonna guess based on the food, and apparently they're not gonna be entirely too quick here, either of them. So it's not gonna be some 3:40 or whatever along those lines. It's gonna be some 4 minutes plus. And I have to be really paying attention once you're gonna be clicking it in, if it's gonna be showing, for example, also on the interface, or if you always just gonna have to be keeping an eye on the player, because that would also be further problem as far as any kind of usability of the interface in general. But at least at this point the performance is a bit better, so therefore it looks like that the game between El Matador and Super, that probably lagged just basically for them as well. That was probably a lag from the game, which is a thing in also the other Age of games, because of how the technology works, or other remasters rather. So if you're gonna be having to be computer, for example, in team games especially, it's gonna be relevant, then you can still lag the game for everybody, and it doesn't matter if it's gonna connect it through the servers or whatnot. It is still lockstep, so it's still waiting. Nice, of course, pathing, classic. It's still kind of like the same, how it needs to be waiting for every player to send in the commands. Because, for example, if you're gonna be having something like Counter-Strike or whatnot, there's a huge raven compared to the ones you have in original, then basically if you are gonna be slow and you're not gonna be able to connect there, you're simply gonna be losing the actions and the time. But here, you kinda don't. You still need to be getting all the input for even the laggy player, which obviously kinda mitigates possible advantages of the server play. Which is a bit unfortunate. So where are we moving for the forward hunt? I guess, possibly. The Thief right now getting ready, but he is already quite a bit behind. You can say it about now. Sun-Tzu, he is set up with what so far? So he's gonna be going for... Jesus Christ. The fact that I can't switch over is so annoying me. Longhouse times 2. Okay, so he's gonna be going therefore only for throwing axeman. Now what is he can like aiming for then? He's gonna be just going for Ulfsarks then. Okay. No, that's kind of like the variant that we were mentioning when we were looking through the tech tree that might be potentially quite a bit powerful. You can see that the opponent is gonna be going for the cavalry or... oh well. No, at this point he's gonna be missing therefore the longhouse, so he's not gonna be even having, for example, throwing axeman therefore to help with. That's not gonna be too great. I just really want the higher level graphics. Having all of it, just like won't be letting me have this. I don't know why. It lets me get everything high. You can say it now medium. How long does it last here? No, and now it's back to low. I just don't get it. Is it some kind of bug, or is it just like purposeful that it's keeping me low? Because of the benchmark maybe? No idea whatsoever, unfortunately. I'll be apparently getting some free Pegasus as the next relic. Wait, what? Oh, that's gonna be right now because of Sun-Tzu. No, of course, yeah. Oh, yeah, geez. It's so painful how trash this is. Like, why and how is this happening? No. So you practically can't believe anything that you're gonna be seeing here during the spectating. That's kinda great. Because the revealed map is not really revealed, as it seems like. So you're just gonna be kinda hoping for the best of luck with what we are gonna be even talking about here. Let's get in Hersiros, Cavalry, some Throwing Axeman is gonna be up since we do have the Longhouse. But otherwise the army is already fairly nice here for Sun-Tzu. quite well prepared, and I'm thinking he should be probably fine here. You can see the herdman. What is he actually even? Counter cavalry. No? That's gonna be helping pretty well here, considering what right now Red has prepared. And not entirely certain about right now his idea about Ulfr Seyfarason and his friends, because they're just not really gonna be countering anything all that important here. It's gonna be taking a long time to make in the first place, I guess. 23 seconds, that's gonna be the same as in the original. No, and yeah, there we are. At least that's gonna be apparently some kind of Valkyrie. Is that Valkyrie? Yeah, Valkyrie here from Deceive. And we're gonna be having at least that to save our arses here, because otherwise it was looking quite a bit terrible. By the way, still having forest. Is he still having forest fire? I don't know. Yeah, apparently it's not costing anything, so he still hasn't cast forest fire. And interestingly, also right about now, he hasn't cast even Great Hunt Deceive. So he hasn't cast a single god power. On the other side, the forest fire also hasn't been cast by the way, but at least the Great Hunt has. 25 favor for the second, that's actually fairly cheap. No, but you do have some food. That was looking like a Valkyrie probably clicked in for Sun-Tzu. No, we don't have to be clicking through that. I have to be getting used to the queue here. But yeah, Valkyrie has been clicked in for him. No, and Myth units apparently right now coming to the rescue, as you also do have some decent economy on the sides, for both of them practically. So I do wonder if maybe they're gonna be meeting somewhere in the middle on the hyenas, or... no, well, there's nothing else than the hyenas. If that will be a plan. An idea for each of them. And if you're gonna be decreasing the UI size for here, is it gonna be also working? Yeah, apparently it will. So it's not the top one, but the other ones are gonna be getting smaller. Can't entirely say that's gonna be too useful, frankly. Not this, but rather UI. Want to be at least able to say or see what is on the pictures actually here. Ah, Aurora Borealis is gonna be getting researched for Sun-Tzu for his Valkyries. So they're gonna be getting a bit better. If you're gonna be switching into Deceive, he is gonna be getting the same apparently. Continue with Raiding Cavalry and Throwing Axeman combination, so that he can counter of course the Herdman from the opponent, but it seems like it's gonna be switched into a medium Throwing Axeman as well. Should be probably trying to get the Valkyries into the Throwing Axeman here from Sun-Tzu. Same basically goes for the opponent, but it looks like at Sun-Tzu it's gonna be practically helping Deceive to do that in the first place. Looking at the pop limit of the villages, 38 versus 35. And on the armies, 28-29, pretty much the same. But slightly different power. Would be kinda nice to be also seeing how many myth units you have. Again, how is that missing here from the basic information when you are having such a focus on myth units and it's one of the important parts of the whole gameplay? Again, what the hell? There just like have to be so many improvements for the release version, because if this is something that's gonna be like release worthy already, yeah, that's kinda like getting a bit of a giggle out of me. Maybe that will be the case. So I'm dearly hoping that's not it. So apparently villagers are gonna be trying to help out here. Of course, since they are made a bit weaker, it will be slightly sketchier. You can see only 6 attack, for example, for him. Not entirely as powerful as the Hersirs, or Hersirs Ulfsarkos. Because otherwise in original game, villages are somewhat similar to Ulfsarks in general. I wonder, by the way, if I would be increasing... It's not gonna be making a change for you on the frame rate. But it's gonna be some kind of difference for me, but it seems like it's probably not too much. Because sometimes there is also causing games to be acting a bit weirdly. As far as some stutters and whatnot, but it doesn't seem like it's the case here. So let's not overstress things. No need for that on our stream here. No, and looking at the villages, for example, let's switch into Sun-Tzu. He's gonna be having what upgrade? So apparently Hendak's pickaxe is already in place. And okay, great. Gonna be getting some longer load here, apparently out of nowhere. So, seems like a connection.
Yeah?
And for the other side, it's gonna be the same. He's just gonna be having Fetters of Thunder, actually extra. Increase in villages attack. And that's for, actually overall you can see right now 7.2. So that's like 20% increase on the attack for the villages. That's actually kind of huge. Not of course only against animals, looks like it's gonna be in general. Interesting bonus arrow. Apparently Heroic Age is gonna be on the menu. No for the red player for sure. Looks like it for blue not entirely as much as you get in some further hunt. And what did he get and where? By the way, that reminds me, can we actually see where the castings are done of the god powers? Because it almost felt to me that currently it didn't show any kind of like lightning bolt on the minimap. Huh. So something to possibly keep an eye on. Millions of houses, alright. Of course, building with army, not bothering the villages. At this point, you can afford it, since he's not entirely planning to go anywhere, I guess. But maybe getting the TC here to also protect the gold mines could be a good idea, considering that, of course, Deceive is gonna be heading for somewhat of the same plan. Okay, so what kind of upgrades do we have? So far, mediums on the infantry, and nothing really else. For Deceive, he's gonna be right about now prepared with only copper shields. Copper shields now, unfortunately, not gonna be helping directly in the fight here at all. That's a bit of a sad story. But overall, 68-54. That's probably gonna be pop limit in the army, right? Rather than actually something else. So that maybe is gonna be at least somewhat helpful. Yeah, that's a pop limit in the army. So that's a much better than number of units. I'll be still liking to see amount of myth units, for example, right now supplied somewhere. That would be a lot more useful. And blues still somewhat winning, but we do have a few Valkyries right about now doing quite a decent job here for Deceive. So therefore it's gonna be again a victory for the red player, and actually fairly important one, because you can see this right now quite nicely sneaking forward with all the military, and also using it of course for the hunt. But much more importantly, he's gonna be almost up on blue. Yeah, the map reveal, I don't get it. But that's hopefully something that's gonna be easy to fix for the full game. At least when I'm switching the POV, it's not switching into exactly where the player is. That's like one of the things that at least works here, but it's the only one, unfortunately. No, economically it doesn't seem to be too hot for Sun-Tzu, considering we are at 15-16 minutes. Some villager here for the red player, that's gonna be still also the same idea. So nothing new. It's kind of fairly systematic about it, I think, in Deceive with the game. say now also at least medium infantry has been researched for him, and we are getting a frost. That's a... Wow, that is ugly. What was that? No, hopefully that looks better on the higher quality graphics, but this was not even funny. Yeah, I'm really kind of standing, even when I have seen some of the higher resolution and higher quality God powers, I'm really thinking original looks much better on the God powers. Like, seriously, not entirely certain like how plenty of the graphics actually passed here on Retold. But whatever the case, I can say that Frost is gonna be still fairly active, and are we gonna be getting enough kills or not? Because at this point the armor is gonna be at 99%, still the same. Length, not entirely certain if it was shorter or not last time. Well then, in the original. But it seems like it's like a half minute. Most of the length actually has been decreased for the units. No, for the units, for the God powers across the game practically. An interesting kind of walling, because he was trying to practically keep the frozen armies like inside the base, inside the perimeter of the hill fort, so you'll be getting some extra damage. Now what, currently it looks like that actually he has maybe overplayed his hand deceive a bit. He's not advancing into the next age, right? He's at least in the heroic age, sure. Yeah, he's getting actually mythic. Okay, there we go. He is getting mythic, so that's a brave investment, because at this point, well, he's kind of not lucky, because he knows about it, I'm hoping. But Sun-Tzu can't be entirely destroying him that quickly, because obviously he doesn't have siege weapons properly, or any kind of great myth units to help him with that. If he were in the heroic age already, it would have been a problem for Desi, but currently it's not. And you can see he's gonna be not entirely ready for any advance either. And Desi was going through Balder. It has to be Balder, right? No, he's going through Tyr. Alright. I'll be kinda hoping maybe for Ragnarok. That in the current situation maybe could have been actually enough. Units on the upgrades on the Herdman still the same. We're really not getting anything new here. Maybe a few dudes that you can check out. Yeah, still nothing else. Just actually heavy raiding cavalry. That's something, I guess. Having heavy horsemen. And quite a bit optimistic at this point by Sun-Tzu. And unfortunately it looks like it maybe everybody is gonna be paying for that mistake. It's kinda funny how it's of course low hit points, but immediately as he went out of point of view, then it's gonna be having the full ones. Well, it's, I don't know, not entirely helping too much, I'm imagining. Because obviously you don't see that, so it doesn't entirely change anything. Maybe it's gonna be for some different mechanisms. Or maybe for like the animals, if they're gonna be going into Fog of War. Sure. But we're getting right now the Wolfenos all across the board. It seems like it's dealing some rather vast amount of damage. No, pretty solid kills, especially here. You can see right now how blue is dropping massively. And that's gonna be still 10 minutes further off the wolves. No. Maybe looks like the Tyr wasn't such a terrible idea in the end. Because at this point, no, considering that Sun-Tzu is still stuck in the classical, then he just can't be doing too much about that. You can see the resources. No, he's having some kind of gold. So theoretically, if he dropped the market, maybe he could be doing something about it. His graphics of the axis. Fetters of Fenrir. That's already something that was picked up, of course, yeah. Just remembered, we have already admired that change on the Thieves' villages. But it's kind of like the double... What is this actually supposed to be? The double range. I mean, like the big one is gonna be for when it's gonna be finished. But what's the smaller one? Oh, that's gonna be like the minimal range. Ah, right. And then you're gonna be needing, of course, like the boiling oil. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the minimal range, therefore. Makes sense. Because TC is not gonna be having that, right? Yeah. It's also kind of weird how the grass is actually growing above that, which is making no sense. You obviously want to be having the selection boxes or circles or anything above the grass for sure. Ah, some fat goats. Alright, so Frost Giants so far not upgraded. Heavy throwing Axemanos with apparently Hunters. So at this point we're gonna be also getting to enjoy the 100% precision that should be coming in. Oh, the Thief is leading actually by a lot on the points. And there's still absolutely no Heroic Age. Oh, absolutely. Seems like it maybe Sun-Tzu is gonna be getting close to it, unless he's gonna be disrupted just now. And the crucial timing. Getting apparently some throwing X-Men himself, and on top of it, Ulf Sachs, it looks like. He could be using maybe a bit more myth units. But of course, it's easier said than done. He's having 137 favor so far, Blue. So he theoretically could be getting a few Valkyries, but that would be also sacrificing his Heroic Age. So he might not entirely want to do that. And yeah, the special ability of the Giants, that's just like so also weird looking. Looks a lot better if it's not as overly quick as it is in the original. Here, I don't know. Doesn't pass the test for me. Quality. But at least, oh well, we actually do have order right now the ballista through the top. So I was going to say that maybe there's gonna be some kind of chance that he might be standing and helping with the fight, but it does not entirely look that way. So rather it seems like that the Thief is gonna be very close towards maybe even clinching the game. And at this point we can say it now 70 versus 4 on the pop limit on the army. And town center gone, so that's a plenty resources at this point destroyed. And that's gonna be there for the GG. Sun-Tzu is throwing it, and yeah, game session is finished. Sun-Tzu has resigned. Bit weird that we're not getting any kind of big message here, but I guess view post game is gonna be loading in just a moment. Zebra? Yeah, that's because we don't see it. Yes, that's because Fog of 4 again. I was kinda confused what is doing the animal inside. I mean, like, this is spawning animals, right? Great Hall. I'm thinking that it does, or unless there's some kind of upgrade or something. Or I'm confusing it with Freyr or whatever, not sure. But whatever the case, that was fairly interesting actually back at the 4th game. 22 minutes of it. So let's maybe have a look on some upgrades. Hand axe and shaft mine. On the units you're gonna be getting there for only the copper shields. It's actually fairly interestingly low upgraded. I'm really not sure if this Sun-Tzu is the one that we know from, for example, tournaments that we have cast, and the one from our community, or if it's just like namesake. I mean, like, it's a popular enough name, right? I'm guessing. You can see based on the economy. Medium soldiers, and nothing too much there. Oh, that's the post game. Most deaths. Like, what is that kind of thing? Most kills, sure. Most relics, why? That also seems kind of useless here. Most deaths is definitely useless into this kind of screen of highlights. Highest score. Useless. I'll be highlighting something that is not like evident. Largest army, sure. Most improvements, why not? Most resources as well. Just glad you can see that this is not entirely done by anybody who is somewhat actually understanding too many things. And they didn't ask, apparently, the correct people. Probably not gonna be seeing anything too important here. Civilians, somewhat same-ish. Which obviously kind of speaks well about right now the red player reaching some decent timings. Now, and of course, the missing Heroic Age. No, well, that's logically what Sun-Tzu cost him the game. But that's how it is in AOM. You can't be missing the timings, because then you're just gonna get heavily out-teched the longer it goes. And if it goes long enough, even maybe better economy doesn't have to be necessarily carrying you into victory. Can't see what is the difference therefore on the all resources. Some 3,000 at the end. It's not entirely too much when you think about it, a 22-minute game. Villager peak 71 and 61. That's also not entirely as much, of course. And largest army, sure. Unit skilled. There. I'll be kind of liking to also see like all units that we had. All myth units. I just really don't know why they are just like cutting down on even... Instead of making the statistics better that are in original Age of Mythology, they just actively make them worse. Why? This costs no development time practically. It's like another table, another row and column in a table. They just like cost absolutely nothing because those statistics are tracked in the game, of course. So just like some incomprehensible decisions to me. And how that even just like doesn't occur to anyone. Favorite myth unit, Fimbulwinter Wolves. No, that's kinda annoying. Thinking that myth, kinda like god power units shouldn't be entirely shown here, because it's gonna be of course messing up with the stats. As it kinda is already in the original game. I think they should be kinda taken outside. At least you can see Dezif was quite a bit interesting, the relics, which is nice. But yep, GG. No, so that's gonna be there for it for tonight. 7.5 hours, and here I was thinking I'm gonna be streaming 3 hours. So we'll see if I'm gonna be playing tomorrow. Possibly gonna try it, and maybe you'll be liking to cast a bit more as well if we can find some players. Because I mean, like, how do you surge here? I'm gonna be having to figure it out with somebody, because this is like absolutely impossible. How it just like practically doesn't work. How you will be expecting. No, and maybe we're just gonna be playing also some Norse. Yeah, play the Atlanteans, tested them at least a bit. Of course, I'm just like complete trash because again, I haven't played competitively in 20 years, so I'm bad and all over the place. So it's just about if the opponents happen to be even below me. So that's of course where the victory can be achieved. Or of course, if there's gonna be some broken strat, like evidently the archers with Minotaurs. That seems to be quite a stupid thing, considering the change of the Minotaurs into the gold. Now, okay, so I guess that's gonna be there for it for the time being. So hope you enjoyed. Thank you for stopping by, who all did, and who suffered the quality of the stream here, and of course the picture. So Miltiades Pro, QVAEAS and QWEAS and whatever letters after. Thunderbolt Steve, In Her Jar, Arrow Shiny, Funny Liquid, Ariel's, Sniper, Nostalgic, also thank you for that bit, Nostradamusa, Ragnarok, Synchrono JJ, and also Sharon, thank you for visiting. And maybe who's gonna be here somewhere later, having some fun on me, how I'm lame and how I'm losing. No, and also thank you to the players that you're streaming today. So at this point that was there for Sun-Tzu with... There's something. Desen? No, I don't know at this point, sorry. Sorry for forgetting your nickname immediately. And we also casting before HUSKSUPPE and El Matador, so thanks for the game. And we'll see what's gonna be there for happening further. So at this point you are gonna be having some further Age of Mythology Retold until about like 3 hours more still, if you're gonna be interested in some gameplay. So of course, for example, Matreus is gonna be a recommendation. Kvoth is apparently also still streaming and playing. For some reason, can't really find them forecasting. Just, I don't know, gonna be having to figure out if there's some kind of trick to it. Or what's going on here. And plenty others. Kevin Laitiaga, maybe we have seen a game of his there, for example. HUSKSUPPE is streaming, since we have streamed as well. It's gonna be only good idea to recommend him. Tons of others, of course, as well. Fly Like Django from AoE2. Not gonna be highlighting the people with stupid titles in their streams, just trying to fool people into watching them. Not supporting that at all. Kingasa, for example, streaming. Is a player that is not entirely as active unless he's playing on Smurf. That used to be some time back. Revolt TV, we have also mentioned and noticed him in some games in spectating. Ah, well, apparently TM the Legend is trying to play some deathmatch, and it's actually him, it seems like. The Legend that we have seen in the games, that was apparently him. So, he's playing. And Funny Liquid, player who has stopped by. So, thank you for that. No, and somebody else will play an original game as well here, and that's gonna be a few streams here. Chris got Pro. I think he's playing actually on Wooble. Yeah, I'm thinking that's Raydel Snoop 95. And then apparently PK Star and Kevin Durant playing some team games on Wooble as well. But I don't think that Assam is actually streaming here, at least I don't see him. And Candy Sita playing some campaign on the original. Okay then, so thank you very much for watching. I've been Blackadder at Blackadder's Place. Hope you enjoyed even through the trash quality, of course, of my computer and game and everything, and apparently even Retold. Because again, I just like wasn't really flexing anything, it wasn't capping anywhere, and still the performance is weird. So unfortunately optimization is not their strong suit, and we cannot do know that over the years. So hopefully that's still gonna be improved, because with this, I'm not sure if there's gonna be any kind of point in doing any kind of castings in the future. But at least, well, maybe you can try. Okay, see you later then. And again, thank you Nostalgic for the bit.